हाँ सब डिब्बे में सीधी पैक करवा लेती हूँ मैं भैया। हाँ
Very good morning, good evening to all of you. Good evening to all of you. This is Simran in front of you, the Executive Director and the Coordinator of ICRT. On the behalf of ICRT and Fateh Chand College Hisar, I welcome Honorable Dr. S.K. Singhmar, the Chairperson of ICERT, our Chief Guest, Honorable Dr. Tankeshwar, the Vice Chancellor, Central University Haryana, and our keynote speaker, Honorable Dr. Navneet Kaur. She is doing research in Sarojini Research and Development Council, Malaysia. The next our speaker, Honorable Dr. Dinesh Chahal, Professor in Department of Education in Central University, Haryana. Our next guest speaker, Honorable Dr. Gitika, member of Global Organization of People of Indian Origin and all the participants. This is two-way multidisciplinary international web conference on transformation in education, languages, social sciences, science and technology. We have more than 300 registrations and out of them 100 registrations of paper presentations. In 2 days, we have 3 technical sessions. One session will held today and session 2 and session 3 will be on tomorrow. Now, for today's session, we have with Dr. S.K. Singhmar, and I want to give brief description about Dr. S.K. Singhmar. He is BA, MA in Hindi, MA in Journalism and Mass Communication, PhD in Hindi. He has more than 15 years experience in higher education in teaching. He gained extensive experience in teaching, editor in college magazines. He has attended more than 200 national and international workshops and conferences. He is lifetime international member in National Human Protection Commission. He awarded by many awards and he is such a very nice person. Now, I request to Dr. S.K. Singhmar, the chairman of ICRT, to address our guest.
One minute, ma'am.
Sure, sir.
आप सभी को नमस्कार। मैम, आवाज आ रही है मेरी? हेलो, थैंक यू। फतेह चंद कॉलेज फॉर वुमेन, लाहौर हिसार, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ डिफेंस स्टडीज इन कोलैबोरेशन विद इंटरनेशनल काउंसिल फॉर एजुकेशन रिसर्च एंड ट्रेनिंग, आईसीईआरटी और फतेह चंद महिला महाविद्यालय हिसार के संयुक्त तत्वावधान में आयोजित 2 दिवसीय मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी वेब कॉन्फ्रेंस में आप सभी का आईसीईआरटी की तरफ से हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं, हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं। मोस्ट वेलकम। इस 2 दिवसीय कॉन्फ्रेंस में उन सभी मुद्दों को शामिल किया गया है जो आज वैश्विक तौर पर जरूरत महसूस की जाती रही है। ICERT, इंटरनेशनल काउंसिल फॉर एजुकेशन रिसर्च एंड ट्रेनिंग, एक विश्व स्तरीय ऑटोनोमस बॉडी, नॉन गवर्नमेंट ऑटोनोमस बॉडी है। हमारी संस्था एजुकेशन, रिसर्च, ट्रेनिंग एंड हेल्थ विषय पर पूरे विश्व स्तर पर निःशुल्क तौर पर कार्य कर रही है, ताकि एजुकेशन, रिसर्च, ट्रेनिंग को बढ़ावा मिले, वे सबकी हेल्थ का ख्याल रखा जाए। सबसे पहले आज की वेब कॉन्फ्रेंस में मुख्य अतिथि के तौर पर हमारे बीच मौजूद सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ हरियाणा के वाइस चांसलर प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर टंकेश्वर कुमार जी का हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं, जो हमारे कम समय में लिए गए अनुरोध को जिन्होंने स्वीकार किया और आप हमारे बीच में हैं। हमारे बीच आज के कीनोट स्पीकर डॉक्टर नवनीत कौर, सरोजनी रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट काउंसिल मलेशिया से हैं, जो कीनोट स्पीकर के तौर पर हैं। डॉक्टर दिनेश चहल, सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ हरियाणा के NSS कोऑर्डिनेटर हैं। कैप्टन गीतिका सिंह, क्वींसलैंड, ऑस्ट्रेलिया, और मुझे बड़ा गर्व है कि कैप्टन गीतिका सिंह भारतीय सेना में कैप्टन रैंक से रिटायर होने के बाद अब सोशल तौर पर ऑस्ट्रेलिया के क्वींसलैंड में कार्य कर रही हैं। आप सभी का बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। इस वेब कॉन्फ्रेंस में सबसे महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका के तौर पर चीफ पैट्रन के तौर पर डॉक्टर अनीता सहरावत, प्रिंसिपल फतेहचंद कॉलेज फॉर वुमेन लाहौर हिसार, डॉक्टर स्नेहलता जी HOD डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ डिफेंस स्टडीज गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज हिसार, डॉक्टर अरुणाचल जी डीन एंड हेड फैकल्टी ऑफ एजुकेशन बाबा मस्तनाथ यूनिवर्सिटी रोहतक, कॉन्फ्रेंस सेक्रेटरी प्रोफेसर विपुला HOD एंड प्रोफेसर डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ डिफेंस स्टडीज FC कॉलेज हिसार, प्रोफेसर विजेंद्र कौर, मिसेस सिमरन मेहता एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर अकाउंटेंट फाइनेंस ICERT, डॉक्टर अनीता गोस्वामी जी असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ इंग्लिश IEC यूनिवर्सिटी सोलन, प्रोफेसर मनीषा D असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ इंग्लिश कृपानिधि डिग्री कॉलेज बेंगलुरु, डॉक्टर पवन असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ ज्योग्राफी FGM गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज आदमपुर। आप सभी का एक बार दोबारा फिर हार्दिक अभिनंदन, हार्दिक स्वागत। और बड़े ही कम समय में, क्योंकि मुख्य अतिथि जी का उद्बोधन है, इनके बाद हमें आशीर्वाद देने के लिए जुड़े हुए हैं, 2 ही मिनट में आप सभी को बताना चाहूंगा कि ICERT और FC कॉलेज की इस कॉन्फ्रेंस, वेब कॉन्फ्रेंस में 380 प्रतिभागियों ने रजिस्ट्रेशन किया है। 100 से अधिक रिसर्च स्कॉलर, प्रोफेसर, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर, एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर, प्रोफेसर प्रेजेंटेशन देंगे। और कॉन्फ्रेंस की सफलता इसमें कही जा सकती है कि 200 से अधिक अब्स्ट्रैक्ट आए, जिनमें से 100 के करीब रिजेक्ट हुए और 100 के करीब स्वीकृत किए गए, जो आज प्रेजेंटेशन देंगे। हमारी आज की वेब कॉन्फ्रेंस में फिलीपाइंस, मलेशिया, इंडोनेशिया, श्रीलंका, भूटान, नेपाल, कीनिया, इथियोपिया, थाईलैंड, UK, USA, सिंगापुर, वियतनाम, बांग्लादेश, बर्मा, मॉरिशस के अलावा विभिन्न 35 देशों से प्रतिभागी जुड़े हुए हैं। तो ज्यादा समय नहीं लेता हुआ मैं बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देते हुए आप सभी विद्वजनों से, शिक्षाविदों से यही अनुरोध करना चाहूंगा कि वैश्विक महामारी कोविड-19 के दौर में एजुकेशन, रिसर्च एंड ट्रेनिंग को ध्यान में रखते हुए इन तीनों को हमें बचाना होगा। हम सभी को मिल करके, सभी शिक्षाविद, चाहे एक स्कूल के PRT टीचर से लेकर के एक यूनिवर्सिटी के प्रोफेसर रीडर तक कोई भी हो, हमें एजुकेशन, रिसर्च और ट्रेनिंग पे ध्यान देते हुए आगे बढ़ना होगा। क्योंकि वैश्विक महामारी का जो दौर है, इसमें शिक्षा, हेल्थ के बाद यदि सबसे ज्यादा प्रभावित हुई है तो वो शिक्षा है। क्योंकि आप सभी जानते हैं कि पूरे विश्व में शिक्षा के मंदिरों के दरवाजे बंद हैं, विभिन्न देशों में खुलते जा रहे हैं, वर्ल्ड एजुकेशन बैंक, WHO भी इस बात पर अब टिप्पणी कर चुका है कि शिक्षा के मंदिर धीरे धीरे खोले जा सकते हैं और खुलते भी जा रहे हैं। हमारे देश में भी, यदि भारत देश की बात करूं तो यहाँ भी महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट अभी 24 जनवरी से यूनिवर्सिटी कॉलेजेस को खोलने जा रहा है, और हमारे यहाँ भी धीरे धीरे जैसे स्थिति सामान्य होंगी सभी शिक्षा के मंदिरों के दरवाजे खुलेंगे। और फिर मैं एक उम्मीद जताऊंगा कि हम सभी शिक्षाविद मिलकर के एक बार दोबारा फिर शिक्षा को पटरी पर लेकर के आएंगे, रिसर्च को पटरी पर लेकर के आएंगे, और वही ट्रेनिंग की गुणवत्ता पर दोबारा से ध्यान देते हुए हमारी हेल्थ को बचाते हुए हम आगे बढ़ेंगे। बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। सिमरन जी।
Thank you, Dr. Singh Maharji. Now, I would like to Dr. Chancellor Kumar. He is Vice Chancellor of Central University of Haryana, Mahendragarh. Prior to joining as a Vice Chancellor, has been serving as UGC Professor of Physics and Director of Abdul Kalam Computer Center at Punjab University, Chandigarh. He has 35 years experience, which includes teaching papers in journals of international and national repute. His research area is theoretical and computation, condensed matter, physics, and nanotechnology. He has so many achievements. Now, I would like to invite Honorable Dr. Tankeshwar to share his views with our participants.
Thank you, Beta. Yeah. Thank you for inviting me to be part of this conference. Yeah, this conference is being organized by ICERT and FC College, Hisar. I have special inclination towards FC College for Women, Hisar, because I have been to the Guru Jambheshwar University of Science and Technology, and this college has been affiliated to the GJU-ST. Yeah, as I see, this conference is being organized by ICRT and FC College for Women, and I really appreciate the effort being taken by the ICRT, Dr. Sandeep Kumarji and all his team, because this conference is being organized at a time when we are having this third wave of pandemic, and it is maybe at the peak, but let's see if a peak is there, that means it's going down from tomorrow or something like that. And so things may improve, because we see that when we meet online, the effect may not be the 100%, may not be that what you achieve through the other modes, but we are to take the things ahead. Right, and you said that this conference is multidisciplinary, and we will be, talking about the present situation or the scene of the education, and especially when we have this national education policy, which is a new education policy, is being there, and there we are talking about that all the universities should be the multidisciplinary universities, and there should be freedom from for a student to choose a subject. And we also say that we at the 10th level we will not maybe having medical, non-medicals and commerce streams. Maybe people can choose a different subjects, one is from the medical side, another from the commerce side, and so on, right? So that means we have to prepare our education system in such a way that when such students comes to the college or university, then we should have a freedom for them, that they can get the admission to our graduate programs, right? So that is a real challenge we think of, and that may happen. That challenge may come. but we have to prepare for it, and it may take maybe a decade or so, because unless until the schools are changed, the colleges will not be doing that change. But there are many things which the colleges itself have to do it, because if we look at, we are talking about the vocational subject, and we have to give the importance to the vocational graduate programs that we actually equivalent to, and sometimes more important than the normal programs, right? Because when we look at our students who have a skill, right? When we are talking about the skill, skill is just does not mean that students can do something like as we do it in the technical education, right? That means it's not that they can do some particular job. But if I look at the skill, if somebody can speak well, that also is a skill. That also is a skill. If somebody knows a particular Hindi language, or even a Punjabi language, or Sanskrit language, or English, then there is a skill, right? So that means some things something should be there with every student whosoever pass out something, right? And we can, we are talking also about multiple entries and exit and all these things. Maybe then we have to really make that if a student is passing out a year, that year should be specific to the extent that some knowledge he has gained in that year. It should, that it is not, does not mean that it should be that it is extended to the next year and so on, right? So some input should be there in a goal of the year, which he or she says that she has gained, and gained in a year, and if you want to leave, she can leave, right? And that leaving is only not for the purpose of this, that you can do the other things, but this living is only is increasing your risk-taking capacity. Risk-taking capacity, we say, if you are to be innovative, if you are to entrepreneur, you have to take risk, right? जिंदगी में यदि आप रिस्क नहीं लेंगे तो आप आगे नहीं बढ़ पाएंगे. तो रिस्क लेना बहुत जरूरी है. इसलिए जो है बच्चों को एक रिस्क लेने की कैपेसिटी जो है पढ़ते पढ़ते ही उनको दे दी गई है. और इसी तरह जो उनके बहुत जगह पर इनोवेटिव का उसमें काम शुरू किया गया है, वोकेशनल उसमें किया गया है, ताकि जो है बच्चा यदि वो चाहता है तो वो उसे स्टार्टअप से लिंक करके कुछ आगे कर सके. So that means we are now looking for the students not only for the preparation of their jobs. That means they are not only to look for the jobs, they should also be ready for to do their own jobs, right? They should be ready to make their entrepreneurs, and they're ready to give others jobs, right? Because we are so many and we have to really work in that direction. So that can happen only if we change our classroom teaching, which could be the activity based, which could be the learning based. It should not be, I will say, the student centric. It should be the learning centric should be there. So that is what I look for, and I wish really success to the whatever you have going to discuss in the next 2 days, and those who have trying to publish the papers, and those who are presenting their papers in this conference should think of that, something they have learned in this conference, and they will be implementing in more in their classroom, so that the students can be benefited. So thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much to share his views.
और मुझे बहुत खुशी है एक अनाउंस और करने में, धन्यवाद से पहले, कि इंटरनेशनल काउंसिल फॉर एजुकेशन रिसर्च एंड ट्रेनिंग वाइस चांसलर डॉक्टर प्रोफेसर श्री टंकेश्वर कुमार जी की परमिशन से अगली कॉन्फ्रेंस हम सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ हरियाणा के साथ करना चाहते हैं कोलैबोरेशन में, सर आपकी परमिशन हो तो अगली कॉन्फ्रेंस इस विषय में डॉक्टर दिनेश सैल जी से मेरी डिस्कस हुई थी आज दिन में कि अगली कॉन्फ्रेंस यदि कोविड-19 का दौर खत्म होता है तो फेस टू फेस हम सेमिनार करेंगे विश्वविद्यालय में, और नहीं तो वेब कॉन्फ्रेंस तो हम करेंगे ही।
हाँ, देखिए मैं सिर्फ यही कहने वाला था, आपने मेरी प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व कर दी है। मैं यही कहना चाहता हूँ कि
जी
कुछ भी यदि होता है तो बेटर है तो कोई उसे टीचर जो है उसकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ले और उसे आगे बढ़ाए। मेरी यदि वो मैं उस टीचर के लिए और आपके उसके लिए तैयार हूँ, मुझे कोई इसमें
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सर आपका। बहुत बिजी शेड्यूल था सर का, और हमारे बिल्कुल एक छोटे से अनुरोध पर सर आए। सर एक बार दोबारा फिर इंटरनेशनल काउंसिल फॉर एजुकेशन रिसर्च एंड ट्रेनिंग की तरफ से आपका दिल से शुक्रिया सर, थैंक यू सो मच। सिमरन जी।
थैंक यू डॉक्टर टंकेश्वर जी, आपने बहुत अच्छे से हर चीज को एक्सप्लेन किया कि फ्यूचर में हमें क्या करना चाहिए, आगे कौन सा सब्जेक्ट्स हमें चूज करने चाहिए। थैंक यू सो मच सर। नाउ दिस इज द टर्न ऑफ आवर कीनोट स्पीकर
मिसेस
डॉक्टर।
सिमरन जी,
हाँ जी
एक मिनट के लिए और मैं एक महत्वपूर्ण सूचना करना भूल चुका हूं। अभी जो कॉन्फ्रेंस हमारी चल रही है 22 और 23 को, इसमें एकलव्य अवार्ड, आईसीआरटी एक सबसे बड़ा अवार्ड देती है, एकलव्य अवार्ड। इसमें हमारे पास करीब करीब 500 के करीब एप्लीकेशन आए हैं, और हमारी इंटरनेशनल लेवल की कोर कमेटी ने वो निर्णय लिया है कि जो सेल्फ मोटिवेटर, सेल्फ लर्नर हैं, जो जीवन में संघर्ष करके आगे बढ़े हैं, उनको वो अवार्ड दिया जाएगा। और उसमें इंटरनेशनल स्तर पर करीब 20 लोगों को वो अवार्ड दिए जाएंगे, और जिसमें हमारे हरियाणा के एजुकेशनिस्ट, सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ हरियाणा के वाइस चांसलर प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर टंकेश्वर कुमार जी को भी वो अवार्ड आईसीआरटी कल देगी। तो सर हमारे छोटे से अनुरोध को प्लीज आप स्वीकार करें, एकलव्य अवार्ड आईसीआरटी की तरफ से आपको एकलव्य अवार्ड दिया जाएगा सर। बहुत बहुत कांग्रेचुलेशन सर। सिमरन जी प्लीज।
जी सर। Now the keynote speaker Dr. Navneet Kumar Kaur, sorry ma'am, and I have a brief description of Dr. Navneet Kaur, an educator and leader with an experience of more than 22 years in the field of education and more than 10 years in school administration and the leadership. Now she is the principal in Delhi Public School, Kathal, Haryana. She has a lot of experience in the teaching and in research papers. Now I want to share my stage, my webinar conference to Dr. Navneet Kaur ma'am. Please ma'am.
Thank you ma'am. Thank you so much. I congratulate all the members of International Council for Education Research and Training and Fateh Chand College for Women Hisar for conducting.
मैम प्लीज मैं 10 सेकंड के लिए रोक रहा हूं।
जी
जो
सर।
महत्वपूर्ण डेजिग्नेशन था मैम का, वो शायद कहीं ना कहीं मिसप्लेस हो गया है मेरे ख्याल से सिमरन मैम के पास से। जो डॉक्टर नवनीत कौर मैम है, सरोजनी रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट काउंसिल ऑफ मलेशिया के एग्जीक्यूटिव इंटरनेशनल मेंबर हैं। क्योंकि अभी 26 दिसंबर को आप बने हैं, तो पहले तो आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई मैम।
थैंक यू।
इंटरनेशनल काउंसिल से जुड़ने के लिए और आईसीआरटी से जुड़ने के लिए भी।
थैंक यू सो मच।
तो आपके पास बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण एजुकेशन की दिशा में आप आगे बढ़े हैं और आईसीआरटी से जुड़े हैं। पूरी आईसीआरटी की तरफ से आपका बहुत बहुत बधाई मैम।
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. And I really want to congratulate everyone over here, especially Dr. Singamar, Chairman of ICRT, for giving me the opportunity and this platform. I've just heard Professor Dr. Tankeshwar Kumarchi, Vice Chancellor of Central University of Haryana. I appreciate, sir, your views as you talked about enhancement of skills as the need of hour, which is really very, very important. Let me share my screen. Sir, is my screen visible?
No.
Just wait.
No, ma'am.
Just 1 minute, ma'am. Check now.
Yes, yes, ma'am, yes.
Okay, thank you so much. So we are here for 2 days in this multidisciplinary international web conference by ICRT. When I wrote this definition, I felt that last 2 years, whatever I have gained, I need to put that over there. Education must enrich one with skills and competences to accept every challenge mindfully. Integration of every resource in the process of transformation is must, which makes it wholesome and reality in process. The world of education is in a perpetual state of evolution. The forces of technology and reforms in pedagogy are transforming for the better the process for 21st century teaching and learning, and for which we are present here today. A 2018 study by the professors of BITS Pilani states technology has democratized Indian education system. I feel it is very true. The innovations introduced in education by artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics, etc., has modernized the teaching learning process. I have been in this profession for last 22 years. Every day is a new learning, and I'm trying to imbibe that into the system. It is my privilege to be a part of this conference, as we all educators are chosen by the Supreme to bring about the positive change and nurture the mankind. It is the need of an hour to introspect and assess our own mentorship skills. So let's introspect ourselves. This clipping is basically for all of us to introspect ourselves. A mentor is someone who allows to see the hope inside yourself. It is much more than leading or directing. We need to check, are we taking initiatives and risk? Are we managing resources and thinking out of the box? Are we creating a culture of change, inspiring and providing intellectual stimulation and building relationships with strong communication? We believe that any education is worthless without the component of critical thinking. Education is essentially about opening up the doors and windows of the mind. We are not interested in only training people to get jobs. We are interested in educating people for life, says Professor Rudrangshu Mukherjee. Adding arts and humanities subjects to traditional science courses could potentially help students ask more questions, challenge orthodox, and think outside traditional silos in a reality powerful way. Some of the successful new ideas and products coming from companies such as Apple, for example, are emerging from an interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary culture. There's a question. how to empower our students and open windows of possibilities for them to make them future ready. Today, you might get great education, but in coming 10 years, 80% of the jobs might not exist. World Educational Federation predicted that 35% of core competences will change between 2025 to 2035. When it comes to skills of future, we need to look why more to our personal attributes only. We have to build strong foundation and look for that skills that can be universally applied. It is difficult to predict future. There is no crystal ball that exactly tell us what skills would be needed in the future. Who knew even 10 years ago that driverless cars would be a reality? We should be ready to embrace change in the form of technology in a relevant and effective possible way. Let us introspect. A class of 30 to 40 students has students with various learning styles, but with just one teacher. Students with learning challenges are clearly at a disadvantage. Now with technology, this can be addressed quite well. With the rise of technology like adaptive learning, virtual reality, artificial intelligence, predictive spellers, the entire process of teaching learning can be customized according to the level of the individual. So we have to look for the tools. As per NEP 2020, the key overall thrust of curriculum and pedagogy reforms across all stages will be to move the education system towards real understanding and learning how to learn. The goal is to create a holistic and well-rounded individuals equipped with key 21st century skills. So there are tools which we need to work upon. Cognitive flexibility. It is ability to adopt change and conceptualize complex ideas at once. Digital literacy and computerization thinking. It means to understand how technology works and how it might create magic. Judgment and decision making. It includes critical thinking to find solutions to the problems. Creativity to think out of the box, collaboration to collaborate with others, and communication to interact with others. Every skill is very, very important. Just now, even Vice Chancellor, sir, has emphasized on working on the skills more. Creative and innovative mindset, emotional and social intelligence. All these skills will weed out problems and replace them with fruitful endeavors. We have to work with multidisciplinary approach, which is given by NEP 2020. They say by 2030, one large multidisciplinary college in every district. This was the headline that one could not miss when the NEP 2020 was announced. The headline encapsulates the bold reforms that will be implemented in the Indian education and higher education system. UGC even wrote that the NEP 2020 envisages a holistic and multidisciplinary education that would aim to develop all capacities of human beings, that is intellectual, aesthetic, social, physical, emotional, and moral in an integrated manner. Multidisciplinary approach is a method of curriculum integration that highlights the diverse perspectives that our different disciplines can bring to illustrate a theme, subject, or issue. It helps the students to develop a pragmatic attitude by allowing them to decide what subjects they will opt for and what could be their possible benefits. This enables them to carve their own path by utilizing their mind power. With creative combination of subjects, cutting-edge curriculum, flexible options, and multiple entry and exit options during the undergraduate course, students can explore their areas of interest and also choose career of their choice. In addition, this kind of approach will foster intellectual curiosity, a critical thought process, self-reflection, leadership and teamwork skills, a sense of commitment, professionalism, and a heightened sensitivity to one's socio-cultural environment. There's a beautiful example given by Michel Chegel. Your brain has a capacity for learning that is virtually limitless, which makes every human a potential genius. Regardless of what field we talk about, this quote on learning by Michelle hits the nail on the head. There is no limit to learning, and the multidisciplinary educational approach mentioned in New Education Policy 2020 is the correct step taken towards promoting the same. There's a beautiful example I want to quote over here, how we work with multidisciplinary approach. Let's take this example of climate change. The scientific community has been debating climate change for at least 20 years. Multidisciplinary approaches are required to address the complex environmental problems of our time. Solutions to climate change problems require complex synthesis of ideas from a vast set of disciplines, including science, engineering, social science, and humanities. To address these problems, many interdisciplinary programs have had success in providing solutions to that. Scientists who can offer their specialized expertise to interdisciplinary teams will be more successful in this regard. It includes the study of life science, physical science, maths, computers, economics, history, artificial intelligence, information technology. So by intervening on the factors, these kind of wicked problems can be addressed. And the second most important thing which NEP 2020 has told us is holistic development. Values are something which we must able to imbibe in our students, in our environment, in our society. Education cannot be effective unless it helps a child open up himself to life. Holistic approach is a comprehensive approach in learning, which aims to develop multiple facets or abilities of a human brain. Conventional educational and learning system aims at the development of physical capabilities only, but holistic growth aims at the development of physical capabilities, intellectual abilities, cognitive or mental abilities, emotional abilities, and social skills. I want to quote a story over here. An old man lived in the village. He was one of the most unfortunate people in the village. The whole village was tired of him. He was very gloomy, complaining, and always in a bad mood. The longer he lived, the more vile he was becoming, and the more poisonous were his words. People avoided him because his misfortune becomes contagious. It was even unnatural and insulting to be happy next to him. He created the feeling of unhappiness in others. One day, when he turned 80 years, an incredible thing happened. Instantly started having a rumor all around, the old man is happy today. Everyone was saying, the old man is happy today. He doesn't complain about anything, smiles, and his face is freshened up. Everybody was surprised. The whole village gathered to see him. The old man was asked, "What happened to you?" He smiled and said, "Nothing special. 80 years I have been chasing happiness and it was useless. Then I decided to live without happiness and just enjoy life. That is why I'm happy today." The story makes us reflect that we keep on chasing our students, people around us, to be at their best behavior. Let them chase their passion dreams and just condition them. They will carve their own destination. Our duty is only to instill values in them. Every person is born to be loved. These values are the fragrance that already exist in all of us. We just need the students to identify their strengths and work accordingly. With this last slide, there's a message. Let's see this video first. So trees give us lot of message. They are our lifelines. They are our greatest friends and blessings. What we learn from them? Plants do not set limits for how big they can grow. They can grow as much as they can. Their struggle for existence becomes their strength. They take only what they need to thrive. They turn to face the sun. They adapt to the changing weathers. They neutralize pollutants. They don't let their circumstances define them. They are not afraid to shine. They are focused on fulfilling their potential. They create something of value. They are content with themselves. They are persistent and need only few things to be at their best. There's a beautiful saying, flowers does not think of competing with others. Flowers, they are living for themselves. They don't compete with other flowers next to them. They just bloom where they are planted. So we need to learn a lesson from here. We need to be persistent in the process of learning by empowering each other, and together we can write the next chapter of this India saga. Children are the emissaries of the future. The onus is on our shoulders to cultivate the young minds with the seeds of justice, courage, hope, honesty, with the humanistic spirit. Let us together raise this hope in the students' heart by nurturing the young minds. Thank you so much for giving this platform to share my views. Thank you, Dr. Sandeep Singamar, sir, for giving such a learning place. This is not only to share your views, we are learning from each other. Thank you so much. Gratitude to all.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing her views और हमें न्यू एनर्जी के बारे में बताने के लिए. The next speaker is our Dr. Dinesh Chahal. He is Professor of Development of Education, Central University, Haryana. He is PhD in Education. He has more than 18 years experience in teaching and research. He published 25 papers in reputed national and international journals. He participated in more than 100 seminars, conferences as resource person in India and in abroad. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Dinesh Chahal to share his views.
Hello, good evening, all of you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for your nice introduction. After Madam deliberation or VC deliberation, it is very tough to speak on the topics, but as a speaker, something I have to speak. That's why we will start from the NEP 2020 perspective, how we can prepare our youth for the new roles, especially in the 21st century, where this is the century of youth, and how we can prepare these youths for their roles. Especially उस टाइम में जब पेंडेमिक टाइम है, वहाँ सब कुछ जहाँ पे हौसले कई बार हमारे पस्त हो जाते हैं, बट विद दिस पॉजिटिव नोशन दैट की साखें अगर रही तो पत्ते भी आएंगे, और ये दिन बुरे हैं तो अच्छे भी आएंगे. तो इस मनोबल के साथ अगर हमारा युवा आगे बढ़ेगा, मैं कह सकता हूं कि अगर युवा हमारा शरीर से संयमित, मन से संकल्पित और आत्मा से सौम्य होगा, तो वो इस परिस्थिति, तो क्या कोई भी परिस्थिति आए उस परिस्थिति से घबराएगा नहीं. हमारी संस्कृति वो संस्कृति है. कल हम नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस का जन्म दिवस मनाएंगे, और 12 जनवरी को हमने यूथ डे सेलिब्रेट किया स्वामी विवेकानंद के जन्मदिन को मनाते हुए। और इन दोनों के बीच में भारत सरकार ने एक निर्णय लिया कि कर्तव्य बोध कार्यक्रम शुरू किया जाए। और वो कर्तव्य बोध क्या, दायित्व बोध क्या, कि उस युवा को पता लग जाए मेरे अपने प्रति क्या जिम्मेवारियां हैं, परिवार के प्रति क्या जिम्मेदारियां हैं, समाज के प्रति क्या जिम्मेदारियां हैं, और कहूं पूरे देश के प्रति क्या जिम्मेदारियां हैं, और इस विश्व के प्रति क्या जिम्मेदारियां हैं। यही दायित्व बोध है। यही इन्हीं दो नेताओं से प्रेरणा लेने की बात भारत सरकार का जो प्रयास है कि हम विवेकानंद की तरह बिना स्वार्थ के निष्काम कर्म कैसे कर सकते हैं। और नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस से उन विकट परिस्थितियों में सब कुछ छोड़ दिया जहां पे, और सिर्फ राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि रखा। तो आज हमें भी जरूरत उसी तरह के युवाओं की है जो कर्मयोगी तो बने, लेकिन उसके साथ साथ सहयोगी भी बने, एक दूसरे के भी, और राष्ट्र में जहां जहां जरूरत है उनकी भी। तो इसमें हमारा फर्ज ये बनता है कि हम ठीक चीजों को अपने अंदर ले जाएं, खराब चीजों को बाहर निकाल दें। अहंकार ना हो, हम ही श्रेष्ठ हैं, ये अहम भाव नहीं हो। अहम का त्याग करके और जो भी हमसे श्रेष्ठ बन सके उस कर्म योगी के साथ साथ कर्तव्य बोध का भी हमें एहसास हो। हमेशा अपने पर विश्वास रखें, किसी भी कठिनाई किसी भी मुश्किल से ना घबराएं, क्योंकि असफलता तो सफलता का आधार ही तो है। अनसक्सेसफुल स्टोरी इज द जर्नी फॉर द सक्सेसफुल स्टोरी। तो यही चीज हमारे युवाओं को आज इस कर्तव्य बोध कार्यक्रम में अगर हम कहें वो हो जाए, और मेरे को मेरे अपने प्रति जिम्मेदारियां का मतलब मैं अपने आप को स्ट्रोंग कैसे बनाऊं, परिवार के प्रति मेरा जो भी परिवार में दायित्व है उसके प्रति मैं जिम्मेदार कैसे बनूं, और समाज के प्रति, फिर देश के प्रति, और फिर हम कहें जगत के प्रति। सिंपली मैं एक चीज लेता हूं, उसको अगर एग्जांपल से बताऊं आपको, वी मस्ट थिंक अबाउट द बेस्ट। बेस्ट मीन्स अपने बिहेवियर में चेंज कैसे ले आऊं। बी मीन्स बिहेवियर, ई मीन्स एनवायरनमेंट, पर्यावरण में। क्योंकि हम क्या हुआ सिमार साहब, अब इस भोग विलास की जिंदगी में इस तरह से हो गए, उसको हम कहते हैं ग्रीड कल्चर। तो ग्रीड कल्चर की जरूरत नहीं है, आज हमें नीड कल्चर की जरूरत है, और उससे भी ज्यादा अगर मैं कहूं ग्रीन कल्चर की जरूरत है पर्यावरण के। इसमें हम पार्टी करते हैं, फंक्शंस करते हैं, प्लेट यूज करते फेंक देते हैं, यूज एंड थ्रो कल्चर नहीं, यूज एंड ग्रो कल्चर की ज्यादा जरूरत है आज हमें। तो मेरा अपने प्रति, अपने परिवार के प्रति, समाज और राष्ट्र और दुनिया के प्रति क्या कर्तव्य है। तो बेस्ट अप्रोच के साथ बी मीन्स बिहेवियर में चेंज, ई मीन्स एनवायरनमेंट में चेंज, एस मीन्स सर्विस भाव, सर्विस एटीट्यूड, सेवा भावना। सिखों में हम बहुत देखते हैं हमारे साथी में वो सेवा की भावना। और टी मीन्स थॉट मैनेजमेंट, क्योंकि नियत बदलेगी तभी नियत ही साफ होगी। एनईपी 2020 तो आ गई है, वो बिल तो आ गया है, लेकिन उसको
शायद कोई तकनीकी खराबी है जिसकी वजह से हम डॉक्टर दिनेश चहल जी को सुन नहीं पा रहे हैं। दोबारा से जुड़ने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं सर। आज मौसम भी थोड़ा खराब है, आप सभी देख रहे होंगे, कई बार नेटवर्क में प्रॉब्लम हो जाती है। तो सभी जितने भी पार्टिसिपेंट जुड़े हुए हैं तो प्लीज पेशेंस बनाए रखें। डॉक्टर दिनेश चहल जी अभी दोबारा जुड़ रहे हैं। जब तक सर जुड़ रहे हैं मैं कुछ बातें शेयर कर लेता हूं आप सभी के साथ। जितने भी आप सभी प्रतिभागी, रिसर्च स्कॉलर, स्टूडेंट्स, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर, एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर, प्रोफेसर्स, रीडर्स, सभी जो देश विदेश से जितने भी जुड़े हुए हैं, आप सब और हम मिलकर के वर्तमान के इस दौर में शिक्षा को बचाएं। हम सबको मिलकर के आगे आना होगा। 1990 के दशक में यदि कोई सेकेंडरी एजुकेशन में होगा आप में से, तो एक बात आती थी हिंदी में कि अकेला चना क्या भाड़ फोड़ सकता है। यूथ के लिए एक बड़ी अच्छी सी बात थी ये। लेकिन तब वहां उस लेसन में लेखक भी ये बात कहता है, और आज के परिदृश्य में मैं ये बात कहता हूं आईसीआरटी की तरफ, मैं नहीं कर सकता, मैं अकेला करूंगा तो क्या होगा। लेकिन हम अकेले बहुत कुछ कर सकते हैं। जिस प्रकार से यदि कोई कुश्ती यदि हम कहें कि मैं अकेला क्या कर सकता हूं, मैं अकेला बहुत कुछ कर सकता हूं। मैं पूरी दुनिया के लिए रोल मॉडल बन सकता हूं। बार ऐसा साइकोलॉजी में और हिंदी विषय में कहा जाता और लिखा भी देखा है कि शक्ति बोध और सौंदर्य बोध, विशेषकर यूथ के लिए बताना चाह रहा हूं मैं ये बातें सभी, कि हमें कभी भी शक्ति बोध और सौंदर्य बोध को नुकसान नहीं पहुंचाना चाहिए। तो अब बात यह आएगी कि शक्ति बोध सौंदर्य बोध होता क्या है। शक्ति बोध का मतलब सीधी सी बात है, हम कभी भी जाएं, कहीं भी जाएं, अपने जिले से बाहर जाएं, अपने घर से बाहर जाएं तो घर की चुगली निंदा ना करें। गांव शहर से बाहर जाएं तो गांव शहर की चुगली निंदा ना करें। और यदि अपने स्टेट से बाहर जाएं तो उसकी चुगली निंदा ना करें। और देश से बाहर जाएं तब तो बिल्कुल भी नहीं। ऐसा कभी भी नहीं करना चाहिए। यदि हम ऐसा करते हैं तो हम अपने घर, परिवार, समाज, शहर, जिला, राज्य, उसके शक्ति बोध को नुकसान पहुंचाते हैं। इसी प्रकार बात आती है सौंदर्य बोध की। अकेला आदमी ये कर सकता है, अकेला आदमी वो उस चुगली निंदा से जरूर बच सकता है। सौंदर्य बोध की बात आती है मैं क्या कर सकता हूं।
सीमा साहब,
दिनेश जी आ गए।
कनेक्शन कट गया था।
जी 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 सर, जी सर।
मैं बात रखूं अपनी?
जी जी जी
जी, मैं ये कह रहा था कि हम अपना, अपने परिवार, अपने समाज, अपने राष्ट्र और इसी तरह के हमने युवा तैयार करने का लक्ष्य उस राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति के तहत हमने रखा है, ताकि जो 1947 में जब हम जाएं, लगभग 25-30 साल बाद, तो वो युवा उस रोल के लिए, एक लीडरशिप रोल के लिए तैयार रहे। लीडर क्या मतलब, मैं पॉलिटिकल लीडर की बात नहीं कर रहा। लीडर मीन्स हर लिहाज से वो किस तरह का, वो पारदर्शी हो, वो समदर्शी हो, वो दूरदर्शी हो, वो प्रियदर्शी हो, वो सत्यदर्शी हो। तो इस तरह के लीडर्स हमें तैयार करने हैं। वही हमारी राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति का एक लक्ष्य है। और वो अपनी सभ्यता संस्कृति के साथ भी जुड़े। जो राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति मॉडर्निटी की बात करती है, टेक्नोलॉजी की बात करती है, डिजिटल इंडिया की बात करती है, लेकिन उसके साथ साथ संस्कार की भी बात करती है। क्योंकि जब हम शिक्षा की बात करते हैं, शिक्षा का मेरा मानना है, शिक्षा वो नहीं सिर्फ जो स्कूल में या बेंच पे बैठ के या कॉलेज में, नहीं, वो भी शिक्षा है, उसको हम फॉर्मल एजुकेशन कहते हैं, लेकिन उसके साथ साथ दीक्षा भी हो। दीक्षा क्या है? जो हमारे संस्कार, हमारी संस्कृति, और संस्कृति होता क्या है, मैं सिंपली बोलता हूं कई बार, संस्कृति मीन्स आचार, विचार, व्यवहार और त्योहार। अगर ये हमें पता लग जाए तो हम चांद को भी छू सकते हैं, लेकिन उस चांद को छूने के साथ साथ हम ध्यान रखें जमीन पे पैर भी हो, वरना हम चांद को तो छू लेंगे लेकिन कहां पे लटकेंगे पता नहीं। तो कहने का मतलब ये है, हम तरक्की करें, खूब तरक्की करें, लेकिन उस तरक्की के साथ ध्यान रखें हम अपने संस्कार, अपनी सभ्यता से भी जुड़े रहें, तभी उसका फायदा है। हम कई बार बोल देते हैं हमारी कल्चर में बहुत सारे बिगाड़ आए, उसके लिए पश्चिमी सभ्यता, पश्चिमी संस्कृति जिम्मेदार है। नहीं, उसके लिए हम ज्यादा जिम्मेदार है। पश्चिमी संस्कृति में बहुत कुछ अच्छा है, हम उस अच्छे को ग्रहण करने की कोशिश करें, जो वहां पे अच्छा नहीं है उसको हम छोड़ दें। तो यही हमारा जो अच्छा दिक्कत ये आई कि हमने अपना अच्छा छोड़ दिया और उनका जो ठीक नहीं था वो अपना लिया, चाहे वो खान पान हो चाहे पहनावा। मैं सिंपली एग्जांपल दूं तो अगर हम उनकी जो अच्छी आदतें हैं वो अपना ले, वेस्ट का वेस्ट नहीं, वेस्ट का बेस्ट ले, तब हम अपने को भी आगे कर पाएंगे, अपने देश को भी ऊंचा उठा पाएंगे। और मैं कह सकता हूं अगर इस तरह से युवा तैयार होगा, वो कल युवा सीमार साहब वो भ्रष्टाचारी नहीं शिष्टाचारी होगा। वो भाई भतीजावाद की नहीं, भाईचारे की बात करेगा। वो मेरा गुट या तेरा गुट नहीं, एकजुटता की बात करेगा। वो बहिष्कारी नहीं, स्वीकारी होगा। वो अनुशासनहीन नहीं, अनुशासन प्रिय होगा। तो जरूरत है हमें समझने की इन चीजों की। तो इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ कि आप इतना अच्छा कर पा रहे हैं इस पेंडेमिक में, और मैं आपकी पूरी टीम के लिए कहूंगा कि हम होप छोड़ चुके थे जब कुछ नहीं दिख रहा था कि सेमिनार वेबिनार कब होंगे, लेकिन ये आपने एक उम्मीद जगाई है। मैं आपकी पूरी टीम के लिए कहना चाहूंगा कि माना कि तेरे पास खाली गिलास है, लेकिन इतनी तो तसल्ली रख कि तू सुराही के पास है। वो सुराही कुछ नहीं, आपकी पूरी टीम है जो इतने अच्छे प्रोग्राम करती है। विद दीज वर्ड्स, थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू ऑल।
थैंक यू डॉक्टर साहब, बहुत ही अच्छा आपने युवाओं के लिए संदेश दिया है। थैंक यू डॉक्टर साहब। सिमरन जी।
यस सर, थैंक यू सो मच सर। आपने इतना बताया हम सबके लिए कि हमें आगे कैसे करना चाहिए, किस तरह से अपने नेशन को बिल्ड करना चाहिए। नाउ आई वांट टू कॉल आवर गेस्ट स्पीकर ऑनरेबल डॉक्टर गीतिका। आई हैव brief explanation of Honorable Dr. Gitika. Captain Dr. Gitika Singh got commissioned into elite Indian Army in 2004, making an achievement of being the first ever lady officer from her town Narwana, Haryana. She completed her studies from DAV College, Chandigarh. She got posted as a first ever lady officer of her unit in J&K. Taking upon all the challenges, she accomplished all the assignments. She is the member of Global Organization of People of Indian Origin. Now, I would like to call Dr. Gitika to present her views.
Unmute yourself, ma'am. Please unmute.
थैंक यू सिमरन। आप सभी को पहले तो बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। डॉक्टर सीमा जी, बहुत ही शॉर्ट नोटिस पे ये वेबिनार पे आने का मुझे मौका मिला, और अपने देश के लोगों से वर्चुअली से ही अभी 3-4 साल हो गए देश में नहीं आ पाए हैं। इस बात का हर समय मलाल रहता है, पर आई थिंक टेक्नोलॉजी का सबसे बड़ा प्लस पॉइंट यही है आज के दिन कि हम अपने संस्कार, अपने देश, अपने परिवार से किसी ना किसी तरह जुड़े रह सकते हैं। पर्सनल जो टच होता है वैसा भाव नहीं होता है, पर फिर भी जब एक दूसरे के चेहरे और आवाज सुनाई देती है तो कुछ हद तक आप वो कमी को पूरा कर पाते हैं। ये जो प्लेटफॉर्म है आप सबसे मिलने का, मैं चाहूंगी कभी भविष्य में जब सब कुछ ठीक होगा, और जल्द ही ठीक होगा, ये मेरा पूरा विश्वास है, तो आप लोगों से कभी फेस टू फेस पर्सनली आकर मिलूंगी। और आप लोगों के जितने आप लोगों की क्वालिफिकेशंस हैं और जितना एक्सपीरियंस है, इतना एक्सपीरियंस तो मुझे एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट में नहीं रहा है, पर हमेशा शिक्षकगण मेरे लिए सर्वोपरि रहे हैं। और मैं समाज का जो सबसे बड़ा सूत्रधार मानती हूँ, वो गुरु को, शिक्षक को मानती हूँ, और मुझे लगता है मैं ही नहीं, सब लोग इस बात से सहमत हैं। माँ प्रथम गुरु होती है आपका, ये हम सब ने हमेशा पढ़ा है, और पढ़ाई नहीं है, ये सब हमें मानने की जरूरत है।
जी जी जी।
इन्हीं सब बातों के साथ मैं अपनी आज का टॉपिक स्टार्ट करूंगी। मैंने जो टॉपिक लिया है आज का, वो कल्चरल कनेक्शन, यानी कि हमारी संस्कृति के साथ हमारा कनेक्शन कैसे, और उसके बारे में जो धारणाएं और अवधारणाएं हमारे आज के यूथ में बनती जा रही हैं। और आज का यूथ जो है, वो यूथ मैं ये नहीं कहूंगी कि 18-19 साल का है, 13 साल का है, 12 साल का है। यूथ जो है, जब बच्चा बोलना और समझना शुरू करता है, तब से लेकर, और 40 से 45 साल का आदमी यूथ है आज के दिन मेरे हिसाब से। और उसी यूथ को हमें, हमारे समाज को एक बेहतर समाज बनाने के लिए जागरूक करने की बहुत बड़ी आवश्यकता है, ऐसा मैं महसूस करती हूँ। और मुझे लगता है आप सब लोग भी मेरी बातों से सहमत होंगे।
जी जी जी।
मैं आशा करती हूँ कि जो मेरी थोड़ी बहुत रिसर्च और मेरे विचार हैं, वो लोग शायद वो विचार आखिर में जब आप मेरे विचारों को सुनेंगे, तो उनसे शायद आपके जीवन के कार्यकलापों में और आपके जीवन के प्रति दृष्टिकोण में कुछ सकारात्मक बदलाव ला सकूं। आजकल का जो डिजिटल एज है, उसमें कल्चरल वैल्यूज को कैसे बरकरार रखा जाए, कैसे इस बात से अवगत करवाया जाए कि कल्चर ही एक बेस है जीवन का। जैसे कि डॉक्टर दिनेश चहल, जो मेरे आदरणीय हैं, मेरे सीनियर रहे हैं, उन्होंने भी कहा कि कल्चर का मतलब क्या है, आचार, विचार, व्यवहार और त्योहार। हमारा आचार क्या हो, विचार क्या हो, और कल्चर में बहुत विभिन्नताएं हैं। कोई भी कल्चर को आप सही या गलत नहीं कह सकते कि ये गलत है, ये सही है। ये हमारे परवरिश पे निर्भर करता है कि हम किस परवरिश में पैदा हुए, किस संस्कारों में पैदा हुए, हमें क्या सिखाया गया। उसमें कुछ त्रुटियां हो सकती हैं, कुछ अंधविश्वास हो सकते हैं जो हम अडेप्ट करते आ रहे हों, और उन त्रुटियों को सुधारने के लिए हमें किस चीज की जरूरत है, एक लॉजिकल थिंकिंग की। वहां पर आता है हमारा बुद्धिमत्ता का दृष्टिकोण, कि हम अपने ज्ञान से, विज्ञान से ये जानने की कोशिश करें कि जो आचार व्यवहार हम अपना रहे हैं, क्या वो आगे वाली हमारी नस्लों को या हमें कुछ आगे बढ़ने की प्रेरणा देंगे, क्या हमें वो जमीन से जुड़ा रखेंगे। ये सब चीजें हमें आत्मचिंतन की जरूरत है, और हम आत्मचिंतन के द्वारा ही इसको डिसाइड कर सकते हैं कि हमने अपने संस्कारों में से किस पे रहना है। अभी अगर मैं अपने संस्कारों को कुछ भागों में बांटूं, तो मेरे हिसाब से उसमें क्या आता है, दिनचर्या, खान पान, रीति रिवाज, पहनावा, शिष्टाचार, भाषा और प्रकृति। प्रकृति एक बहुत बड़ी चीज है। प्रकृति आप कहेंगे कि जैसे हिंदुस्तान को कहते हैं यूनिटी इन डाइवर्सिटी, तो डाइवर्स है इंडिया, और इंडिया ही नहीं, बहुत सारे कंट्रीज ऐसे डाइवर्स होते हैं। वो डाइवर्स इसलिए हैं उनकी ज्योग्राफिकल कंडीशंस की वजह से, भौगोलिक स्थितियां, परिस्थितियां जो रहती हैं, उसी से उनका संस्कार, खान पान बदलता रहता है। क्योंकि हम कनेक्शन में रहते हैं उन संस्कृतियों के, तो उनको हम समझ पाते हैं। अब मैं जो सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा है आज के दिन, उस बात को लाना चाहूंगी। संस्कारों को, संस्कृति को आज का युवा, और युवा वही बच्चा जब समझने लगता है तब से लेकर 45 साल की उम्र तक, मैं यही नहीं कहूंगी स्कूल और कॉलेज में जाने वाले बच्चे नहीं, उसमें हम अडल्ट और प्रोफेशनल्स भी शामिल हैं। और वो क्यों शामिल है, अब मैं इसको एक्सप्लेन करूंगी। हम डिजिटलाइजेशन के जरिए, आजकल फोन के जरिए, सोशल मीडिया के जरिए, और बहुत सारा प्लेटफॉर्म है, ये देखते हैं कि वेस्टर्न कंट्रीज में क्या हो रहा है। आप ये मानते हैं कि वेस्टर्न कंट्रीज के लोग पार्टी करते हैं, बाहर घूमते हैं, कितना अच्छा इनका माहौल है, किस तरह खुलापन है। और अब ये सब चीजें हम उनको फॉलो करते हैं देश में बैठे हुए। ये एक और चीज मैं आपको बता दूं इस बात से पहले, ये सब तभी होता है जब हम दूर से किसी चीज को देखते हैं, तो हम उसका इम्प्रेशन कैसे लेते हैं ये हमारे दिमाग पे होता है। लेकिन जब आप पास रह के उस चीज को देखोगे, उसको एसेस करोगे, तो आप जानोगे कि जो आप पहला उसके बारे में इम्प्रेशन बनाए हो वो सही नहीं था। और वो किस लिए हुआ, मैं आप लोगों को उसका दोष नहीं दूंगी, पर हम जैसे लोग जो बाहर और अंदर, आप लोगों में से भी बहुत सारे लोग होंगे जिन्होंने हिंदुस्तान के कल्चर को देखा है, दूसरे देशों के कल्चर को भी देखा है, और हमारी बुद्धिमत्ता से हम उन कल्चर्स की अच्छाइयों और बुराइयों को में सामंजस्य कर कर ये डिसाइड कर पाए कि हमें क्या अपनाना है और क्या नहीं। अब भारत के लोग सोचते हैं कि वेस्टर्न देशों में लोग दिनचर्या क्या रखते हैं, कि आराम से उठते होंगे, काम पे जाएं नहीं जाएं। तो ये जो धारणा और अवधारणा है, इसको मैं आज ब्रेक करना चाहूंगी। धारणा है, इंडिया के लोग समझते हैं कि वेस्ट के लोग ज्यादा काम नहीं करते, ज्यादा मेहनती नहीं होते। ये अवधारणा बिल्कुल गलत है। वेस्टर्न कंट्रीज की दिनचर्या क्या रहती है, यहाँ अमूमन लोग नॉर्मल दिनचर्या में सनराइज के टाइम उठ जाते हैं, जो कि आज मैं अपने भारत में नहीं देख पा रही हूँ यूथ में। चाहे वो हमारा वर्क कल्चर ऐसा है कि हमारे ऑफिस 10 बजे शुरू होते हैं, 11 बजे शुरू होते हैं, या जो भी है। बाहर की कंट्रीज में हर ऑफिस 8 बजे शुरू हो जाता है। 8 बजे जब आपको अपना काम शुरू करना है तो आप घर से 6 बजे निकलते हैं। जब आप 6 बजे निकलते हैं तो आप 5 बजे उठेंगे, और आप शाम को 5 बजे भोजन कर लेते हो। अब इसमें मैं कनेक्शन कैसे बताना चाह रही हूँ, अगर आप में से जो मेरी उम्र के होंगे, 40 के आसपास या 40 से पहले, उन्होंने जब बचपन में देखा हो तो उन्होंने शायद गांव में, हमारे घरों में, छोटे टाउन्स में यही कल्चर देखा होगा कि हम सुबह जल्दी उठते थे, रात को जल्दी सोते थे, खाना खा लेते थे, तारों की छांव में भी कभी सोए होंगे, आसमान देखा, अंधेरे का मतलब है सोने का टाइम हो गया। लेकिन आज वो कल्चर बदल चुका है, पर बाहर की कंट्रीज में वो कल्चर नहीं बदला है। यहाँ अभी भी यही कल्चर है, रात का टाइम सोने के लिए है, दिन का टाइम काम करने के लिए है, सुबह उठें। ये मैं आपको एक मेजर चीज बता रही हूँ, ये हमारे लिए क्यों जरूरी है। ये इसलिए जरूरी है कि स्लीपिंग हेल्थ इश्यूज हम सब जानते हैं, मैं उसके बारे में ज्यादा इलेबोरेट नहीं करूंगी कि 7-8 घंटे की नींद क्यों जरूरी है, सोना चाहिए। लेकिन सिर्फ यही जरूरी नहीं कि 7-8 घंटे, हम कहते हैं हम दिन में सो जाते हैं। यहाँ ऑस्ट्रेलिया में कोई भी दिन में नहीं सोता है, क्योंकि वर्क कल्चर ऐसा है। पर हमने अपना वर्क कल्चर क्यों खो दिया? हम अपने बच्चों को क्यों कहते हैं कि रात में पढ़ो और दिन में सो जाओ? ऐसा क्यों है? अब अगर हेल्थ स्टडीज पे जाया जाए, साइंस पे जाया जाए, तो ये इतनी रिसर्च में प्रूव हो चुका है कि ये जितनी भी बीमारियां हैं, कार्डियोवास्कुलर, हार्ट डिजीज, किडनी डिजीज, जितनी भी तरह की बड़ी बड़ी बीमारियों का आप नाम लेते हो, इनका मेन मुद्दा, मेन रीजन यही है कि आप जो डार्क आवर्स हैं उसमें अपनी बॉडी को जगा कर रखते हैं। डार्क आवर्स आर मेंट टू स्लीप। आपकी जो बॉडी का क्लॉक है वो इस तरह से बना है कि आप रात में सोएं और दिन में जागें। उससे आपका मानसिक संतुलन बना रहेगा। इसमें मैं साइंस में नहीं जाऊंगी, सिर्फ हमारा कल्चरल कनेक्शन यही है कि हम वही थे, पर हमने वेस्ट को देख देख के ये चेंज किया है, या हमने अपने देश के ढांचे को बदल दिया है कि हमने 11 बजे से दुकान खोलनी है या ऑफिस खोलना है। क्यों हम क्यों वो ऑफिस 8 बजे शुरू नहीं कर सकते? आप कर देखिए, ला कर देखिए ये चीजें, देखिए कितनी प्रोडक्टिविटी बढ़ती है। यहाँ पे जितने भी लोग हैं, हम थोड़ा थोड़ा अपने अपने जीवन में लाएंगे इसी को, तो बहुत फर्क इस चीज का पड़ेगा। दूसरा मैं आऊंगी, ये दिनचर्या की बात होगी। दूसरा दिनचर्या, हम अपने यूथ को कहते हैं कि उठ लो, पढ़ लो, क्या कर लो। आजकल थोड़ा हम योगा की तरफ, ये भी क्योंकि वेस्ट कंट्रीज से आ रहा है इसलिए हम ये कह रहे हैं कि योगा कर लो या कुछ रनिंग कर लो, लेकिन हम क्यों भूल गए हैं कि दिमाग तो तभी सही रहेगा जब शरीर स्वस्थ रहेगा। तो हम शारीरिक गतिविधियों की तरफ बिल्कुल ध्यान क्यों नहीं दे रहे हैं। स्कूल के करिकुलम में सिर्फ एक फिजिकल एजुकेशन का पीरियड होता है, उसमें भी सिर्फ प्रैक्टिकल के नाम पर कुछ नहीं होता है। जबकि मुझे लगता है कि इस मुद्दे पर हमारे एजुकेशन सिस्टम को काम करना चाहिए कि शरीर स्वस्थ होगा तभी बच्चे मानसिक रूप से आगे बढ़ पाएंगे। और इस बात से आप सभी सहमत भी होंगे कि अगर शरीर का संतुलन नहीं है तो मानसिक संतुलन नहीं बनेगा। वेस्टर्न कंट्रीज में हम सोचते हैं कि बच्चे बस कंप्यूटर्स पे पढ़ते होंगे, वो सब करते होंगे। आप मानिएगा अच्छे से अच्छे स्कूल वेस्टर्न कंट्रीज में बच्चों पर शुरुआती सालों में, शुरुआती उनके फॉर्मल एजुकेशन के सालों में पढ़ाई पर स्ट्रेस नहीं देते हैं, वो उनकी फिजिकल गतिविधियों पर स्ट्रेस देते हैं। और जब उनका फिजिकल एजुकेशन का पीरियड होता है उसका मतलब पढ़ाई नहीं होता, उनका एक्चुअल फिजिकल एजुकेशन करवाया जाता है। विभिन्न प्रकार की क्रियाकलाप करवाए जाते हैं। योगा भी हो सकता है, बास्केटबॉल भी हो सकता है, वॉलीबॉल भी हो सकता है। ये उनके करिकुलम पर डिपेंड करता है। ये एक बहुत मेजर अभिभावकों को भी और शिक्षक गणों को भी हमारे एजुकेशन सिस्टम में लाने की जरूरत है और बढ़ावा दिया जाए बच्चों को। ऐसा कभी ना कहा जाए कि अरे हम लोगों ने सुना है, ये हमारी एक धारणा बन गई है हमारे समाज की कि पढ़ लिख के ही तो कुछ बनोगे, खेलकूद में क्या बनोगे। और ये एक सीधा सा एग्जाम्पल है कि क्यों हमारे देश में इतने एथलीट होते हुए भी हमारे इतने कम मेडल्स क्यों आते हैं। क्यों हम और ये मेडल की ही बात नहीं है, हर चीज का कोई ना कोई रिवॉर्ड होना ये जरूरी नहीं है। प्रसन्नता सबसे बड़ा रिवॉर्ड है, आपके मन की शांति सबसे बड़ा रिवॉर्ड है और हमें इसी तरफ काम करना पड़ेगा। अगर हमने अपने यूथ को अच्छे से आगे बढ़ाना है और अपने समाज को एक बहुत ही शक्तिशाली भाव में रखना है तो हमें अपने सामाजिक वातावरण में एक ऐसा सामंजस्य बनाना होगा जिसे कहते हैं, मैं कहूंगी बैक टू बेसिक्स। हर चीज में जब एक क्रिकेट का खिलाड़ी क्रिकेट में कुछ अच्छा नहीं कर पाता, बहुत अच्छा खिलाड़ी, बहुत ही अच्छा खिलाड़ी होता है लेकिन उसके चौके छक्के नहीं लग रहे हैं, या उसकी बॉलर है तो उसकी बॉलिंग अच्छी नहीं हो रही है, तो आपको मालूम है कि वो क्या करता है, कैसे अपने आप को इवेल्युएट करता है कि मैं क्या करूं। वो क्या करता है, वो बैक टू बेसिक्स आता है। वो जिस तरह से उसने ट्रेनिंग शुरू करी या जिस तरह से बेसिक्स चीजें थी वो करनी शुरू करी। तो हम लोगों को भी अपने बैक टू बेसिक्स में आने की जरूरत है आज के दिन। बैक टू बेसिक्स यही है, जैसे डॉक्टर दिनेश ने कहा था कि कर्तव्य हमारा क्या रहना चाहिए। कर्तव्य हमारा खुद के प्रति, परिवार के प्रति, समाज के प्रति, देश के प्रति और इस ब्रह्मांड और विश्व के प्रति। और जैसा कि डॉक्टर सीमार ने भी बोला, वही बातें मेरे टॉपिक में भी रही कि हम जब भी जाएं, अपने परिवार से बाहर जाएं तो परिवार की बुराई ना करें, शक्ति बोध जिसे आप कहते हैं, और जब देश से बाहर जाएं तो देश की बुराई ना करें। तो हम कभी अपने देश की बुराई ना करें, अपने संस्कारों की बुराई नहीं करें, उन संस्कारों पे हमें प्राउड फील होना चाहिए। अब तो ये एक बहुत बड़ी चर्चा का विषय है, पर सिर्फ दुर्भाग्य मुझे इतना ही महसूस होता है कि ये हमारा जो हम हमारे पूर्वजों ने, हमारे ऋषि मुनियों ने जो गठित किया, जो हमारे लिए बनाया, वो सब चीजें जब वेस्ट से आकर हमें पता चल रही हैं तो हम उनको अडेप्ट कर रहे हैं। क्यों हम अपनी चीजों को एक बड़े चैनल के थ्रू ला रहे हैं जब वो हमारे पास डायरेक्ट अवेलेबल है। एक दूसरा टॉपिक जो इसी में ऐड किया जाएगा, जब हम छोटे थे, मैं स्कूल में पढ़ती थी, मुझे अच्छे से याद है कि हम लोगों के एक मॉरल एजुकेशन का सब्जेक्ट होता था। हालांकि वो मॉरल एजुकेशन की किताब बहुत आसान होती थी, उसका एग्जाम हो जाता था, अच्छे नंबर आ जाते थे। मुझे नहीं पता आज के माहौल में शिक्षा प्रणाली में वो मोरल एजुकेशन का भाव है कि नहीं, बट ये आज के दिन बहुत बहुत ज्यादा जरूरत का विषय है। आपकी मोरल एजुकेशन जो है वो आपको ही नहीं, पूरे समाज को एक बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग नींव देती है। और मोरल एजुकेशन से आपका क्या मतलब है? आपका मन स्ट्रॉन्ग बनेगा और कल्चर आपको स्ट्रॉन्ग बनाता है। हम कह सकते हैं कि हमारे कल्चर में कुछ खामियां हो सकती हैं, समय के साथ परिस्थितियों ने कुछ बदलाव किए हों जो कि सही ना हो, तो जब पहले बदलाव हुए तो अब भी बदलाव हो सकते हैं, लेकिन बेसिक वही रहेगा हमेशा। आगे की बात यह है कि शिक्षा प्रणाली में संस्कार, संस्कृति इसलिए जरूरी है। संस्कृति को हम भूल चुके हैं और हम आज ऐसा यूथ प्रिपेयर कर रहे हैं, या यूथ ही नहीं, आगे मुझे लगता है कि आगे वाली जनरेशन भी यही सोचती है कि हम लोग पैसा कमाने के लिए सक्षम होने चाहिए, जो कि बहुत ही गलत अवधारणा है। इंसान जो है, हर इंसान पैसा कमाने में सक्षम है। ये आप बच्चों को और यूथ को बताइए कि पैसा कमाना बहुत बड़ी बात नहीं है। पैसा हर कोई कमा सकता है और हर इंसान पैसा कमाने के सक्षम है, लेकिन पैसा जीवन नहीं है। जीवन में आपकी सौहार्दता, आपके संस्कार, आपका आपसी तालमेल, क्या पैसा आपको खुशी देगा? कहीं हाँ कहीं ना, बट आप जब इस उम्र तक आएंगे तो आपको एहसास होगा कि पैसा खुशी नहीं देगा। पर जब हमारे एक्सपीरियंस है तो हम आने वाली जनरेशन को वो एक्सपीरियंस क्यों देना चाहते हैं? अभी से क्यों ना प्रिपेयर किया जाए उनको। हम लोग अपने बच्चों को एक ऐसी रैट रेस में नहीं डालना चाहते जिसमें वो एक टाइम पे ऐसे मकड़ी के जाले में फंस जाएं जहां से उन्हें ये समझ ना आए कि वो निकले कहाँ। तो मुझे लगता है कि हम लोगों को बच्चों को अभी से उनके जिम्मेवारियों का एहसास करवाना चाहिए। ये बहुत जरूरी है। एजुकेशन का ये एक बहुत बड़ा पार्ट है, जिम्मेवारी। बाहर की कंट्रीज में एजुकेशन हम लोग सोचते हैं अगर 12th के अगर आपके मार्क्स अच्छे आ गए उसके बेसिस पे आपको आगे एडमिशन मिलेगा। बाहर की कंट्रीज का अगर हमें कुछ चाहिए तो हमें उनका एजुकेशन सिस्टम चाहिए। वो बच्चों पर कभी दबाव नहीं डालते कि आप ये बनिए वो बनिए, आप अच्छा पढ़िए। अगर आप ये जान नहीं पा रहे हैं कि आपको क्या बनना है, तो भी आपकी यहाँ के एजुकेशन सिस्टम में ये मौके होते हैं कि आप अपने आप को असेस करें, इवेलुएट करें, एक साल स्टडी से ब्रेक लेके काम करने के लिए जाकर देखें। 18 साल की उम्र में फॉर्मल स्कूल एजुकेशन अमूमन सब बच्चों की पूरी हो जाती है राष्ट्रीय और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर। राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर हम क्या करते हैं? बच्चे की स्कूल एजुकेशन पूरी हुई, जाओ उसको कॉलेज पढ़ो, कुछ करो, इंजीनियरिंग करो, डॉक्टर बनो या कुछ भी बनो। बाहर के देशों से अगर आपको सीखना है तो आप ये सीखिए कि वो बच्चे को कहते हैं जब वो 16 साल के होते हैं तो उनको वर्क राइट्स मिल जाते हैं। आप जाइए और समाज में काम करके देखिए, पहले काम करके देखिए। हम लोग क्या करते हैं, नहीं बेटा पढ़ रहा है, बेटी पढ़ रही है, बेटा कुछ बन जाओ। कुछ बन जाने से पहले एक अच्छा इंसान बनना जरूरी है। पैसा कमाने के लिए ही इंजीनियर बन रहे हो, पैसा कमाने के लिए डॉक्टर बन रहे हो, सब नहीं बन रहे हैं। मैं ये मानती हूँ कि डॉक्टर बनना एक बहुत बड़ी सेवा का भाव है, पर वो सेवा का भाव पहले अब बच्चे में पन पाए। उसे बताइए जब वो डॉक्टर के लिए बनने के लिए तैयार हो रहा है तो उसकी मॉरल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी समझाइए। जब एक इंजीनियर बनने के लिए तैयार हो रहा है तो उसको उसकी मॉरल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी समझाइए। ये मत समझाइए कि तुम अब पैसा कमा लोगे, परिवार का ध्यान रखोगे, ये करोगे। परिवार, देश, विश्व के प्रति उसके जो वास्तव में जो उसके कर्तव्य हैं उनको निभाए, वो अपनी नेचर को प्रिजर्व करें। हम सब अपना अपना कर्तव्य करेंगे, हम सब अपने अपने संस्कारों से जुड़ के रहेंगे, तो जल्द ही हम विश्व में वैसे हमेशा ही रहे हैं, लेकिन आजकल जो मैं देखती हूँ युवा जो है थोड़ा पथभ्रष्ट हो गया है संस्कारों को लेकर, और वो इसलिए नहीं हो गया है कि आजकल दौर ऐसा चल रहा है, क्योंकि उसके सामने इस तरह से पेश किया गया है। तो हमें ये जो अवधारणाएं हैं उनको तोड़ना होगा, और मैं चाहती हूँ कि अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर अगर हमारे कोई इसी तरह से आप लोगों से, डॉक्टर सीमा से, डॉक्टर टंकेश्वर जी से, डॉक्टर दिनेश चहल से और डॉक्टर नवनीत से यही रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी कि आप इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे अगर कोई शोध करना चाहते हैं, कोई रिसर्च करना चाहते हैं, तो लोगों को जोड़िए, उनके विचार लेके आइए। वो कहेंगे वो कितना कितना ज्यादा भारत की संस्कृति को महत्व देते हैं। एक छोटा सा देश है फिजी, जिसमें फिजी इंडियन वो अपने आप को बोलते हैं। फिजी, इंडिया ने बसाया था फिजी को। फिजी के लोग जो हैं वो अपने, अगर आप उनको हम इंडियन से कंपेयर करें तो वो इंडियन संस्कृति को हमसे ज्यादा मानते हैं। आप ये कहीं आपने कभी सोचा होगा कि आप भारत से दूर जाइए और कोई एक ऐसा देश जो भारतीय ही नहीं है लेकिन वो भारत की संस्कृति को आपसे ज्यादा मानता है। आपकी संस्कृति, आपके होने पर वो क्वेश्चन उठाता है। फिजी के लोग कभी कभी ये भी कह देते हैं कि भारत के लोगों को अपनी वैल्यू नहीं है, जो कि सच है। हमें अपने संस्कार और संस्कृति की वैल्यू नहीं है आज के दिन, परंतु ये सबसे बड़ा हमारा स्ट्रॉन्ग नींव है, हमारे संस्कार, और संस्कारों की नींव पर ही हम आगे बढ़ सकते हैं। संस्कृति क्या चीज है? एक कहावत है कि संस्कृति इंसान को सभ्य बनाती है और जीवन को सुखी बनाती है। तो अंतिम हमारा जो ध्येय है वो तो सुख है, और सुख आपको संस्कृति ही दिलाएगी। तो मैं अपने विचारों को यहीं पर विराम दूंगी, इस बात के साथ कि जब तक संस्कृति है तब तक आस है, बिना संस्कृति मानवता का विनाश है। तो आप अपनी संस्कृति से जुड़े रहिए, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता आप देश के किसी भी कॉर्नर में जा सकती हूँ। जब सरोजनी नायडू जी बाहर गई और उन्होंने अपनी स्पीच दी हिंदी में, अपने पहनावे में, क्या उसको सराहाया नहीं गया? और इतने कितने ही एग्जाम्पल भरे पड़े हैं जब हमारे भारत देश के महान महान लोग बाहर गए और उन पर ऑब्जेक्शन किया गया। अब लेकिन हमारे संस्कारों ने कभी भी हमें नीचा नहीं दिखाया। और जैसे डॉक्टर सीमार ने एक बात कही थी कि अपने देश की कहीं बुराई मत करो, अपने परिवार की कहीं बुराई मत करो, अपने आप को हमेशा गर्वान्वित महसूस कीजिए, और यही एक सोच है जो आपको आगे बढ़ा सकती है। अब आप क्या सोचते हैं कि हम जो बाहर रहने वाले लोग हैं उनके प्रति कैसी धारणाएं हैं? अब उस अवधारणा को हम कैसे तोड़ते हैं? हम अपने देश के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव हैं। मैं अपने देश को रिप्रेजेंट करती हूँ, इस देश में अपने देश की संस्कृति को रिप्रेजेंट करती हूँ। मैं ऑफिशियली कोई रिप्रेजेंटेटिव नहीं हूँ अपने देश की, कोई पॉलिटिकल रिप्रेजेंटेटिव नहीं हूँ, लेकिन हर एक नागरिक, हर एक इंसान अपनी संस्कृति का रिप्रेजेंटेटिव है। जब हमसे यहाँ पर लोग कहे जाते हैं कि अरे तुम लोगों के इंडिया तो बहुत गरीब है, तुम तो हाथियों पे चलते हो, आप सच मानिए आज के दौर में भी लोग ये पूछते हैं आप लोग की कार कहाँ होती है, आप तो हाथियों पे चलते हो। ये जो भ्रम है, ये मेरी जिम्मेवारी है उस भ्रम को तोड़ना, और तब फिर मैं उनको अवगत कराती हूँ कि भारत का जो कल्चर है वो कितना रिच है। हम जब हाथ जोड़ के नमस्कार करते हैं उसके पीछे साइंटिफिक रीजन क्या है? हम जब किसी के, हमारे अपने बुजुर्गों के पैर छूते हैं उसका साइंटिफिक रीजन क्या है? बाहर की कंट्रीज में लोग हाथ मिलाते हैं, उसका भी साइंटिफिक रीजन है। उस संस्कार की भी वैल्यू है। ऐसा नहीं है कि हाथ मिलाना एक अच्छा संस्कार नहीं है, वो भी एक अच्छा संस्कार है, लेकिन हाथ जोड़कर प्रणाम करना अच्छा संस्कार नहीं है, ये आप नहीं कहिए। हाथ जोड़कर और किसी के पैर छूकर जो संस्कार है, उस संस्कार की भी उतनी वैल्यू है जितनी हाथ मिलाकर किसी को ग्रीट करने की वैल्यू है। तो इसी के साथ मैं अपना आज का वक्तव्य पूरा करूंगी। आशा करती हूँ कि कुछ छोटे छोटे बदलाव लाकर दिनचर्या में, रीति रिवाज में अपना कर उनको, जो हमारा बैक टू बेसिक्स था, आप कोशिश कीजिए, आपको बहुत अच्छा लगेगा अगर आप बैक टू बेसिक्स आए। मैं अपनी दिनचर्या में ये करती हूँ, मैं अपने बच्चों के साथ ये प्रयोग करती हूँ कि वो रात के टाइम से सोएं और सुबह जल्दी उठें। 6 बजे स्कूल भेजना या नहीं भी है तो ऑनलाइन क्लास के लिए भी वो 6 बजे जगेंगे। रात को 8 बजे के बाद कोई भी जगते नहीं रहेगा। ये छोटी छोटी दिनचर्याएं मैंने अपनाई हैं, और मैं अपना इसलिए दे रही हूँ कि लीड बाय एग्जाम्पल। मैं अपनी दिनचर्या में छोटे छोटे बदलाव करती हूँ, आप भी करके देखिए, बहुत आनंद आएगा। हमारे जो बैक टू बेसिक्स हैं उनमें अगर हम जिएंगे, हमारे खान पान को, वेस्टर्न कंट्रीज में हमारा खान पान बहुत अच्छा है। ताजा खाना बनाइए, ताजा खाइए। हमारा ये खान पान में कोई कमी नहीं है। शाकाहारी जो हमारा खान पान है उसको लीजिए आप। पहनावा जो है हमारा बेस्ट पहनावा है, उस पे गर्व महसूस कीजिए, उसी को पहनिए। जो कंफर्टेबल कपड़े हैं उनको पहनिए। जो आपको बोलने की भाषा है, हिंदी में, पंजाबी में, तमिल में, जो आपको कंफर्टेबल भाषा लगती है उसमें बोलिए। अपने संस्कार पे गर्व महसूस कीजिए, अपनी संस्कृति पे गर्व महसूस कीजिए। आपको एक अलग आनंद आएगा, करके देखिए। हमेशा अपने बारे में गर्व महसूस कीजिए। और इसी के साथ मैं सभी का आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ इतना टाइम मुझे देने के लिए और मुझे सुनने के लिए। आशा करती हूँ आपसे कभी फ्यूचर में जरूर फेस टू फेस मुलाकात होगी।
जी
धन्यवाद।
जी जी जी, हम चाहेंगे बहुत जल्द फेस टू फेस आपसे मुलाकात हो, चाहे भारतवर्ष में या फिर ऑस्ट्रेलिया आकर के हम आपसे मिले। बहुत अच्छा लगा आपको सुनकर।
जी जी, मैं चाहूंगी कि अगर ऐसा कुछ है तो एक डेलीगेशन भेजा जाए किसी रिसर्च को लेकर। अगर ऑस्ट्रेलिया आने का कुछ ऐसा बनता है तो जिस तरह की नॉर्मल डेलीगेशन होते हैं, आए, यूनिवर्सिटी गए या किसी भी तरह के आप आए, उस तरह से नहीं। मैं चाहती हूँ इस बार ऐसा आया जाए कि यहाँ के लोगों से, लोकल लोगों से मिला जाए, उनकी दिनचर्या को ऑब्जर्व किया जाए, इस
जी
तरह
जी
से
जी
देखा जाए, ताकि जो भावनाएं हैं, जो धारणाएं हैं, अवधारणाएं हैं, वो बदली जा सके। अगर आप ऐसा कुछ करेंगे तो ये बहुत ही अच्छा शोध होगा और एक बहुत अच्छी लर्निंग होगी हमारे समाज के लिए। तो उसके लिए मैं तहे दिल से जैसा भी मुझसे बन पड़ेगा, जितनी मेरी कैपेसिटी में होगा, मैं जरूर आपको सहयोग करूंगी।
जी जी, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका।
धन्यवाद।
तो अगली सिमर साहब, अगली ऑस्ट्रेलिया में ही कर लेते हैं ना, जब भी
जी
ठीक
जी,
होगा।
हाँ बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। डॉक्टर दिनेश चैल जी, आप आईसीआरटी के मेंबर हैं, एग्जीक्यूटिव मेंबर हैं आप। जहां भी आप प्लेटफॉर्म उपलब्ध करवाएंगे वहीं कॉन्फ्रेंस करेंगे हम। ये बस एक बार कोरोना चला जाए, उसके बाद ऑस्ट्रेलिया भी जाएंगे हम, यूएसए भी जाएंगे, जहां भी आप लेकर के चलेंगे जरूर चलेंगे सर। डॉक्टर दिनेश
अच्छा,
अभी शायद कुछ बोलना चाहते हैं।
हाँ, बैक टू बेसिक की जो बात थी कि हम जब तक जड़ों से नहीं जुड़ेंगे तब तक फलीभूत नहीं होंगे।
जी जी
और
जी
बड़ा अच्छा उदाहरण दिया कि हमारा इंजीनियर डॉक्टर बनाना ठीक है, बट उससे ज्यादा है कि खुश कैसे रहे, हैप्पीनेस कैसे आए। क्योंकि हमारी किताबों में सब कुछ है इंजीनियर बनने के लिए या डॉक्टर बनने के लिए, लेकिन हैप्पी, रिच बनने के लिए तो सब कुछ है, लेकिन हैप्पी कैसे बना जाए वो किताबों में बड़ा मिसिंग है। क्योंकि अगर हम बच्चे को देखते हैं, 2 साल का बच्चा, 3 साल का बच्चा बड़ा खुश रहता है। क्यों? क्योंकि वो वर्तमान में रहता है। लेकिन हम कहीं ना कहीं या तो कल में रहते हैं या कल में रहते हैं। कल का मतलब पास्ट और कल का मतलब फ्यूचर। तो जब तक वर्तमान में या पल पल में नहीं रहेंगे तब तक वो हैप्पीनेस, कंटेंटमेंट, वो सुख वो नहीं आ सकता। और युवाओं को समझना पड़ेगा 2 चीजें बड़ी जरूरी है, एक शासन और एक अनुशासन। शासन मतलब जो नियम, कायदे, कानून है समाज के, देश के, और अनुशासन अपने आप पे। योगी का मतलब क्या है? योगी का मतलब ये नहीं कि जो आसन करता है या योग करता, नहीं, उसके साथ साथ जो योग्य है। तो कैसे हम अपने आप को प्रोडक्टिव की, जो गीति का बात कर रही थी कि योग्य कैसे बनाया जाए। क्योंकि भारतवर्ष में क्या है कि हमें नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज तो इतने ज्यादा नहीं है, लेकिन एक प्रकृति का नियम है जहाँ पे पृथ्वी के अंदर ज्यादा चीजें नहीं होती, वहां पृथ्वी के ऊपर ज्यादा चीजें होती हैं। तो आप देखते हो यूएस हो जो वेस्टर्न कंट्रीज हो, वहां पे जो इंडियन माइंड्स है, तो पृथ्वी के ऊपर जो माइंड है, इंडियन माइंड बहुत काम का है, लेकिन उसको सही दिशा में लगाया जाए। ये कब होगा? जब हम अपनी संस्कृति को समझते हुए, अपनी सभ्यता को समझते हुए। दिक्कत ये आती है, गीता का एग्जांपल दे रही थी कि वो चीज बाहर से आती है, हम उसको मान लेते हैं। सेम इन द योगा, है ना। योगा जब कहा, योग को हमने नहीं माना, लेकिन जब वो योगा बन के आया, हम सबने मान लिया। तो जरूरी है हम, ठीक है, बाहर का अच्छा भी लें, लेकिन अपने अच्छे को ना छोड़े। बहुत सारे एग्जाम्पल्स हैं। पाइथागोरस हम पढ़ते हैं, तो पाइथागोरस ने इंडिया से बहुत कुछ सीखा, लेकिन वो कभी बताया ही नहीं गया हमें, है ना। कोलंबस में हम कहते रेड इंडियंस नहीं है, वो इंडियंस ही हैं, लेकिन हमें बताया नहीं गया वो चीजें। तो बहुत सारी चीजें जो हमारी हैं, लेकिन हम उन पे कहीं ना कहीं गौर नहीं कर पाते। पतंजलि ने योग सूत्र दिया, कितना अच्छा, चित्त वृत्ति निरोध, लेकिन हमने उसको समझा ही नहीं। हमारे अंदर जो वृत्तियां हैं उनको कैसे कंट्रोल किया जाए, उसके लिए अष्टांग सूत्र दिया, यम नियम आसन प्राणायाम प्रत्याहार धारणा ध्यान समाधि, लेकिन हमने समझा ही नहीं। तो जरूरी है हम बाहर का भी अच्छा ले, लेकिन अपने अच्छे को ना छोड़े। तभी जो यूथ है वो तेजस्वी भी बनेगा और ओजस्वी भी बनेगा। तेजस्वी क्या? जो तेज होता है आंखों में दिखता है। ओजस्वी क्या? जो पूरे शरीर में दिखता है। तो जरूरी है हम तेजस्वी भी बने और ओजस्वी भी बने, ताकि हम, क्योंकि हमने सिपाही नहीं बदलना, हथियार बदलने हैं। मुसाफिर नहीं बदलना, रास्ते बदलने हैं। तो नीयत बदलनी है, तभी नीति ठीक हो जाएंगी। तो जरूरी है हम अपनी जो बैक टू बेसिक बार बार बात कर रही थी गीतिका, तो बड़ा जरूरी है हम अपनी जड़ों से जुड़े, क्योंकि जड़ों से जुड़ने के लिए आप इन चीजों का ख्याल रखिएगा। नंबर 1 संस्कार, समय, समझ, संबंध और सबसे बड़ा स्वभाव। अगर ये चीजें हमने सीख ली तो हम कह सकते हैं हमारी जो युवा पीढ़ी है वो साहसी होगी, संघर्षशील होगी, संभावना के परे होगी, सफलता पाने वाली होगी, सहयोग करने वाली होगी, समर्पण करने वाली होगी, सेवा करने वाली होगी और संस्कारी होगी। थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सर। जी सिमरन जी।
थैंक यू डॉक्टर गीतिका मैम, आपने बहुत अच्छे से हमें हर चीज का एक्सप्लेन किया कि हमें अपनी प्रतिदिन की दिनचर्या के अंदर कैसे चेंजेस लेके आने चाहिए। साथ ही साथ डॉक्टर शहज भी धन्यवाद करना चाहूंगी कि उसको उन्होंने और भी अच्छे से आगे एक्सप्लेन किया है। नाउ आई वुड लाइक कॉल प्रोफेसर विपुला बिश्नोई। शी इज प्रोफेसर इन डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ डिफेंस स्टडीज, पीजी कॉलेज हिसार। प्लीज मैम।
आप सभी को मेरी तरफ से नमस्कार। आवाज आ रही है क्लियर मेरी?
बिल्कुल।
ओके सर। आई एम विपुला, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ डिफेंस स्टडीज, एफसी कॉलेज हिसार। मैं आप सभी को आज ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म पर जो जुड़े हैं तमाम साथियों को धन्यवाद करना चाहती हूँ। इंटरनेशनल काउंसिल फॉर एजुकेशन एंड ट्रेनिंग ICERT और एफसी कॉलेज हिसार मिलकर 2 डे का मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी इंटरनेशनल वेब कॉन्फ्रेंस का जो आयोजन किया गया है, इसके टॉपिक ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन इन एजुकेशन, लैंग्वेज, सोशल साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी पर बहुत ही अच्छे तरीके से प्रकाश डाला है। आज के इस कार्यक्रम के स्पेशल गेस्ट डॉक्टर टंकेश्वर, जो हमारे वाइस चांसलर है सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ हरियाणा के, उनको मैं स्पेशल थैंक्स करना चाहूंगी कि हमारे कार्यक्रम में आए और हमें इतनी अच्छी बातें कही। मैं डॉक्टर संदीप कुमार सिंघमार सर का, ICERT के जो चेयरमैन है, उनका मैं स्पेशल थैंक्स करना चाहूंगी एफसी कॉलेज हिसार की तरफ से कि सर ने हमें इतना अच्छा ये कार्यक्रम करवाने का मौका दिया। मैं डॉक्टर सिमरन मेहता, एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर ICERT का स्पेशल थैंक्स करना चाहूंगी। मैं डॉक्टर अनीता सहरावत, एफसी कॉलेज हिसार प्रिंसिपल मैम का स्पेशल थैंक्स करूंगी कि उन्होंने हमें ये कार्यक्रम करने के लिए परमिशन दी और हमारा सहयोग किया। मैं डॉक्टर स्नेहलता मैम का भी स्पेशल थैंक्स करूंगी कि उन्होंने हमें इस कार्यक्रम में आगे बढ़ने के लिए सहयोग किया। इस कार्यक्रम के जो वक्ता रहे हैं डॉक्टर नवनीत कौर मैम, उनकी जो बातें हैं वो हमें बहुत ही अच्छी लगी। उन्होंने होलिस्टिक डेवलपमेंट के बारे में जो हमें बताया वो चीजें बहुत ही माइंड ब्लोइंग थी, बहुत मोटिवेट करने वाली चीजें हमें बताई। डॉक्टर दिनेश चहल जो हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए थे, उन्होंने जो अच्छे संस्कार ग्रहण करने और बुरे संस्कार छोड़ने के बारे में जो हमें बातें बताई वो बहुत अच्छी थी। मैं सर का स्पेशल थैंक्स करना चाहूंगी। इसके बाद जो हमारे साथ डॉक्टर गीतिका मैम ऑस्ट्रेलिया से जुड़ी हुई थी, उन्होंने जो अपने विचार हमारे साथ साझा किए, कल्चरल वैल्यू के बारे में हमें बताया, उनका मैं स्पेशल थैंक्स करना चाहूंगी। और जो भी तमाम साथी हमारे इस प्लेटफॉर्म पे जुड़े हुए हैं, जिन्होंने हमारे कार्यक्रम को ज्वाइन किया, तकनीकी सहयोगी हमारे जो हमारे प्लेटफॉर्म के पीछे से हमारा सहयोग किया, उनका स्पेशल थैंक्स करना चाहूंगी। और इस कार्यक्रम को सफल बनाने के लिए जो भी पार्टिसिपेंट हैं, जिन्होंने इस कार्यक्रम में रजिस्ट्रेशन किया, जिन्होंने पेपर प्रेजेंट करने के लिए पेपर भेजे, अपने रिसर्च पेपर के लिए मतलब इतनी मेहनत की, उन सब का मैं तहे दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहूंगी। थैंक यू सर।
जी सिमरन जी।
Yes. Thank you, Professor Vipla Bishnoi, ma'am. Now, this is 2 days multidisciplinary international web conference. In 2 days conference, we have 3 technical sessions. Today, we will take first technical session. In this session, the chairperson is Honorable Dr. Anita Goswami, Head and the Faculty of Department of English, IEC University, and the coordinator is Honorable Dr. Satish Kumar, Assistant Professor, Department of Defense Studies, Government PG College, Hisar. Now I would like to call Honorable Dr. Satish Kumar to address the resource person, Dr. Anita Goswami. Please, sir.
सबसे पहले मैं सभी को नमस्कार करना चाहूँगा और ICRT और FC कॉलेज हिसार की तरफ से आयोजित 2 दिवसीय जो हमारी मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी इंटरनेशनल वेब कॉन्फ्रेंस है, तो उसमें आपने मेरे को जो जिम्मेदारी सौंपी है कोऑर्डिनेटर की, उसके लिए मैं डॉक्टर संदीप कुमार सिंह जी का धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगा। आपने इतनी बड़ी जिम्मेदारी सौंप तो दी, लेकिन मैं कोशिश करूँगा निभाने की।
जी 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 जी।
और अब तक जो मैंने सुना, हमारे पहले जो यहाँ जीजे यूनिवर्सिटी के वीसी सर थे जो टंकेश्वर जी, उनको सुना। उनके बाद हमने नवनीत कौर जी को सुना। बहुत अच्छा बोलती है मैम और बहुत अच्छे तरह से समझाया। दिनेश चहल को तो आपने पिछली बार भी सुना था, उनका तो कोई जवाब नहीं है। और गीतिका मैम हमारे हेलो सर, आवाज आ रही है मेरी?
आ रही है सर, आ रही है। जी जी।
गीतिका मैम ने बहुत अच्छे से समझाया और सिंपल भाषा में समझाया है। तो आज का जो हमारा फर्स्ट टेक्निकल सेक्शन है, इसमें मैं चेयरपर्सन हमारे डॉक्टर अनीता गोस्वामी जी, हेड एंड फैकल्टी डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ इंग्लिश, IEC यूनिवर्सिटी हिमाचल प्रदेश से। सबसे पहले मैं उनका स्वागत करता हूँ। मैम, आपका हार्दिक स्वागत है।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर।
और आपका अभिनंदन करते हैं। मैडम जुड़े हुए हैं क्या हमारे साथ?
यस सर, एम आई ऑडिबल?
जी मैम, जी मैम।
एम आई ऑडिबल सर, सुनाई दे रही हूँ?
यस
हाँ
यस
जी,
मैम।
आप सुनाई दे रहे हैं।
Yes, मैं आप सभी का बहुत ही हार्दिक अभिनंदन करती हूँ और आप सभी का इस 2 दिवसीय कॉन्फ्रेंस में स्वागत करती हूँ और बहुत आभारी हूँ डॉक्टर संदीप कुमार सर की और आप सभी सहयोगियों का, जिन्होंने मुझे ये मौका दिया है कि मैं आपके सामने चेयरपर्सन के रूप में उपस्थित हो सकूं तथा इस सत्र का संचालन कर सकूं। अभी तक
जी, जी, जी।
मैंने सभी देश विदेश के सभी आगंतुकों को सुना, उनके लेक्चर को सुना और मुझे बहुत ही अच्छा लगा है कि इस कोविड में, जहाँ पे कि जीवन जीना ही इतना मुश्किल हो गया है, इसके बीच में हम एक नए सृजन का कार्य कर रहे हैं और इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के माध्यम से सिर्फ हमने शिक्षा की बातें नहीं उठाई हैं, बल्कि कोई भी ऐसा कोना अछूता नहीं है जिसमें हम स्वास्थ्य की बातें, चिकित्सा की बातें, मेडिटेशन की बातें, योगा की बातों को हमने न किया हो। और हमारा पूरा सतत प्रयास रहेगा कि इस 2 दिवसीय कॉन्फ्रेंस के थ्रू हम एक नई प्रतिभा का निर्माण कर सके। और मैं ज्यादा समय न लेते हुए कहना चाहूंगी कि मैं इस टेक्निकल सेक्शन की शुरुआत करने के लिए संदीप सर से परमिशन लेना चाहती हूँ, क्योंकि मैं ये देख रही हूँ कि देश विदेश से तमाम प्रतिभागी जुड़े हुए हैं। आई वेलकम ऑल द पार्टिसिपेंट्स एंड इन दिस सेशन नाउ फर्स्ट आई वुड लाइक टू इनवाइट फॉर पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन Anil Kumar Om Sterling Global University, Hisar. Please, if you have joined us, please present your paper. Anil Kumar ji. Anil Kumar, you are from Hisar? Yes, sir.
मैम बुलाऊंगा मैं उनको, आप बैठो आराम से, सुनो उनको।
आप चेयरपर्सन है मैम।
आप चेयरपर्सन हो, कोऑर्डिनेटर मैं हूं मैम।
No, sir. Actually, you have given me this chairperson, but we are in habit of servicing. So thank you, sir, so much to give me this honor. I accept honor, and I want to sum up my views, saying that now there is a great, you can say that there is a great quotation of Kalam, APJ Kalam, that education is the most powerful weapon which can use to change the world. So I want to say that so many delegates have delivered their lecture and they talked about, you can say that NEP 2020. Yes, now this is the basic question before us. ये जो NEP 2020 है, it talks about over development of education. So ये जो कॉन्फ्रेंस हो रहा है, ये बिल्कुल NEP 2020 को बिल्कुल ये कह सकते हैं कि इससे बहुत जुड़ा हुआ है और इन सारी बातों को 1 by 1 हम डिस्कस भी करेंगे 2 दिवसीय नेशनल सेमिनार ये कॉन्फ्रेंस में। और अब मैं अपने कोऑर्डिनेटर महोदय को मौका देती हूँ कि वो सारे पार्टिसिपेंट्स को इनवाइट करें और हमें उन्हें सुनने का मौका मिले। थैंक यू, धन्यवाद सर।
थैंक यू मैम। थैंक यू मैम, थैंक यू। तो आज के हमारे प्रथम जो टेक्निकल सेशन है, उनमें पहले जो वक्ता हैं उनका नाम है अनिल कुमार, ओम स्टेरलिंग ग्लोबल यूनिवर्सिटी हिसार से।
डॉक्टर सतीश जी।
हाँ जी।
जो भी यदि मौजूद ना हो, कोई जुड़ा हुआ ना हो, यदि कोई टेक्निकल प्रॉब्लम हो,
ओके सर,
तो 30 सेकंड आप वेट करें, फिर आप नेक्स्ट पार्टिसिपेंट को बुला सकते हैं।
ओके सर।
और आप निशान लगाते रहें कौन प्रेजेंट हुआ है, कौन प्रेजेंट नहीं हुआ।
ठीक है सर, ठीक है।
ओके सर।
तो अनिल कुमार जी शायद नहीं जुड़ पाए हमारे साथ। अगले जो हमारे वक्ता हैं मिस एन विजयश्री, सत्यभामा इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी से। मिस एन विजयश्री जी।
ये आईसीआरटी की तरफ से मैं एक छोटी सी जानकारी सभी के लिए देना चाहता हूं।
जी सर।
जितने भी रिसर्च स्कॉलर हैं, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर, एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर, प्रोफेसर एंड रीडर, जिन्होंने भी अब्स्ट्रैक्ट भेजा है, रिसर्च पेपर भेजा है पब्लिकेशन के लिए और प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए, जो प्रेजेंटेशन देगा यहाँ, प्रेजेंटेशन का सर्टिफिकेट उन्हीं को मिल पाएगा, क्योंकि हमारी जो वेब कॉन्फ्रेंस है अप्रूव्ड कॉन्फ्रेंस है। ऐसा कोई भी ना सोचे कि पेपर प्रेजेंट नहीं किया तो आपको प्रेजेंटेशन का सर्टिफिकेट मिलेगा। जितने भी शायद प्रतिभागी सुन रहे होंगे, जिनके नाम अभी डॉक्टर सतीश जी अनाउंस कर रहे हैं, तो वो सभी ध्यान से सुनते रहें, तो पेपर प्रेजेंट जरूर करें। यदि किसी प्रकार का मन में डर है तो उसको भी निकाल दें, क्योंकि कोई भी काम हम पहली बार जरूर शुरू करते हैं, और जब आप शुरू करेंगे तभी उस दिशा में आगे बढ़ पाएंगे। बहुत से ऐसी कॉल आती हैं कि एजिटेशन है, सर मैं कैसे बोलूंगा, मैं कैसे बोलूंगी, ऐसी कोई बात नहीं होती। कभी तो आप शुरू करेंगे और अच्छा आप प्रेजेंट कर सकते हैं। डॉक्टर सतीश जी।
जी सर, थैंक यू सर। अगले जो हमारे वक्ता हैं मिस्टर नीलेश विष्णु जंगारे, अन्ना साहेब, मगर महाविद्यालय पुणे।
हाँ हेलो सर। हेलो सर।
जी सर।
हाँ सर, मुझे थोड़ा 5 मिनट चाहिए, मेरा लैपटॉप कनेक्ट नहीं हो रहा है।
कोई नहीं, तब तक दूसरे पार्टिसिपेंट को बुला लो सर।
ठीक है सर। अगले हमारे वक्ता हैं डॉक्टर टीएस पूर्णचंद्रिका।
Good evening to all of you. Am I audible, sir?
जी मैम।
First of all, I want to congratulate for the wonderful conference you have hosted, and we tend to listen to the one of the greatest speakers and resource persons. I am Dr. T.S. Purnachandrika, Associate Professor in School of Management Studies. Today, I am going to present a paper on knowledge management in the digital era. So we are all witnessing a transformational digital era now in the hour of pandemic. So knowledge management, how the organizations are adjusting and reorienting themselves to suit to the new economy. So I want to share my screen, sir. Like, I just want to share the screen. 1 second. Is my screen visible, sir?
जी मैम।
Yes, sir. So knowledge management systems in the digital era. So now we all know that knowledge management is the collection of methods relating to how we create, how we share and use and manage the knowledge and information of an organization. So we are in the era of information explosion. We are witnessing big data analytics. Lot of voluminous of data are present everywhere. Only thing is how we harness that data and convert it to our use is the main question now. So most of the organizations, they are labeling themselves as knowledge organization. A lot of information has been harnessed and they are converting it into knowledge management repositories for the future use also. So how the organizations create, share, use and manage the knowledge. Okay, it refers to a multidisciplinary approach to achieve organizational objectives by making the best use of knowledge. So knowledge is omnipresent. How the organizations use to the optimal use is their proactive move. Now, so knowledge is something which we can't see. You can only feel it. You can only experience it. Knowledge is highly intangible. It cannot be seen with the naked eye, but you can witness it and you can see how good it is in the form of products, in the form of services, or in any other unseen forms, how you design a product, how smart you design your service. All are the examples of how good you are as a knowledge worker. So most of the organizations are looking out for knowledge workers these days. The traditional workers are yesterdays. Nowadays, it belongs to the times of knowledge workers. So knowledge workers are the boon to the organization. So knowledge is commonly distinguished from data and information. So what we all know is data and information. The processed data is known as information. Okay, so data represent what we observe, how we collect the facts out of the context, and therefore the data is not so meaningful. But when it comes to information, we edit it, we put it into a very proper format, and we convert the data into a meaningful purpose. That is information. Okay, and we convey it to in the form of a message. So knowledge is that which one comes to believe and value based on the meaningfully organized accumulation of information. So knowledge can be viewed as both a thing to be stored, manipulated, and as a process of simultaneously knowing and acting. So you can do anything with the knowledge. So if you use it in a constructive way, it is a constructive knowledge. If you use it on the contrary, it's a destructive knowledge. So the way you apply the expertise counts here. So as a practical manner, all the organizations nowadays, smart organizations, need to know how to use their knowledge both as an object or a process. Okay, so there are many types of knowledge in our environment. So knowledge is hidden, which is in the form of tacit knowledge, and explicit knowledge, which is visible, which is visualized, and others can notice it. So both are two different types of knowledge. So tacit knowledge is subconsciously understood. So we might not immediately understand, but we grasp the essence of tacit knowledge after some time. And it is very difficult to put it on paper because it is hidden. You cannot project it in a right way. So you can develop it through your direct experience and action. Generally, who has the tacit knowledge only are the better bets to exhibit that particular knowledge. The best example are storytelling. Some people are very versatile when it comes to storytelling. They put all their experiences in a very sequence manner, and they do some magic to the minds of the listeners. So very aptly they do it. So storytelling is also an art, and it is a type of knowledge, and it is a tacit knowledge. Similarly, like shared experiences and all that. So when it comes to explicit knowledge, it is formally articulated, it is highly visible, okay, in the form of an abstract, or it can visible knowledge, explicit knowledge can also be codified. You can document it, and you can pass on to the next generation also. You can reserve it. So these are the two types of knowledge which are really harnessed by the organization for the betterment. So knowledge, when you put it across, it's a declarative knowledge, okay? And knowledge is how you put it in a particular performance is a procedural knowledge. For example, surgeries. You need to know the art of doing a surgery. Okay, that is a procedural knowledge. Only a senior doctor can familiarize a junior doctor who is attempting a surgery, because without the actual procedural knowledge, a life can be lost. So knowledge, when something occurs, it is a casual knowledge. That means you don't have the intent of learning it, but still that knowledge is accumulated by your mind. That is casual knowledge. So there are many types of knowledge. When we talk about leveraging performance and growth in the knowledge intensive organization, so always it's continuous process. Performance, growth are related, and they contribute to the knowledge output. Okay, and product action, tacit knowledge is involved, explicit knowledge is involved, procedural knowledge is involved, declarative knowledge is involved. So smart organizations are really different from the traditional organizations, how they are using the knowledge to their best effort. Okay, fundamental knowledge is also very important. Unless and until you are strong in your fundamental knowledge, definitely you cannot gain the next level knowledge. So next we talk about the role of information technologies in the knowledge management. So nowadays we are seeing the IT boom. So no sector is remaining untouched with IT. So we are in a virtual age, we are in the digital era. So because of globalization and all that, world has become a very borderless market, very small place. Though we are separated physically, we are interconnected virtually. So the same thing what is happening now. So I stay in Hyderabad, Telangana, yet I am able to communicate with you because of the virtual medium. So thanks to technology, especially internet and intranet and web technologies. So knowledge and information technology are directly related because it is a sort of knowledge. Okay, so this information technology acts like a pipeline for the flow of the visible knowledge, that is explicit knowledge, through 5 stages of refinement. First is how it captures the knowledge in the form of new technologies, then how it defines it, how it edits it and makes it suitable to the normal usage. Then you categorize the knowledge into different categories: technical knowledge, management knowledge, and all that. then you try to commercialize that knowledge. So presenting content with sufficient flexibility is the actual meaningful content of any knowledge. So types of IT tools relevant to knowledge management, there are many things. Just now I have quoted World Wide Web and Lotus Notes are the two things which are really doing great wonders in terms of IT and knowledge management interface. And www is the best example for how knowledge management and IT are interwoven. So factual knowledge displayed as flexible subsets via dynamically customizable views. So there are many examples we can take when it comes to connecting knowledge management and information technology. So digital era leads to digital economy. So and which leads to digital transformation. So it will have a tremendous impact on the best business practices. Nowadays, we are seeing big data analytics. So big data is an important asset of any organization, but it is associated with a lot of challenges. So you have a big data analytics, but data mining is very important. How you convert that big data into a meaningful procedure is mining. How you take the best of that big data. So in big data analytics, these questions you need to answer in knowledge management. What to collect? So entire environment is full of knowledge. So what you have to collect and how you can use it after you have collected? Are there any competent employees who can execute the knowledge after you have acquired it? So these are the questions which the organizations have to find the answer before they implement knowledge management systems with the information technology. So data mining is a very complex process nowadays. The organizations which know the knack of data mining only can progress. So in a diagrammatic representation, I'm telling you data, context, information, experience, cognition, how you think about it, then how you put into action, knowledge, actionable insights. Next, big data, analytics, insights, information models. There are many business models which have been designed by the business entities to suit their needs. So business intelligence is one of it, and knowledge and actionable insights. So knowledge management and in the digital era, they are highly related, and a knowledge management system is there, which is directly related to IT. So the meaning of knowledge management system is very broadly used, and digital knowledge management is the need of the hour. So how the organizations are using centralizing organizational knowledge for customer facing and for internal use. So digital knowledge management system is known as DKM actually. So when in a short slide I'm showing you, there are very many examples: artificial intelligence, big data analytics, smart technologies, digital infrastructure. These are all the related terms when you are combining knowledge management with the IT in the digital era. So I want to conclude this presentation saying that we cannot escape technology. Technology is in and around, and it's omnipresent. So knowledge management is also an integral part of any organization. So if both can combine, definitely it can give a wonderful output. So let us combine knowledge management systems with the digital transformations or the digital things of the organization, and we can use it to our purpose. Theory and practice continuously proves that IT infrastructure is very important, and latest digital transformations reveal that organizations should have a blended approach. So at times it needs to go for what you say, the digital functioning. At times it also should have a traditional approach, and it also should be using information technology whenever it is required to reap the maximum benefits. So thank you for giving me this wonderful opportunity, sir. And I just want to conclude this presentation saying that Jai Hind, Mera Bharat Mahan. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for such a nice presentation. किसी को कोई क्वेश्चन पूछना हो मैम से तो पूछ सकते हैं. Okay. Mr. Nilesh.
आगे
Yes sir. Yes sir.
दूसरे कैंडिडेट को फिर हम
Yes sir.
Okay,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am. I am available now.
Mr. Nilesh Vishnu.
Voice is audible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes.
Okay, I will now sharing my screen.
Yes, sure, sir.
Okay. Is it visible, ma'am? Answer. Is it screen is visible?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Just 1 minute. Okay. First of all, I am thank you for ICART and Hisar College for giving me opportunity for presenting my the research paper entitled with a synthesis characterization and bioactivity analysis of S-methyl beta N 4-dimethyl-aminophenyl methylene dithiocarboxylate and its copper, nickel, and zinc complexes. So this is my research title. So aim of my study is to synthesis characterization and bioactivity analysis of S-methyl beta N 4-dimethyl-aminomethylene dithiocarboxylate, that is the chief base, and their metal complexes, the metals involved, that is the Cu2 plus, nickel 2 plus, and Zn2 plus ions. The objective of my study is to synthesize the chief base, as we already told, synthesis of dithiocarboxylate ligand, then synthesis of metal complexes of copper, nickel, and zinc complexes from the ligand and metal salt. And the third objective of my study to characterize ligand and complexes by various physicochemical and spectral techniques involving H1 NMR, C30 NMR, and different spectroscopic techniques. And last one is the point to analyze the complexes and ligands for their biological activity. So here I am mentioning the significance of my study. So first here I am mentioning the chip base and metal complexes has various application in the different field, including the it is useful for application in optical devices. It is useful for the catalytic activity as it possesses the catalytic activity for the carry out the reaction in very fast within a short time. It is useful in nanotechnology field. It is useful also in dyes industry, in pharmaceutical industry, and also useful in a biological activity. Also shows the biological activity. So I am now studying here the biological activity of synthesized ligand and metal complexes. So in biological activity, the chip base and metal complexes shows the various biological activity, including antibacterial, antifungal, anti-proliferative, anti-conservant, antiviral, anti-inflammatory, and anti-tumor activity. So in this study, I am generally focuses the activity with respect to antibacterial and antifungal activity. So here is the scheme of my synthesis for the ligand and metal complexes. So this is number one, that is I have mentioned here HL as a ligand, that is that dithiocarboxylate ligand, and this this is 1, 2 to 4. This is the metal complexes, Zn, nickel, and copper metal complexes. For this, I am mentioned here the reagents and reaction condition. For that, in hydrogen hydrate, we added the CS2 and KOH and in ethanol solvent and reaction temperature maintained 0 to 5 degrees Celsius for 1 hour. After 1 hour, I am for this reaction addition of methyl iodide takes place done. Reaction temperature of 0 to 5 degrees Celsius, but here the time period for the reaction completion is a 5 hour. The completion of reaction is checked by the TLC, that is the thin layer chromatography. And after completion of that reaction, that is the formation of this dithiocarboxylate. So here we added 4-dimethyl-aminobenzaldehyde ethanol solvent, and this reaction mixture is heated for 80 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes. After here also we checked the reaction completion with the help of TLC, and after completion of this ligand, we prepared the different complexes, that is Zn, nickel, and copper complexes by reaction of this ligand with this chip base, and there is the formation of zinc and nickel and copper complexes. So here I mentioned M. So M is a general alphabet used for the metal, and is if it is the Zn-L2 complex, then metal is the Zn. If you prepare the if I am prepared a nickel complex, then M is the nickel, and if it is a copper complex, then here M is the Cu. Second is the oxidation state here. So here both Zn, nickel, and copper metal plus to oxidation state. So here for reaction completion of this metal salt with the ligand, requires near about 30 minutes, and after completion of 30 minutes we filter the product and characterization is carried out. So here some result data table of this research work. So compound which is named as 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 is the chip base, 2 is the Zn complex, 3 is the nickel complex, and 4 is the copper complex. The color of this ligand and complex mentioned in this table. The yield of this same 1 to 4 compounds which is mentioned here. The yield is appears near about high yield near about 62% to 8%. Melting point of ligand and metal complexes which is mentioned here. The molar conductivity of the ligand and complexes which is mentioned here, which is below 10. So we here the molar conductance value which is below 10, so it shows it is non-conductive in nature. The magnetic moment which shows the geometry of the compounds. So according to magnetic moment, here the 4th compound, that is the copper complex, it shows the magnetic moment of which suggests it belongs to the square planar geometry, while the tetrahedral complexes, if they attach to the in case of Zn complex, the Zn attached to bidentate ligand when it is NS donor atoms, then the geometry will be considered as the tetrahedral. So here is the ligand spectral data I mentioned here. So here I am given the numbering of every atom or group which is present in this ligand, and which shows if for the example this were 3 number of the carbon having proton. So 2 and 3 is a 2 and 3 proton which is symmetrical and shows the it shows the NMR peak at 6.72 the delta value, and the J value is 8.9 Hertz. Then 7.26 which is shown by 4 proton and 5th proton of this benzene ring moiety. Then 3.01 delta which is shown by this dimethyl amino moiety. Then this is 7.74 which is 1 proton which belongs to the H10 proton, that is CH proton of CH double bond N. Then 9.96 which shows the singlet due to this NH proton, that is H12. Then 2.67 which is shown by the H50 proton which is CS3 proton which is attached to sulfur. So there is the formation of this ligand, and based on that we can conclude here the synthesis of this ligand which is successful. So here is the data of this ligand and complexes. So here in ligand 3125, this is the peak which belongs to the NH2 proton. But when there is a formation of Zn nickel and complex here is the copper complex. So this copper, nickel and zinc complex, we can observe this 3125 peak become vanished in 3 complexes. So it clearly suggests that NH protons become vanished in this complex, and there is the formation of complexes. So this is the data regarding to the biological activity against of this ligand and metal complexes against the gram positive and gram negative bacteria, and as well as the fungi. So here we use a reference compound for the comparative study, kanamycin for as a reference drug for the bacterial, and amoxicillin for as a reference drug for the fungi. So here I am representing the general graphical data of this same biological activity which shows the biological activity which clearly indicates that the compounds which shows the good biological activity against the yes or yes compound as well as Candida albicans, while others shows the good antimicrobial and antifungal activity. So the outcome of this study includes due to overcome of the multi-drug resistance and toxicity issues associated with many therapeutical medication. So we required to develop new biological active compounds. So based on that, here I will conclude here outcomes. The biological analysis data of synthesized compounds against various pathogen and fungi shows good biological activity and shows strong antibacterial as well as antifungal activity. So here the promising antibacterial, including antibacterial and antifungal activity of the dihydroxyl ligand and metal complexes, it suggests it is a preliminary key for the synthesis of new complexes and their application as useful for the biological agents. So here the conclusion of my study. The synthesized compound performance behave as the bidentate unique negative ligand with containing N and S or donor atoms in their structure. Here, both solid and in solution state, the dithydroxyl ligand was mainly in thione tautomeric form, while in presence of metal center, it goes to the thione and thiol tautomerization. So there is a thione thiol tautomerization takes place before it combines to the or before it coordinates to the metal atom, and then deprotonation of the same ligand takes place with combination of corresponding metals, and there is a formation of metal complexes, so which is generally considered as bis-chelated metal complexes. And here is the third outcomes which I am here, third conclusion I want to represent here. All the ligands and metal complexes exhibit the prominent biological activity, so it is always generally less than standard antibiotics, but it shows definitely prominent good antimicrobial activity. The operational simplicity and use of commercially available reagents, short reaction time, simple workup, and high yields make these methods very convenient for the synthesis of ligand and complexes. This is my research work related research work, and thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, thank you. मैं इसके बारे में बोलना चाहता हूँ कि किसी को अगर क्वेश्चन पूछना हो तो अपना क्वेश्चन तैयार रखें, और जैसे ही स्पीकर अपना प्रेजेंटेशन खत्म करता है उसके बाद आप क्वेश्चन कर सकते हैं। और जितने भी स्पीकर्स हैं हमारे जो अपनी प्रेजेंटेशन देने के लिए अभी तैयार हैं, उनसे मैं टाइम के बारे में थोड़ा सा बोलना चाहूंगा कि टाइम का थोड़ा सा ध्यान रखें। अगले जो हमारे स्पीकर हैं मिस्टर प्रणोय दे।
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, sir.
I want to stop this.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you shut down the previous share screen? Thank you. That's okay. Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to thank you, the ICIT. Hello.
हाँ जी.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes. Oh, okay.
हाँ, जारी रखिए आप.
I'd love to thank you, ICIT, Mr. for giving me the chance to present my paper on this 2 days international web conference on transformation in education, language, social science, science and technology. I'd like to thank you, Mr. Dr. Anita Goswami, Dr. Satish Kumar, for presenting my paper. Now I'd like to share my screen. Just 1 minute. Is it visible?
हाँ जी.
Okay. Hi guys, now I'm going to present my paper on technology and geography. Technology is mean the device and techniques employed by the society to sustain its existence and improve the quality of technology. Can be most often it's tangible, practical objects, hardware and software that satisfy the social definition of usefulness. Now, what is the relation between technology and geography? It can argue sometimes that geography's origin as a category of knowledge and technology has a cornerstone, because for technology is based on for geography's knowledge. Geography arises from two fundamental desires in human nature. Number one, to find out what lies over the next year, that is to explore the unknown places of the earth, and two, know where we are in order to both get home and to return to the spot if we wish, that is to navigate that to in the help for the help of and other technologies. In the first case, moving from one place to another always depend on meeting on some precious needs like water, shelter, fire, weapons for hunting and self-defense, transport of various goods and supplies, all of which are related to the technology, however primitive in nature. But in the second case, successful navigation depend on observing the stars and recording landmarks, also related to technology, and in many cases, stimulating attention to the technological needs. But due to both cases, the technology have time and again change how geography is done and what is the mean for society. Then we can by various points like have shown that technology and society evolved together. Mumford in the year of 1933 showed how uses of the technologies responsible for the industrial revolution were enabled by the centuries for prior social change. And rapid technological change may be stretching boundaries of social activities from bioengineering to invasion of privacy or the social activities such as weapons of mass destruction. Now, the question is, if the past century has seen an unprecedented and apparently accelerating rate of technological change, so many of social indicators show little improvement, even in the relatively affluent countries such as the US. And if the number two question is, if the technology is so great, why there are the lives of so many of our fellow citizens, especially in the global community, not up to the level of which any human being would aspire? The answer is technology is an enabler.
मिस्टर प्रणोदय,
हमें लग रहा है कुछ सर तकनीकी दिक्कत हो गई है।
जी मैम।
नेक्स्ट को बुला लो सर, कोई बात नहीं, टेक्निकल प्रॉब्लम किसी के साथ भी हो सकती है।
Yes, yes, yes. Is my screen is visible or not?
No, you are visible.
Oh, okay. Thank you, ma'am. If 2 generations ago, geographers could have imagined how remotely sense and in situ electrical data sources, geographic information sciences, and its powerful visualization for learning and communication, GPS, and its capacity to pin down the location of the field of the observation with the help of Google Earth, GIS software, the internet for the information access, and the professional networking or computer-based spatial or statistical analysis, not to mention public with growing taste for information delivered in a geographic forms. There are two dimensions of relation between the technology and geography. These are geography as it helps in understanding roles and implication of technology in society, and technology as it is used by geography in relating itself to the society. We can discuss the dimension of technologies in society in the three meaningful ways. That is technology and the meaning of location. Number two, technology and the character of the places and the people who live there. And number three, technology shape nature society relationship. In the first case, technology affects the meaning of location most directly by reshaping the meaning of location because it changes proximity means. Geographic research has shown that technological change can change the effect of distance or human distance, whether direct or human interaction or large spatial structures such as central place systems. Technology also affects locational changes in the inputs that are important in determining what location, such as material substitution. Information technology affects the diffusion of innovation from the non-point random pattern or invention to pattern of interaction that cause invention to be transformed into innovations. In the recent decades, technology has reshaped geographical relations in two fundamental ways by shrinking our globe. We can see that we can join this conference by from various locations. That is how technology works in geography. The people who use distance from each other are now neighbors by introducing alternatives or interacting that are released from constraints of distance. Rapid technological development in movement system, transport and communication in turn enabled by rapid technological energy system, materials management systems. At the same time, geographers have advocated how social and environmental consequences of this refusing. So we need to aware the rapid technological because it can destroy the whole world if it is in wrong hand. Technology affects the character of the regions and the people who live there because technology saves not only regional competitive advantage but also the life of any place. For example, the growing attraction of electronic recreational alternatives within the household as contrasted with more conventional recreational activities outside the whole world. Technology is the foundation of economic growth by offering opportunity and threatening obsolescence. By compressing time and space, it can transform the human experience. It influences the work experience by increasing the labor productivity, changing life sequence and geographic pattern of excess work experience. One familiar impact of the technology and the places is the transformation of land by use of the automobile and Now, the last point is that technology shapes the nature-society relationship by changing social defense for nature service and by changing tools for the environment. So in conclusion, I would like to say that the three dimensions interact with wide range of overarching social issues like poverty, globalization, technological change, environmental sustainability, and others, not to mention such unexpectedly emerging issues. These are the references I would like to use for this presenting my paper. Thank you.
Okay.
नाइस प्रेजेंटेशन, वेल डन, बहुत ही अच्छा बताया आपने।
Thank you,
और
ma'am. Thank you.
बहुत ही अच्छा प्रेजेंटेशन रहा है। और सारे जितने भी एस्पेक्ट आपने हम लोगों को उस डायमेंशन से परिचित कराया है। और थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, thank you.
थैंक यू मैम। अगले हमारे स्पीकर हैं मिस्टर S.K. कामरुज्जामन।
Yes, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible. Please carry on.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am and sir, for giving me a chance to present my paper on your international web conference, jointly organized by First Chand College of Women's Research and International Council of Education, Research and Training. So now I just wanted to share my presentation. Is our slide visible, ma'am?
Yes, visible.
Yes. Actually, my topic is transformation of teaching learning methodologies in West Bengal in the pandemic era. That's West Bengal is just a district of, a state of our India. So, Actually, my topic is the changing scenario of teaching learning methodologies. Actually, we all know that since our independence, we just follow a curriculum or methodologies for our school or education infrastructure. Basically, we use offline and online both methodologies for our teaching learning methodologies. In our school, universities and colleges, actually, we follow some curriculums and systems for our infrastructural, intellectual, and social development. That's like that. Here I show this slide. There is I categorize two categories. One is offline, and the second is online. Here just I mention online here because after the pandemic situation of coronavirus in 2020. There was a huge change has occurred in our education systems. Basically, mode of our education systems where in past was that physical appearance at institutions or student teachers both present in their institutions, and they teach and learn and supply their study materials, and they can achieve or acquire different types of techniques, tools, and by their face-to-face interactions, they spread their experience, knowledge, and they can share with each others. And if we talk about the evolution procedure, then we can say that the whole evolution procedure was conducted by different way or different techniques in direct mode, where in a examination hall or some other places, some guard, teachers guard, or take some steps or techniques that will be multiple choice questions or maybe other procedures. But since but till now, after 2 or 3 years from our pandemic situation of coronavirus, our whole education systems has been huge change. If we found that the mode of offline system is shifted or transformed into a online system, so where students are take their lesson or teacher teach their teaching from direct online mode through laptop, desktop, mobile, and they use different types of software or technology or device, likewise TeachMate or Baiju apps or other something like Zoom's platform, Google Meet, Search apps, other etc. And they also use some technical device by where they can also supply their study materials or etc. But my point of view is that why we talk about these education systems, or why we talk the structural pattern which was the change, why we talk about this. Actually, because there was some reason behind this, that there, because of this huge pandemic effect, whole education systems was suddenly changed, suddenly shifted from one mode to another mode, and it would like that the whole education systems was struggling for a new situation or new conditions. Here, if we saw that this slide, we can see that our Ministry of Education recommend for implement a new mode of education, and they recommend 6 essentials aspect by which we can implement a new systems for our, or we can introduce a new system for our students. That's first is that the program and the module need to take just 1 minute, need to take reminding following challenge. Actually, before implementing a new module, all education systems and government have to take some plan, or have some plan by which they can create a concrete plan or a solid plan. So the first step is to know about the challenges, which challenge will be occurred, or which challenge can be found by if we implement a new systems or like online education. And that looks like there are 3 major challenges. First of all is that the school education, and where student were attend in past was physically direct face-to-face, and a new mode where the student now attend online mode, indirect by interactions, and students are not comfort about this education because they are not directly face-to-face interact with their teacher. They are not express their understanding level, their problems, things with closely to their or they are not share their problems with their teacher. Second problem is that the students come from different family background, where their parents are work for different locations or different situations or different professions. Likewise, some students' parents might be doctor, some student parents might be a cooker, or might be a vegetarian salesman, and they whole day interact with lots of people, and when they come back, they are fear about infect from their parents. So they are physically and mentally distressed or stressed from the situations. Then there are third types of challenges was that the migrant parents, due to COVID situations, lots of parents migrate from one place to other place for save their student or save their child, and some parents lost their jobs due to COVID pandemic situation, so they migrated from their job places. So they and their child are not comfort to their situation. So before completing or before implementing a plan, so we have to take some we have to understood about some challenges. By reminding this, we can implement our next step. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes,
sir.
Actually, my slide is not moving now.
No, you are audible, and you are speaking very well, very relevant topic. We are eager to listen to you. You can finish it without showing your slide.
Okay, ma'am. And so here just government or Ministry of Education have taken some 6 assumptions by which they can implement a new education technique or policies. And second is that social emotional aspect, which also they can want to remind it, because without reminding social emotional aspect, they cannot provide a good education. And third step is they also remind some about the accessibilities of the device. Actually, if we provide our online teaching to our students, we have to know what kind of device our students will be used. That like they maybe use phone, they maybe use television, they maybe use iPad, they maybe use laptop. And some students who are live in remote place, and some students who have not so sufficient money or to buy iPhone, iPad, so they also use some alternative device like radio or some other technique like only just study material. So before creating a good module, so government have to remind some alternative, some way, some important aspect they also have to take some mind. So these are third and fourth option is that the non-negotiable aspect. Actually, if government takes some step to do something, but they also have some negotiable aspect. But for the aspect of teacher, like good teacher, good physical conditions, of mental health development, a good well-being, to create a good well-being student, for distributing good study materials. So in this content, this Ministry of Education suggests that in this aspect, teachers or institution have not any option to get any negotiable place. So after this is fifth, increasing capacity building of teacher, by which we can say that the online teacher training program or orientation program, we can increase the good teacher. So those are the 5 and 6 aspects by which we can mapping a good curriculum, and then using this or mapping this curriculum, we can implement online education for all our country. But actual, what is the fact? What is the actual fact about the acceptance of this online education? NCERT have done some survey on CBSE school, Kendriya Vidyalaya and Navodaya Vidyalaya. And just this is the picture of CBSE, Kendriya Vidyalaya and Navodaya Vidyalaya Samiti. So where they just done some survey, and they found that their students who are coming from loyal family or some educated family or some rich family or some rich middle class family, their students are very joyful. 21% students said that they are joyful to accept this online education for the CBSE case, and the KVS, only 33% students are saying that they are joyful, and Navodaya Vidyalaya Samiti, only 37% students say that they are joyful. And from the aspect of difficulties, 26% students face difficulties to take class or to take lesson from this online. Now just look at here, those students who are taking their lesson like CBSE, KVS, or Navodaya Vidyalaya Samiti, or the mode of their education is basically English or Hindi, and they are all coming from a good educated family. They are facing most of this, facing 26%, 25% difficulties. And now just I wanted to show what the actual phase of this the education institution in our West Bengal. Basically, if we categorize our education institution in 3 categories, that corporate institutions, education institutions, which was operated by a millionaire or billionaire or big corporate, and second, educational private institution, which was operated by just private some investors. They have some 5 or 10 lakhs rupees and they invest and set up a new English medium school. And third is government. Just show this slide here. We can say that what the actual picture of recent online education system is. Corporate education students have no problem because they have lots of money. They utilize a high quality of device. They can also provide device to their teacher, tools for creating TLM, or they can provide. They also provide a high quality of apps, software, and there is students, all of them coming from a corporate or big or rich family. So they have no problem about that in teaching to learning tools. They all of them have laptops or iPhone or iPad by who is, and they have no problem about mobile or internet data. So all of them can accept easily, and they have no time bondage because their parents have lots of money and they can invest a tutor or a teacher or attendant to attend their daughter or son for their online school. But if you focus on the local private school, they fall in disaster because they have no financial asset, so they cannot invest lots of money for infrastructural development. They just only take their class WhatsApp or Google Meet, and the students, the guardian, parent who just wanted to satisfy a good lesson to their son, they have not enough money to provide their student to learn in this institution, so they withdraw. That means the dropout rate is very high in local private school. And the third position is very, very, very bad, and that is government school. Basically, class 1 to 4, all the primary schools look like lockdown. No students are getting any types of education from their teacher because those students or parents have not enough money to buy their a good phone, or they are not provide a good iPad or laptop, or they are not give their son for lots of time to take or to attend their class. So most of the students are not so give any interest to take or to get this type of class. So all our teachers are just waiting for their a good infrastructure, and government have not provided any infrastructure. The government just suggest do that and do this way, but they have not a good they have not provided a good TLM, teaching learning methodologies, like a good apps or like good infrastructure, like Wi-Fi connection for all his schools. The teacher have they have not provided a good TLM for their teachers. So government institutions condition is very bad. And I just wanted to share some situation in our West Bengal. This is just look at this picture. This is the notification just recent 2nd January 2020. West Bengal government decide to close a school because of rapid spread of coronavirus Omicron. And this is 15th, and then second slide is second notification is 15th January 2015. That means school and college are going to shut down because of corona pandemic. But if you just follow this notification, all the other aspect like market that might be open, that is a bar that might be open, fair that might be open, marriage ceremony that might be open, and other activities, all activities excluding school or education institution, and all is open for all. And just if I just wanted to show some picture, this is the Diwali market last year.
कामरूजामन जी,
yes sir.
सर टाइम का थोड़ा ध्यान रखिए.
Yes sir, actually we are I just मैं finish करने ही वाला हूँ. यस सर, मैं कुछ तस्वीर दिखाना चाहती हूँ वेस्ट बंगाल की. ये दिवाली का मार्केटिंग है जहाँ पे कोरोना के समय पे हर स्कूल कॉलेज बंद है. 2 सालों से बच्चा लोग स्कूल नहीं जा पा रहा है. जहाँ पे टीचर लोग पढ़ाने के लिए तैयार है लेकिन उसकी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं है, वहाँ पे गवर्नमेंट को मार्केटिंग के लिए दिवाली के लिए छूट मिल सकता है. ये वाला पिक्चर मकर संक्रांति का है, रिसेंट जनवरी का ही है, जो गंगा सागर फेयर का है. हर रोज 2 से 3 लाख जो शरणार्थी पुण्यार्थी है यहाँ पे भीड़ जमा रहा है. इसके लिए खुल सकता है लेकिन स्कूल कॉलेज बंद हो चुका है. कुछ पिक्चर आप लोगों को दिखाना चाहती हूँ. मैं प्राइमरी एजुकेशन गवर्नमेंट के बताने की बात कर रहा था, जहाँ पे कोई भी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं दिया जा रहा है, सिर्फ बता रहा है कि पढ़ाई है, लेकिन बच्चा लोगों के पास ना कोई परिकाठामो है ना टीचर के पास है. इसके वजह से स्कूल के एजुकेशन डिजास्टर की ओर जा चुका है. फिर भी गवर्नमेंट का कोई ध्यान नहीं है. वहां पे कुछ ऐसे एक्टिविस्ट है जो बाध्य होके अब आप पेड़ों के नीचे बाहर से स्टूडेंट को लेके सोशल डिस्टेंस मेंटेन करके स्कूल खोलने की कोशिश कर रहा है, चलाने की कोशिश कर रहा है। जैसे कि यहाँ पे एक तस्वीर देखिए, पेड़ के नीचे कुछ लोग बच्चों को पढ़ा रहा है। दूसरा तस्वीर देखिए, जो ओपन स्कूल एजुकेशन जो होता है, जैसे कि रविंद्रनाथ, रूसो, इन लोगों का जो एजुकेशन जो दर्शन था उसके ऊपर एक ये वाला चल रहा है। यहाँ पे देखिए पेड़ का नीचे यहाँ पे प्रोटेस्ट हो रहा है, जहाँ पे स्टूडेंट स्कूल खुलने के लिए हर रोज रास्ते में प्रोटेस्ट हो रहा है। यहाँ पे देखिए एक हैंड राइटिंग में एक नोटिफिकेशन, जहाँ पे एक स्कूल जो गवर्नमेंट के खिलाफ जाके वो नोटिफिकेशन कर दिया कि हम लोग सोशल डिस्टेंस मेंटेन करके हर तरीके की प्रिकॉशन लेके स्कूल खोलना चाहते हैं। क्यों? क्योंकि हम लोग, हमारे स्टूडेंट बर्बाद हो रहा है। यहाँ पे देखिए वर्ल्ड बैंक का जो एक आधिकारिक है, उसने बोल रहा है कि कोई भी लॉजिक नहीं स्कूल इस तरीके से बंद कर देने का। लास्ट वाला जो यहाँ पे पिक्चर है महाराष्ट्र का है। रिसेंटली कल ही महाराष्ट्र का जो एजुकेशन मिनिस्ट्री से यही डिक्लेयर आ चुका है कि वहां पे कोरोना जितना भी स्प्रेड हो जाए, क्लास 1 से क्लास 12 तक हर एक स्कूल खोल दिया जाएगा। तो मैं मेरा बताने की यही कोशिश कर रहा था कि मैं आप लोगों का पास भी यही गुजारिश होगा कि स्टूडेंट है तो उन लोगों के पास हम लोगों को ध्यान देना चाहिए और एक बेटर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के साथ उन लोगों को पढ़ाई देना चाहिए, क्योंकि स्टूडेंट है तो हम लोग है, उनके सिवा हमारा कोई आइडेंटिटी नहीं है। थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू मैम फॉर प्रोवाइडिंग मी गिव ए चांस। थैंक यू।
हम सब स्टूडेंट्स के लिए।
थैंक यू सर। मैं सर कैसे एग्जिट हो यह दिखाई नहीं दे रहा है एक्चुअली सर। स्लाइड में एग्जिट हो नहीं पा रही हूँ
जी।
हाउ कैन आई एग्जिट सर?
यस
एक्चुअली सर, हाउ कैन आई एग्जिट?
Excuse me, sir. You can stop your screen sharing.
Okay, sir. How can sir? Actually, I am not able to stop.
माइक और स्क्रीन ऑफ कर दीजिए। माइक और स्क्रीन ऑफ कर दीजिए।
Okay. And next speaker is Mr. Sandeep Kumar, LPU, Phagwada, Punjab.
Sir, good evening.
Good evening. जी।
Am I audible, sir?
Yes. बट समय का थोड़ा ध्यान रखें आगे कि हमारे पास बहुत सारे वक्त है इसके बाद भी।
सर
जी।
Can I present my screen, sir?
Yes.
Sir, thank you, sir. Good evening, respected dignitaries available here. Myself, Sandeep Kumar, a research scholar from LP University, Phagwada, Jalandhar, as well as a serving Air Force personnel. Today, want to present my paper entitled Occupational and Family Conflict in relation to perceived psychological well-being among Indian Air Force personnel. Before I proceed further, I want to extend my sincere thanks to the IRCT team for organizing this wonderful and dynamic two-day multidisciplinary web conference for the scholar, especially like us who have just entered in the vast domain of the research. With the advancement of the technology and the increased workload, an individual is expected to balance multiple roles, maintaining the maximum productivity of the organization. He is expected to make a balance between the family life and between the working culture. In my present study, effort has been made to explore the relationship between the work-family conflict and the psychological well-being of a Indian Air Force personnel. And I am throwing the light on the objective of the study. The first objective is to find the relation between the occupational conflict and psychological well-being of the IF personnel. If I talk about the second objective, it will be the family conflict and the perceived psychological well-being relationship on the Air Force personnel. Last but not the least, the effort will be made to compare the occupational and family conflict with the perceived psychological well-being of IF personnel. If I talk about the nature of the work-family conflict, it is bidirectional in nature. Means work-to-family conflict occur when our work life interfere with our family life, and in contrast, if I talk about the family-to-work conflict, it occurs when our family commitment, our personal commitment at home interfere with our working life culture. If I talk about the psychological well-being, I am sure we all present here are well versed about this dynamic variable, which highlight the individual emotional as well as psychological health of a person. As we are aware that the government of India is responsible for the defense of the India, and this responsibility is being discharged by the Ministry of Defense. Ministry of Defense has mainly three wings, that is Army, Air Force and Navy, for safeguarding the nation at three different layer. In this study, I have taken the IF personnel specially. IF is a great pride for us. IF personnel, their dedication to safeguard our country since independence. This organization is uniform in its function, in its nature, and their personnel feel all sort of comfort and ease under severe emergency too. It is well known the work culture of the military organization cannot be compared with the civil organization. A civil organization which basically focus on the productivity and the turnover. In contrast, the military organization solely focus on the operational readiness and the effectiveness of the time. So it is very important to know the psychological well-being status of these defense personnel in general and IF personnel in special. I want to say they are not just doing the job, they are serving the nation with pride. While going the literature survey on my proposed topic, it was revealed that there is a dearth of research on this particular work family environment and the psychological well-being relation on defense personnel in general. I also found that very few studies have been found to compare between the work family conflict among defense personnel. And if we see the previous studies, they have catered only very few dimensions of work and family conflict in their measuring tools. So with these research gap, I have prepared this research study. Now coming to the subject and methodology, the present study will be correlational research design, wherein I have taken 58 male IF personnel through the purposive sampling method between the age group of 30 to 45 years. While analyzing my data, I have used SPSS version 22 and descriptive statistic, that is mean and SD, with a Pearson correlation for the variable under study. These are the tools I have taken. So psychological well-being scale, a famous scale by Carol Riff in 2007, has been used to assess the psychological well-being of the Air Force personnel. It is a 42 item scale measuring the 4 dimensions of the psychological well-being, that is autonomy, environmental mastery, personal growth, positive relation with other, purpose in life, and self-acceptance. The retest reliability of this scale is found to be 0.82. The next scale which I have used is work family conflict scale, that is developed by Aslam et al. In 2015. A shorter version, that is 10 item scale, basically measuring the 2 dimensions, the 2 important dimensions of my study. One is work to family and the second is family to work conflict, with 5 items on each dimension. These items are rated on a 7-point Likert scale ranging from 1 to 7. During analysis of my study, this is the bar diagram showing the mean and the SD, standard deviation value of the different variable, wherein we can see in the first bar, the work family conflict is around 15.13 and family work conflict, that is 10.97. I would like to tell here that the average conflict level of the scale is 17 to 21, and the surprising result we are seeing here that on both the conflict, that is work family and family work conflict, Air Force personnel are below the average level of the conflict, and this is the reason that their psychological well-being in the different domain are higher. Now coming to the result and discussion, as I have expressed earlier, that Air Force personnel have shown lower level of conflict on both the dimension, and that is positively significantly related with each other. This could be attributed mainly, first is the nature and the qualitative orientation of the personnel in the Air Force fraternity, and the second could be the sincere and the deep-rooted family support available in the Air Force culture. The another significant result has been seen that lesser level of work family conflict has resulted in higher score on all the psychological well-being, and they are statistically negatively correlated or with work to family and environmentally mastery. Family to work conflict were also found below the average level as compared to work to family conflict, which in turn indicate that the subject have a healthy family relationship, and that gives the motivation towards better accomplishment in their working environment. The lesser level of family to work conflict is also contributed to better psychological well-being in dealing with day-to-day stress in the family and the work situation, and the negative correlation of family to work conflict with four dimensions of psychological well-being, that is environmentally mastery, personal growth, positive relation with other, and self-acceptance, were found in the study. This is the correlation of all the variable under the study, wherein we can see that work family conflict have been found negatively correlated with the environmental mastery and with the self-acceptance. And if we will look towards the family work conflict, that have been found negatively correlated with environmental mastery, personal growth, positive relation with other, and self-acceptance, which indirectly mean the lesser the level of the work family conflict, higher will be the psychological well-being of a person. Now coming to the conclusion part, the lower conflict level of the Air Force personnel have proven the greater mental strength and effective adjustment with their occupational and family relationship, raising the psychological level. This study have tried to shed light on the relationship of occupational and family conflict of psychological well-being, and it has been revealed that both type of conflict have been found significantly related to the different domains of the psychological well-being. Lesser the conflict, more prominence result in the different psychological well-being have been reported during the study, and family work conflict significantly correlated with the four other dimensions of the psychological well-being. Work family conflict have comparatively expressed higher conflict. This significance was only with the one domain of the psychological well-being, and the study has also shown that the lesser conflict may have a prominent role in the expression of better psychological well-being of a person. If I talk about the future suggestions, the DRDO, that is Defense Research and Development Organization, may conduct a similar study in the other wings of the defense forces, that is Army or Navy, to find out the comprehensive picture of the relationship of occupational and family relationship on their soldier. If I talk about the second suggestion, the study may be done in Air Force officer cadre, because in my present study, I have taken the sample from the airman cadre, that is the person below the officer's rank. So future study could be taken on Air Force officer cadre, which can give a comprehensive relationship of the occupational and family relationship on the perceived psychological well-being of the entire Air Force fraternity. That's all, sir. That's all. I'm thankful to all the listeners, sir. If any question, sir, they are welcome, sir.
Very good presentation.
Thank you, sir. I have cut short it because of the paucity of the time, as you have mentioned. I have cut short my slide from 22, sir, to only 11.
Oh, and this is my favorite subject.
Thank you, sir.
Next speaker is Miss Kamini. Miss Kamini, दक्षिण भारत हिंदी प्रचार सभा. Okay. Next is Dr. Manisha. Dr. Manisha Arvind Katgire from Aurangabad.
I think Dr. Manisha has mentioned that there is a in the chat box that there is a heavy air or something in that area. So she has mentioned it is be difficult.
Okay, ma'am. Next is Professor Manisha Di Bhagoji. Professor Manisha is there? Okay, next is Manoj Kumar. Career Point University, Hamirpur, Himachal Pradesh. Next is Seema Rani, GJU Hisar.
Yes, sir. I'm audible.
Yes.
Okay.
Please carry on.
Yes, sir. Good evening, everyone. First of all, I want to thank Dr. Singhma sir and ICRT chairman and FC College for inviting me in the International Web Conference on Transformation in Education, Language, Social Science, Science and Technology. Today, my research topic is COVID-19 pandemic impact on Indian IT industry. So these are the content of my presentation. We will start with the abstract. So as we very know that COVID-19 has been a big disruptor, and the impact of COVID-19 on organization and people across the world has been significant. This impact has been completely different across various industries and comprehensives. Directly or indirectly, coronavirus pandemic had affected almost all of company in the India. And the COVID-19 pandemic has already disrupted normal life as well as economical activity in our nation. So COVID-19 has caused forceful changes in several industries and data technology, IT sector, that is a major among them. But the negative impacts of COVID are more as compared to positive effects. Indian IT corporation might have to compile to assess to ensuring impact on their setups from providing company services considering in these type of sectors. COVID-19 main aspect is on the technology sector. The descriptive article elaborates the study how COVID-19 global pandemic impacted the information technology industry in India. Next is introduction. So continuous spread of pandemic COVID-19 has drastically disturbed each facet of human life as well as Indian IT sector. Indian IT industry serves as the assorted customer globally, and it is important to know and guarantee. However, the service is seamlessly provided to the customer with less impact. It has created sudden and extraordinary tests within the IT sector. Around the world globally, in several IT corporations, work offices are secured and work is completely work from home. That's why the internationalization has broke down significantly. IT sector has been India's main leading sector to economic process over the last few decades. It plays an important and vital role in the fulfilling the country's many dreams of bold careers. Due to COVID-19, technology corporations have deployed resources to their workers within the secure space that is the work from home to implement their contexts. IT corporations spending the forecast show continuing demand for cloud infrastructure services also. Forecast conjointly anticipated, accelerated mandatory for dedicated package, specialized software, specialized facility, and telecommunication services as administrator inspire worker to work from home. So demand for the ever faster knowledge to the automation wants a correct network kit and as well as communication as never before. That's why Indian IT industry is moving up to 500 network deployments and implementation of 50 instrumentation. Due to the remote work situation, Due to the remote work situation, India IT services have a big hold up in growth thanks to the COVID-19 pandemic. And most packaged business person as well as like Infosys, TCS, that is data consultancy services, and SCL technologies have been impacted by the lockdown across the world. And this article highlights on major impact of COVID-19 on the Indian IT sector. Now, the contribution of IT industry in the Indian economy. IT sector plays a big role with the generation of employment, revenue, and GDP of the nation. In May 2017, the government of India has declared to launch a brand new theme named that is the Face Manufacturing Program, PMP, to reinforce the assembly of mobile phones within the Asian subcontinent. Indian corporations have already discovered quite 1,000 international delivery centers in concerning high country across the world. India's IT outsourcing sector is central terminus across the world, accounting for roughly around 55% of the entire market. IT industry offers employment to millions of people directly or indirectly. IT sector is the biggest employment generator and have bred the mushrooming of many further industries like transportation, education, real estate, security works, etc. Direct employment with the IT services and BPOs, ITs, that is the telecommunication services section, is estimated to achieve 4.47 million in financial year of 2020 and 2021. With the addition of 138,000 people, which consist of 36% of female, indirect job creation is calculable to over 12 million. So this first table shows the employment generation in IT industry in India for the financial years from 2016 to 2021. This is data is in the US billions, and employment came from the 3.86 billions to the 4.47. As we can see from this graph, employment of IT industry in India financial year from 2019 to 2022. It is going to from 1.96 to 4.5. Next, how our Indian IT BPF sector continue to perform its role in the resistant growth driver for the Indian economy. Export revenue shows a compound annual growth rate is of 9.98%, whereas CAGR reminiscent of domestic revenue is 8.56%. And the entire revenue granted by IT sector to the nation throughout the year 2008 and 9, then 2012 and 13 was 59.9 billion and 95.2 billion. The revenue, entire revenue grew at the compound annual growth, and the revenue performance of the IT trade sector in both exports and domestic over the last 5 years is shown in this table. This table shows the revenue of IT industry in India from the financial year from the 2016 to 2021. It will go the growth, some diminished growth due to the reason of that is the COVID-19. It was 7.69% in the 2017, and it will diminish to 2.09. That's how COVID-19 impact the IT industry. This also graph show the revenue of the IT industry in India. Then Indian information technology and business process management industry has over 4 million employed personnel throughout the financial year. The South Asian country is the largest offshoring destination for IT corporation across the world. As we know, information technology and business process management sector has gradually down in recent years, accounting for quite 30% of the worldwide outsourced BPM market. Within the financial year 2020, the IT sector contribution to India was 7.7%. And India's IT trade contribute around 7.7% to the country's GDP, and it's anticipated to contribute 10% to India GDP by 2025. This is the aim of IT industry. This is the table that shows the GDP of IT industry in our nation, that is India. In 2016, it was the 9.3, but diminishes to reason is again COVID-19, that is the 7.7%. But its target is to achieve it to 10%. This graph also shows the GDP of IT industry. Suppose in 2009, it was 5.8%. In 2015, it grows to 9.5%, but due to COVID-19, it diminished and low the graph to the 7.7%. That's how contribution of IT industry in the Indian economy we have discussed. Due to shortage of time, I will move my next topic, that is the effect of lockdown on IT sector now. The major limitation of the IT sector is facing now is fall in the economy, as ton of the corporation are forced to ask their employees to work from home, keeping in account of their health concern, health issues. So due to this, there is a huge loss of chance of several corporations that have international dealers. So all kind of international dealing are being cancelled or are being postponed due to COVID-19 or lockdowns. As an example, Apple is estimated to possess a minimum of 10% fall in its share due to the dearth of accessibility of iPhones within the market. The elements that are needed to create the iPhones are supported to come back from the China, and it's facing a significant lockdown condition. Due to lockdown condition, we cannot assemble the assemble the parts from the China. Then Infosys has purchases sector across the planet and have their employees operating around the globe. Infosys employs concerning about 240,000 employees across its cluster corporations. On average, concerning 30% of the workforce within the industry works. 70% of the employees are in their early careers, between 2 and 5 years in their initial job. They all are affected due to COVID-19 pandemic. As the lockdown starts getting lifted, the main target shifted to two key areas. First was the step-by-step get employee back to work safely. That means working out protocol for a brand new method of operating in offices, so that we can guarantee them to save their health. During this phase, there was a requirement to create confidence and optimism among the employees. Hence, communication became crucial here. Second key area is this can be additionally a key movement for the management to expect at that challenge and opportunity with the business in the descriptive areas of risk constructing, and also price improvement, watching pockets of recent business opportunities. The spread of this deadly virus has caused tone of technical conference to include cancelled or maybe postponed. That might are a great partnership opportunity for several corporations to expand their origins or business. Some of the conference were shifted to teleconference, online conference. However, this would not have a similar reach as the physical conferences. So as a result of the cancellation of these major technical conference, there is an associated degree estimated loss of $1 billion. Now, effect of lockdown on IT sector. The COVID-19 pandemic has severely disrupted economic activity, with the global gross domestic product expected to shrink by 3% in the 2020, as we have already discussed in the table and the graph. If the estimate is realized, it will be step-based slowdown, since the GDP of the 1930s is much worse than the 2008 and 2019 global financial crisis. Restriction of international travel, strict social distancing norms, ceasing of industrial activity can have a fatal impact on sector like travel, then tourism, then oil manufacturing, then metal, including IT industry also. Firms in several other sectors will have to register with their business process and practice to survive and thrive in the post-COVID-19 world. So we have the IT industry faced different kind of challenges during the COVID-19. First one was the IT organization should have to vacate the floors, but the rental and alternative necessary maintenance cost faced to remain a similar position. IT organization may have to purchase the portable computer or laptops or desktops for his staff who are non-laptop users to work from home in order the operational price will increase. So extended power failure result in availability problem also. Every staff will not have the flexibility of availability of UPS at the home. So internet bandwidth might and cloud basically main cheese is the cloud infrastructure not be up to the mark because of the population that works from the home, which can have a major effect on the standard of the delivery of the product or kind of software. Then remote or video conferencing tools might not be possible to cope up with the new deals as the sort of finalization needs in personal conferences in order that is handled well, which can prove additional confidence to the customer. Few organizations have a setup where asset is patched solely at the only office workplace networks. Because of this, the amount of non-compliance asset could increase and this could result in security problems also. So due to time shortage, I have described some challenges. Other than this, I have described my challenges in my research paper. Then what kind of action needed to collaborate to fight against this situation? So IT organization should have the necessary arrangements such as laptop, data cards, and allow employee to use their system for delivery, ensure the security measure on the networks. Then IT companies should initiate cybersecurity and quality management measures to ensure global completeness. Companies should formulate strategies to develop and maintain a strong domestic market. Companies should also concentrate on creating a consistent and loyal workforce, which will enhance the cost efficiency and quality of their services. Government should announce more IT-friendly policies in order to ensure the growth of domestic market as well as sustain growth in the global scenario. Government of India to advise the state government to instruct the IT organization to permit their employees to work from home. It is placed in already in some places, not all. So most of the organizations are doing it currently. IT organization to adhere to various advisors from GOI and support the nation during the crisis. Being a responsible employee, every IT employee to avail for the business. So is a cost addition, it is unavoidable to have a UPS connection, multiple data connection, so that the customer would not be affected. Indian IT organization should work with the multiple stakeholders, such as the delivery center at different countries, delivery centers within India, and there is a less impact due to COVID-19 so that the other alternate strategies can be planned. Ministry of IT to work with the telecom authorities to limit the data use for mobile users and permit only for the required things. Songs and video downloadings, playing HD movies consumes more data, and hence such provisions to be disabled, so that at least people who wanted to use the data for work from home in IT industries or any other sectors can be used. So the conclusion of my article is the spread of coronavirus and resulting lockdowns negatively impact various industries and other people in multiple ways. However, this is often inescapable as we have to fight against the corona war. However, the IT business is concentrated to permit their staff to work from home and manage the business well, to confirm the seamless delivery and uninterrupted service to the customer, retain the name and business within the IT business, and secure the revenue for the Indian subcontinent, make sure that employment for the Indian IT techies is essential to own a cooperative effort from leader as well as employees as well as authorities and governments. India IT sector can generate revenue of US $130 billion, which can produce a change with the entire economy. However, to realize this growth, the world must produce and maintain new models of business, world delivery, partnership, etc. A wholehearted effort from all stakeholders are going to be required to confirm a property growth of Indian IT business. These are my reference for the article. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Seema ji.
Thank you, sir.
Next speaker is Ms. Saima Parvez. Is there? Saima Parvez, MIT University, Noida. And next is Tamanna, MDU Rohtak. Tamanna. Miss Nimta Devi.
Present, sir.
Okay. Please carry on.
Kindly allow me for screen sharing, sir.
Okay, you can share.
Excuse me. Ma'am, is it visible to you?
Yes, yes, visible.
Okay. Very good evening to one and all present here. Myself, Nimta Devi, PhD Research Scholar from PG Department of Education, University of Jammu. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes,
The
please.
topic, okay. The topic of my presentation is comparative study of critical thinking.
मैम थोड़ा समय का ध्यान रखिएगा.
Okay. The topic of my presentation is comparative study of critical thinking among secondary school students with respect to gender and types of institution. Let me start with the introduction. Critical thinking is the capability to examine information, create and construct ideas, formulate comparison, sketch inferences, access opinions, and work out on the problems. Critical thinking is a style of thinking in which one is able to access her ideas. Critical thinking is also described as pre-mediated applications of rational high-order thinking skills, which includes analysis, synthesis, identification of problems, find out the solution of the problem, draw out inferences, and to do evaluation. Critical thinking means making reasoned judgments. Critical thinking is also the definite mental regimental process of enthusiastically and proficiently recognition of ideas. An individual who has higher critical thinking skills with think and take into consideration both sides of the disputes or argument and try to find out the evidence to solve the disputes. Beside this, he will break the argument and look at the related implications. After this, he will look at the contradictions. That side of the argument will be spotted which has least contradiction and discarded that side which has most contradictions. The National Council for Excellence in Critical Thinking Instruction 2006 defines critical thinking as that mode of thinking about any subject, content, or problem in which the thinker improves the quality of his or her thinking by skillfully taking charge of the structures inherent in thinking and imposing intellectual standards upon them, and is closely related to educational goals to create lifelong learners, because critical thinking is a skill that is applied across multiple subjects. This is the review of related literature related to my study. And now we come to the objectives of the study. The first objective of this study is to study the difference in critical thinking among secondary school students with respect to gender, that is male and female. Second objective of my study is to study the difference in critical thinking among secondary school students with respect to types of institutions, that is government and private. Hypothesis of study. Here in this study, I have formulated the null hypothesis. There is no significant difference in critical thinking among secondary school students with respect to gender, that is male and female. And the second hypothesis is there is no significant difference in critical thinking among secondary school students with respect to types of institutions, that is government and private. These are the delimitations of my study, that this study is confined to secondary schools of Jammu only, and this study was confined to sample of 200 students, that is 100 male and 100 female students. This study was confined to the government and private school run by the State Board of School Education that are in the Jammu districts. Methodology. In the present study, I have used the descriptive survey method, and population of this study include all the students of government and private secondary school who are studying in class 10th. And sampling technique that I have used in this study is simple random sampling, that in which each and everyone has equal chance of being selected in the sample. The present study consists of a sample 100 male students and 100 female students. Those are selected from government and private secondary schools of Jammu district. In this study, I have used the critical thinking scale developed by C.G. Murthy for the collection of data for the present study. After the collection of data, I have analyzed the data by using techniques like mean, standard deviation, critical ratio in order to find out the difference and prove the test the null hypothesis. And this is the table 1 formulated for testing the null hypothesis 1. Table 4.1 showing critical ratio for difference in critical thinking among secondary school students with respect to gender, that is male and female. This is the mean and standard deviation and SCTM and CR ratio. And lastly, this table show the level of significance. Here we see that the mean value of female students is 2.12 and male is 1.75. The CR value here come out is 3.23. That is significant at 0.01 level of significance. This is the figure 1 that is showing critical thinking mean and SDF students. This is the graphical representation. Here the table 4.1 and fig 1 indicates that critical ratio for difference in critical thinking among secondary school students, that is boys and girls, and we can say male and female, came out to be 3.23, whereas table value is 1.96 at 0.05 level of significance and 2.58 at 0.01 level of significance. Hence, the obtained value was found to be significant. On the basis of the value, the researcher can interpret that there is a difference in critical thinking among secondary school students, that is male and female. Here, the first null hypothesis that we have formulated that state there is no significant difference in critical thinking among secondary school students with respect to gender. Here, that null hypothesis got rejected because here, after the analysis of data, the researcher found that there is significant difference among the secondary school students with respect to gender, that is male and female. On the basis of mean value, we can interpret that the obtained mean value of the female students regarding critical thinking, that is 2.12, which is more than the obtained value of male students regarding critical thinking. So we can say that female students possess better critical thinking skills than the male secondary school students in Jammu district.
Very well, good job done. Very impressed.
This is table 4.2 showing critical ratio for difference in critical thinking among secondary school students with respect to types of institution, that is government and private. And this is the graphical representation of that table. Now table 4.2 and fig 4.2 states that critical ratio for difference in critical thinking among secondary school students with respect to types of institution came out to be 4.62, whereas table value is 1.96 at 5 level of significance and 2.58 at 0.01 level of significance. Hence, the obtained value was found to be significant. On the basis of the value, the researcher could interpret that there is significant difference in critical thinking among secondary school students. Hypothesis 2, which states that there is no significant difference in the critical among secondary school students belonging to different types of institution, that is government and private, got rejected because the obtained value of government school students came out to be 1.59 is lower than the mean value of the private school students, that is 2.07, which clearly state that private secondary school students possess better critical thinking ability than the government secondary school students. Findings of the study. After the analysis of the data, the researcher reached to the finding of the study. The first is the finding of the study revealed that there is significant difference in critical thinking among secondary school students with respect to gender. Secondary school female students have better critical thinking ability than the male secondary school students of Jammu district. The second is the finding of the study also state that there is significant difference in critical thinking among secondary school students with respect to types of institution, that is private secondary school students have better critical thinking ability than the government secondary school students of Jammu district. Educational implications. Development of critical thinking skills among the students can enable them to take right decisions in different situations. With the help of present study, the teachers and parents able to know about the critical thinking among the students. The finding of this study also help the teachers and parents and society at large to know the difference in critical thinking among the secondary school students. Present study will prove helpful for parents, teachers, school administrators and policymakers to understand critical thinking of the students. The finding of this study will aid school administrators in developing such programs that promote critical thinking and accountability in students. It becomes the duty of the teacher to engage the students in various skill development activities to enhance their critical thinking abilities. They must be equipped to develop proper reasoning power to face the complexity of the life.
Hello, Nimita, are you able to listen me?
Yes,
your topic is very interesting and we are listening it very carefully, but there is a scarcity of time, so so many participants are here. So you can summarize it, and you are speaking very well. Very interesting topic.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. The duty of the teacher here is to help the learners to go beyond factual level information to creative and analytical thinking. It is also found in the study that questions generated by the teachers can help to build up higher order thinking skills of the learners. Thank you. Thank you everyone for patiently listening me. Thank you so much.
Is there a scope of asking a question?
जी मैम.
सर एक छोटा सा सवाल पूछना चाहूंगी मैडम से. What were the factors affecting the critical thinking of the females over here? Did you study any factors?
Actually, ma'am, my study is still going on, and out of which I have prepared this paper. And there are so many factors that affect the critical thinking skills of the female student, especially their interest in creativity is much more than the male students. Female students are found much more creative, and their judgmental power also. There is a more judgmental power in the female students as compared to the male student. As I have personally observed all these things in the different schools of Jammu district, where I have gone for data collection during my data collection process.
Okay, so I would just would like to add to your topic that please, when you study this, as you are still doing the topic, do also consider the age, because standard students are going through their teenage adolescent timing, and it is actually the critical part in their brain development also. So that cannot be underestimated. You have to look into that factor as well.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am, for your kind suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next is Miss Saima Parvez from Noida. Saima Parvez.
Can Sir, I'm here. Can you please stop sharing the screen?
Miss Nimta?
So the screen has been shared. Yeah.
Please, your screen.
Yeah. The screen is still there, ma'am. Yeah, now it's gone. Yeah, thank you so much.
प्लीज समय का ध्यान रखिए, 5 से 6 मिनट में आप अपना
अच्छा सर,
बहुत सारे हमारे पास बाकी अभी, और टाइम तो
मैं ऑलरेडी ये बात देख ली मैंने कि कितने सारे आप लोगों के पास हैं, तो मैं पूरी कोशिश करूंगी कि मैं जस्टिस करूं और आपकी बात को ध्यान में
हमारे पास 7:30 हो चुके हैं।
एग्जैक्टली सर, मैंने देखी, आई हैव सीन दिस, सो मैं पूरी कोशिश करूंगी कि आपने जो मुझे बोला नियमबद्धता को ध्यान में रखते हुए आगे बढ़ूंगी। I will just come to the crux and finish it.
Okay.
Right?
What you have to do, just tell about your topic and what are your findings. Only you can explain it.
ठीक है मैम, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल मैं glimpse दूंगी and I will end it. Don't worry.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So a very good evening, everybody. The topic of my paper is role of communication in the lives of cancer survivors with special reference to social media. इसके बाद next is the objectives. So this paper tries to find out about, this paper is all about finding out factors for high quality and impact worthy cancer communication. This paper is a primary and secondary review paper, which elucidates the role of social media platforms such as YouTube, online Facebook groups in the lives of cancer patients. Paper primarily talks about women cancer survivors and how usage of social media platforms acts as a therapeutic tool and a means to inculcate positivity in the lives of survivors, which ultimately improves their prognosis and quality of life. So मेरी methodology जैसे मैंने बताया, ये primary plus secondary review paper है, and मैंने जो platforms को पढ़ा है वो है YouTube और online Facebook groups. उसके बाद इंट्रोडक्शन में मैं संक्षेप में सिर्फ इतना कहना चाहूंगी कि कम्युनिकेशन ने हम सबकी जिंदगी, कम्युनिकेशन एक ऐसा तार है जिसने हम सबकी जिंदगी को जोड़ा हुआ है, स्पेशली जब कोई इंसान बिक्सी से या कैंसर नामक बीमारी से जुड़ जाता है तो उसकी जिंदगी में कम्युनिकेशन का जो महत्व है वो many folds, it increases many folds. So I would just like to give one quotation, which is no person, healthy or unhealthy, can live in isolation. Communication is as important as food, shelter, or medicine, as quoted by Bell et in 2010. Moving on, this is how the communication evolved. कैसे हमारा communication बढ़ा और कैसे उसका महत्व हमारी जिंदगी में दिन ब दिन बढ़ता चला गया. जैसे जैसे communication evolve हुआ, उसके बाद आया social media. Now, what is social media? Toffler ने अपनी किताब में discuss किया है has discussed how today's civilization is experiencing a state of transition between second and third cycle of human history. First cycle kya thi? First cycle was agrarian society, second industrial age, and now the third one is information age, quoted 1980 page 117 in the book of Toffler. So new media has changed various sectors of our society and are amongst one of those which has changes evident and fast absorbing. जो सेक्टर जिसके अंदर ये चेंज एकदम स्पष्ट नजर आता है वो है हेल्थ सेक्टर, स्पेशली आफ्टर कोविड. तो दिस इज द डेफिनेशन ऑफ हेल्थ कम्युनिकेशन. इसमें सिर्फ 2 लाइनें पढ़ूंगी. It encompasses all forms of communication which can help in disease prevention and health management, quoted by Ghosh. Moving on to cancer, what is cancer? मूर्थी ने, च्यू ने, they have all defined how precarious this disease is, या इस डिजीज का हमारी सबकी जिंदगी पे, अस्तित्व पे, एक कैंसर सर्वाइवर के अस्तित्व पे कितना गहरा प्रभाव पड़ता है, कैसे उनकी सोच, उनकी सोचने समझने की क्षमता, उनका परसेप्शन, उनका जिंदगी की तरफ परसेप्शन सब बदल जाता है. So this is उनका साइकोलॉजिकल शिफ्ट होता है, उनका सोशल शिफ्ट होता है, उनका इकोनॉमिकल शिफ्ट होता है, एवरीथिंग चेंजेस. और न्यू मीडिया जब से इसके हमारी सोसाइटी में पेनिट्रेट हुआ है तब से वी कैन सी अ पैराडाइम शिफ्ट in social, psychological, cultural, political, economical attributes of females after the penetration of new media, quoted by Kaur in 2019. So this is the gender distribution of internet users in our society. मेरा पेपर केंद्रित है केवल urban women cancer survivors पे. So this is why I have taken urban women cancer survivors, because वहाँ पे penetration ज़्यादा है social media पे, तो मैं ज़्यादा पढ़ सकती हूँ about it. Delhi is the third highest city hit by cancer. This is the map and this is the details of ICMR website which shows the same. So मैंने analyze किया YouTube channel. So YouTube channel analyze करने के बाद मैंने 50 YouTube videos analyze करी, और उन 50 YouTube videos में मुझे दिखा कि there were 30% caregivers, there were 20% physicians, there were 10% medical professionals, and there were 40% cancer survivors जो अपने बारे में अपनी बात, अपनी कहानी, अपनी जुबानी सुना रहे थे, और उससे उन्हें प्रेरणा मिल रही थी, मोटिवेशन मिल रहा था। क्योंकि जब मैंने कमेंट्स एनालाइज किए तो उसमें मुझे ये सब कुछ पता चला कि जब उन्हें कोई वॉरियर कहता है तो उससे उन्हें मोटिवेशन मिलता है, जब वो किसी की मदद करते हैं यूट्यूब वीडियो पे अपनी बात कहकर, उससे उन्हें प्रेरणा मिलती है इस पूरी जंग को लड़ने के लिए। दिस इज बिसाइड्स द treatment, that conventional treatment which is going on, this is the second treatment which is happening, and psychological treatment which is happening. तो जब मैंने वीडियो कंटेंट को एनालाइज किया तो उसमें there were 20 personal experiences of patients, there were 15 history of diagnosis, treatment protocol के बारे में लोगों ने बताया, commercials भी थे, कुछ doctors अपना commercial दे रहे थे वहां पर. So this is the YouTube video analysis which is there in percentage. And similarly, I did Facebook online health group analysis. उसमें भी मैंने देखा कि लोग क्या कर रहे हैं. 90% लोग empathize कर रहे हैं एक दूसरे से. 100% लोग positively influence कर रहे हैं दूसरों को. There were similar stories. There were medical queries. There were stories, and people were using it as a platform for financial support. So this is how important social media is actually in the lives of women cancer survivors, and how important this has become a communication platform in the lives of women cancer survivors. So health के बारे में जब हम बात करते हैं तो WHO ने भी हेल्थ की पूरी परिभाषा ही बदल दी है. अब केवल एक स्वस्थ व्यक्ति, फिजिकली स्वस्थ व्यक्ति हेल्दी नहीं होता, पर mentally, physically, psychologically, when you're healthy, then you're healthy. So this entire definition has changed. Digital health, जब से digital media penetrate कर गई है health communication में, एक नई digital healthcare has evolved. So digital healthcare has been playing a catalyzing role in critical and remote care, with decreased adoption in the field of optimizing different treatments of cancer. So this is something new that is happening. We are seeing virtual cancer care through social media, which is happening. We are seeing different types of, like, telemedicine has been introduced, and these also used for this promotion and for this penetration of these kinds of media. Social media platforms are being used. So as I come towards the end, मैं सिर्फ इतना कहना चाहूंगी कि YouTube के माध्यम से whatever I analyzed, I realized कि YouTube and online Facebook health groups have proved to be an important platform of communication, where a cancer patient can come out, tell their stories, empathize with others, help others, and they actually feel good after doing that. It actually acts as a therapeutic tool for them. It actually acts as a medium of positivity for them. It imbibing willpower in them. So this is what I would like to say. After analyzing the comments also, there was very less negativity which was there. Maximum positivity was there. People have used it as a medium of fundraising. That is also completely okay, because once you're hit with cancer, you're hit with multiple things. It is not just the body that is going on. Something is going on with the body. There are 100 and multiple things that are going on. So thank you so much for your time. I hope I abided your time limit.
बिल्कुल साहिबा, आपने बहुत अच्छी बातें बताई हेल्थ के बारे में, और आगे से मैं अपनी हेल्थ का ध्यान रखूंगा. आगे डॉक्टर जितेंद्र बाल भीम जलकुटे.
Very informative.
Thank you, ma'am.
Very informative, but informative and meaningful. Your presentation.
Thank you so much. I wish I had more time. I would have, explained a lot, but abiding the time limit, I think I did justice to my topic.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, आपने टाइम का बड़ा ध्यान रखा, और उसके लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
Your hard work, and you made us a good understanding. Nice presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next is Dr. Jitendra Balbim. Jalkutte.
Yes, sir. I am here.
Okay.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Jitendra ji, you are audible.
Yes, ma'am. Within a few minutes, I will conclude my topic. My topic is that in this pandemic situation, before and after, the study of the use of audiovisual aids in teaching English. Means how many teachers, students use the audiovisual aids while teaching learning process of language. And for that purpose, in teacher training colleges, the students are very well aware about the audio visual aids, means some of the modern technologies also. But the problem is that up to what extent they use these technologies for the students, and which particular technology they use while teaching learning process for the students. So objectives like to find out the use of audiovisual aids by the student teachers, or to know about the opinion about the student teachers of audiovisual aids, then advantages and limitations of using these technologies, then to study frequency and extent of the use of audiovisual aids, and problems while using these technologies in teaching learning process, particularly the language. Then 20 sample of the 20 student teachers. For them, the questionnaire and observation which researcher made, and according to methodology, then analysis and interpretation. Some of the research findings are here that 100% students teachers are well known about the different forms or types of audiovisual aids, means which audiovisual aids are useful for teaching learning process, particularly English language. Means all students are well aware about these technologies, but most of the student teachers, means 80% students teachers, follow the regular visual technologies or audio technologies in the classroom. So they are unaware about the modern technologies like using the Google Forms or Kahoot or many more new technologies. So there are limitations for them. Then according to the student teacher's point of view, audio visual
Excuse me, sir. What's your findings? What's your findings in this topic?
My findings are that
Your findings.
Yes. My findings are 100% student teachers are well known or aware about the use of audiovisual aids. They know about the audiovisual aids. Then 80% students use visual aids in the classroom. So these are some major findings. Then again, they found that audiovisual aids create good atmosphere in the classroom. So they know the importance of the audiovisual aids. So this is also one important finding. Again, some of the student teachers mentioned that there is a lack of proper instructional material, like lack of skill about its use. So they hesitate or they didn't use that modern technology. So they need training. According to the findings, the students teachers responded that they need some training about using modern technologies. Then most of the teachers also suggested that government or educational institutes or responsible authorities should make available the modern technology in the classrooms, and they should be provided proper training how to use these technologies for the students. So these are some findings of my research, which is based on questionnaire and observation. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
And next is Miss Vijendra Kaur.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay.
Can I share my screen, sir?
बिल्कुल जरूर, और जल्दी से आप कंक्लूड कीजिए आप अपनी।
जी sir, sure.
Okay.
Is it visible, sir?
Yes.
Yes, and Vijendra, you can tell about your title, about your findings.
Okay, ma'am. So today my topic of seminar is sugarcane cultivation in Haryana, a spatio-temporal analysis. So I think there is no need to go through the introduction. So I'll go to directly to the objectives of my study. My objectives of my study are to study the trend of sugarcane cultivation in the state and to examine the spatial pattern of sugarcane cultivation in Haryana and to evaluate the correlation of sugarcane cultivation in Haryana state. I have taken Haryana state as my study area, and this is the location map of my study area. This is database and methodology. Actually, I have used secondary data for this paper, and these are the result and discussion. So this is the trend of area under sugarcane cultivation in Haryana. This is clear from the graph. We can say that trend line showing that area under sugarcane cultivation is decreasing steadily in the Haryana state from the 1966-67 to 2014-15. Now this next trend shows the trend of proportion of area under sugarcane cultivation to total cropped area in Haryana state. And this graph also shows that the proportional area under sugarcane cultivation is decreasing more fastly than the absolute area in Haryana state. This is the trend of sugarcane production in Haryana. As I have told you, I have shown the earlier graph that shows that area under sugarcane cultivation is decreasing, but this is the production graph, and this shows that even the area under sugarcane cultivation is decreasing, but the production of sugarcane in Haryana is increasing. The next one is, sorry. The next graph shows the trend of yield of sugarcane in Haryana, and it is clear from the graph that the yield of sugarcane is also increasing from 1966-67 to 2014-15, and now it is clear that that's why our production of sugarcane is increasing, because area, however, the area under sugarcane cultivation is decreasing, but the yield of sugarcane got increased from the formation of the Haryana to till 2014-15. This table shows the compound growth rate of area, production, and yield. And here we can say that area under sugarcane cultivation shows positive growth rate only in 2 decades, that is 1966-67 to 1975-76, and the other one is 1997-98 to 2005-6. The production of while the production of sugarcane cultivation shows positive growth rate in most of the years except 3 decades. The yield of sugarcane shows positive growth rate in all decades. Now these are the maps that shows the district-wise scenario of the sugarcane cultivation in Haryana, and from these graphs it is clear that at the time of the formation of Haryana, sugarcane was cultivated almost in whole part of the Haryana. However, its proportion was very low in some areas, but in if we see the other map that was of 1990-93, the sugarcane was totally wiped out from the southwestern Haryana. And again, if we see the third map that was of the 2012-15 time period, we can say that it is totally wiped out, that is Mahendragarh and Rewari district. Sugarcane was totally wiped out from these areas, and the proportion of sugarcane cultivation is also getting low in almost whole Haryana. So this is the table that shows the production of sugarcane in district wise. And this is the maps of yield of sugarcane. This shows the district-wise scenario of sugarcane yield of sugarcane in Haryana, and the overall result is showing that yield of sugarcane is increasing steadily in almost all parts of Haryana. These are the correlates of sugarcane cultivation in Haryana. So here the independent variable is percentage of area under sugarcane cultivation, and it shows very strong correlation with the proportion of irrigated sugarcane area. So we can say that this is the strongest correlates of percentage of area under sugarcane cultivation during 1966-67, and this is other table that shows the correlates of sugarcane cultivation in Haryana during 1990-93, and this also shows the same result, that this time period also the percentage of area under sugarcane cultivation shows positive and strong correlation with proportion of irrigated sugarcane area. And this is the time period 2012-15, and here the data also shows the same result, that the percentage of area under sugarcane cultivation has positive correlation with all other variables, but strongly correlated with proportion of irrigated sugarcane area and annual rainfall. This is the correlates of sugarcane cultivation in Haryana. Now our Y2 yani ke independent variable is yield of sugarcane, and it shows strong correlation with proportion of net irrigated area to net sown area and consumption of fertilizers. That was of the time period 1966 to 69, and this is the table of 1993. Now in this time period, yield of sugarcane shows positive correlation with irrigation intensity. And now this is the table of 2012-15 time period. Now in this time period, yield of sugarcane shows positive correlation with all other variables, but not strongly correlated with any of the variable. So this is the conclusion of my study. The study reveals that from 1966-67 to 2014-15, the area under sugarcane cultivation is declining steadily, but the production of sugarcane got increased due to the improvement in the yield of sugarcane. The proportional area of sugarcane is also declining fastly. That means the farmer are interested in cultivation of other crops like rice and wheat. And by the district-wise scenario, it discerned that area under sugarcane cultivation got shrinked in whole state and concentrated mainly in northeastern Haryana, mainly in Yamunanagar district. And it is totally washed out from the southwestern and some part of southern Haryana. The yield of sugarcane got increased from 1966-67 to 2014-15 in Haryana state. And it is also interesting to know that yield of sugarcane was high in western and northwestern Haryana, comparison to other parts during 1966-69. It can be due to the intensive agriculture in that areas, and production of sugarcane shows an overall increase from 1966-67 to 2014-15. This increase in production of sugarcane attributed by increase in the yield of sugarcane. Thank you so much, all of you.
Thank you. Next is Mr. Ankit Grewal.
Please, sir. Am I audible and
Yes.
visible also? Thank you, sir. Thank you for this opportunity. I am Ankit Grewal.
जी,
हाँ जी सर.
समय का थोड़ा ध्यान रखना.
हाँ जी sir. I'll won't take more than 4 minutes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
हाँ. So, sir, my topic is teaching critical criminology, understanding the crime and criminality from the standpoint of politics, sir. तो बेसिकली अगर हम बात करें कि क्रिमिनोलॉजी को हमने बहुत सारी बात कही कि क्यों क्रिटिकल पर्सपेक्टिव लेके आना चाहिए एक स्टडी में, तो क्रिमिनोलॉजी जो क्राइम की स्टडी है कि क्राइम किस तरह से होता है और क्यों होता है और उसके नेचर की अगर हम बात करें और किन तरह के नेचर्स और एक्ट्स को क्रिमिनलाइज किया गया है ओवर द टाइम, तो और उसके अंदर एक पॉलिटिक्स अगर देखेंगे तो पॉलिटिकल नेचर ऑफ क्राइम्स देखेंगे, तो वो मेरी स्टडी का एक ऑब्जेक्टिव है बेसिकली. मैंने देखने की कोशिश की है जिस तरह से अगर हम बात करेंगे जो इंडिया में जो बेसिक क्रिमिनल लॉज हैं, 3 क्रिमिनल लॉज जिसमें एविडेंस एक्ट, क्रिमिनल प्रोसीजर कोड और आईपीसी बेसिकली कहेंगे, तो आईपीसी जो लेके आने वाली कॉलोनियल पावर्स थी जो हमारे देश में थी 1860 में हमको इंडियन पीनल कोड हमारे यहाँ पे आता है और उसके जन्मदाता थे लॉर्ड मैकोले, और ही वॉज ए पॉजिटिविस्ट थ्योरिस्ट बेसिकली, और उनकी एक थ्योरी थी कि जिसको क्राइम को डिफाइन करना, किस एक्ट को क्राइम कर दिया जाएगा वो डिफाइन करना सिर्फ स्टेट का प्रेरोगेटिव है और स्टेट ही उसको किसी भी नेचर के एक्ट को क्राइम डिक्लेयर कर सकते हैं. अगर हम उसके अंदर अगर हम उस टाइम की पॉलिटिक्स को हम अगर माइनस कर देंगे तो हम पीछे रह जाएंगे ये समझने में कि किस किस नेचर के एक्ट को हमने क्रिमिनलाइज किया गया. तो अगर हम बात करेंगे 1860 में जब क्रिमिनल लॉ लेके आया गया, तो एक सर्टेन तरह की कॉलोनियल पावर ने अपने सब्जेक्ट्स को कंट्रोल करने के लिए वो एक्ट कुछ एक्ट्स को क्रिमिनलाइज किया गया। स्पेसिफिकली अगर हम बात करेंगे जो सेडिशन जैसा लॉ इन सेक्शन 124 में लेके आ गया है, ऑफेंसेस अगेंस्ट स्टेट बनाए गए जिसमें 121 से 124 सेक्शन तक उसमें ऐड किए गए, वेजिंग वॉर अगेंस्ट द स्टेट किया गया। तो वो एक तरह का जो पॉलिटिकल सिनेरियो भारत में चल रहा था, एक कॉलोनियल भारत में चल रहा था, उन एक्ट्स को क्रिमिनलाइज करने के लिए वो लेके आया गया। तो फिर अगर हम बात करेंगे इसी तरह की क्रिमिनल थ्योरीज की बात करेंगे, किस तरह के एक्ट्स को, एक तरह की थ्योरी ये भी आई बीच में कि लंबोर्सो एक क्रिमिनोलॉजिस्ट थे जिन्होंने ये तय किया कि लोगों की हम तो नाक और शक्ल देख के बता देंगे कि कोई कौन क्रिमिनल है या नहीं है। मीनवाइल वो थ्योरी भी 90 साल तक एग्जिस्ट करती रही हमारी क्रिमिनोलॉजिकल थ्योरीज में और क्रिमिनोलॉजी की स्टडी के अंदर। बाद में वो 200 साल के बाद रिजेक्ट होगी और दूसरी थ्योरीज आई। एक इसी तरह की स्टोरीज 1960s में लेके आई गई जिसको कहा गया क्रिटिकल क्रिमिनोलॉजिकल थ्योरीज। और बेसिकली 1960s का अगर पूरा दौर देखेंगे तो पूरे वर्ल्ड में ही कॉलोनियल पावर जितनी भी थी जिन्होंने कंट्रोल कर रखा था थर्ड वर्ल्ड कंट्रीज को, वो छोड़ के जा रही थी, चाहे वो अफ्रीका हो, चाहे वो साउथ एशियन कॉन्टिनेंट हो, और सब देशों में। और इसीलिए जब वो छोड़ के जा रही थी तो उसको चैलेंज करने की कोशिश की गई कि वो जो क्रिमिनोलॉजिकल नॉलेज है या किसी भी तरह की नॉलेज है उसको डीकोलोनाइज करने की जरूरत है। बेसिकली जो कॉलोनियल थॉट से हमारा सारा चाहे हम एजुकेशन सिस्टम को लगा लें और वो पीड़ित हुआ, उसको डीकोलोनाइज करने की जरूरत है। और उसको डीकोलोनाइज करने के लिए अगर हम बात करें तो इंडिया में बहुत ज्यादा काम नहीं हुआ। अब अगर अफ्रीका जैसे देशों में बहुत सारे लोगों ने काम किया उस डीकोलोनियल थ्योरी पे कि डीकोलोनाइज द नॉलेज, डीकोलोनाइज द क्रिमिनल थ्योरीज, उस पे बहुत सारा काम किया गया। तो मेरा पूरा स्टडी का पर्सपेक्टिव यही है कि आप सारे जितने भी क्रिमिनल लॉज है उसमें जितने भी एक्ट्स है, जितने भी सेक्शंस हैं और जितने भी एक्ट्स बाद में बनाए गए, क्या हम वही कॉलोनियल जो थॉट है वो कॉलोनियल थॉट को ही तो कैरी नहीं कर रहे हैं? क्या हमें उसको तोड़ने की जरूरत है? क्या वो डीकोलोनाइजिंग द नॉलेज है उसको इंडिया में भी इंप्लीमेंट करने की जरूरत है? और वो इम्पोर्टेंट इस टाइम में इसलिए बन जाती है कि आप रिसेंटली देखेंगे तो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने अभी रिसेंटली ये तय किया है कि जितने भी क्रिमिनल लॉज हैं उनकी अमेंडमेंट की जाएगी और उन्होंने सजेशंस मंगाए हैं। तो उस पर्सपेक्टिव में जरूरी बन जाता है हम हमारे जैसे लॉयर्स या लीगल रिसर्चर्स और स्कॉलर्स के लिए ये सजेशन देना सरकार को कि कौन से क्राइम्स हैं जो हम अभी तक कॉलोनियल लेगेसी है उसको कैरी करते हुए आ रहे हैं और उनको क्यों हटाने की जरूरत है। तो बेसिकली the conclusion of the study is कि as if now कि the criminal law and criminal knowledge in India has been heavily colonized and been heavily influenced by the colonial knowledge, and there is a need to decolonize it. So this is the main framework and the conclusion of the theory. So thank you sir, thank you ICRT for giving me this opportunity to present it.
Okay, thank you Ankit ji.
Thanks.
Next is Miss Anu Saveda. Miss Anu Saveda. Okay. And the next is Jakiran Kaur.
Yes, sir, I am present.
Okay.
Sir, can I share my screen?
Yes.
Is it visible, sir?
Ji.
Okay. Good evening, all of you. I am Jakiran Kaur. I am doing job in GGN Khalsa College, and my topic of presentation is exploring the dynamics of brand personality and its influence on brand equity in banking sector. And my studies on Indian banks. I have chosen 6 banks on the basis of global ranking, and I do research on brand equity related to banking sector. Firstly, what is brand equity? Brand equity is an asset, like we used to calculate asset of products, brand equity of products, but now it is emerging thing that brand equity can be calculated for the service sector also. And I have taken service sector in like banking sector. Now service brand equity, what is service brand equity? Service brand equity in goods branding models, we use to calculate goodwill. And in service, it can be, it is emerging thing that it can be implemented on service branding model also. And various constructs I have studied here. First one is perceived service quality. Service quality, what is service quality? As per the Janethal, customer assessment of overall excellence of the service. And another construct I have taken, brand association. How customer is associated with brand, like I have account of Axis Bank, and how I have associated with brand with any bank. According to Acker 1991, brand association are anything linked in memory to a brand. Another construct is brand awareness, then brand loyalty, then trust, brand personality, and identification. These are the basic constructs are there. And Indian banking sector, there are the various banks in the top list in public as well as private. And I have chosen 3 banks of from public and 3 from the private, which will be discussed further. State Bank of India, I have taken Punjab National Bank, Bank of Baroda, and from the private sector banks, HDFC, ICICI, and Axis Bank. What is now main point is why there's why there it is doing research on the what is the need of study and what are the various research gaps, because in Indian banking sector there's a need to do to improve the brand equity and in Indian banks it had not been researched so well, so it is a basic on the basis of literature, it is a basic requirement here. And mostly for improving the service, in previous researches, SurveyQual model is used. And here, instead of taking a SurveyQual model, I have taken 2 factors, physical quality and staff quality, on the basis of which service quality has been measured. It is my research model. Here, brand equity has been measured on the basis of these 7 constructs I've already discussed: perceived service quality, brand identification, brand personality, brand association, awareness, quality, and trust. And brand personality has been, it is a second order model, and perceived service quality is also second order. And brand personality has items further emotional connection, active, safe, and simplicity, these 4. And perceived service quality already said, physical quality and staff quality has been taken instead of SurveyQual. And what are my objectives? Study the socio-demographic profile, and main objective is brand personality and other constructs. What is the effect of brand personality and other constructs on brand equity of the banks by measuring the customer perception from the various banks. Scope of the study in the RM, research methodology. What is the scope of study? I have taken Ludhiana, Patiala, Jalandhar, Amritsar with UT of Chandigarh, and primary data collection has been taken from the customers who have the account in these banks. And sampling technique, quota sampling technique I have taken. This is a main criteria on the basis of which I have chosen banks, like brand finance report, all yearly published. And in 2018, I have started my research in chosen on the basis of global rank. State Bank of India have higher ranks, and Bank of Baroda, Punjab National Bank, and HDFC, ICICI, and Axis Bank. I have a sample size is 450. Now, next hypothesis of the study. That the 7 hypotheses, perceived service quality, association, awareness, all these have positive impact on brand equity. And after measuring these results through PLSM, measurement model, and CFA and SEM, all these after calculating, like validity have been checked. Like first under CFA, conversion validity has been checked. This table shows Cronbach alpha, row, and composite triability. As per the rule of thumb, Cronbach alpha must be more than the 70.70, and row A must be between of Cronbach alpha and composite triability, and all these criteria have been satisfied. And AVE must be more than the 0.5, and it is also satisfied here. It means they have the data has been validity exists here. On the basis of these 3 tables shows factor loadings of the items on the basis of questionnaire. And these factor loadings must be more than the 0.7, and in this all factor loadings are more than this basic criteria according to Higher ETOL 2008, even recent 2019-20 same criteria has been followed, and it means loadings are more than the rule of thumb. And now next discrete. Yes sir.
मैम प्लीज रिसर्च फाइंडिंग्स बता के कंक्लूड करेंगे। टाइम बहुत कम है और स्पीकर्स बहुत ज्यादा रहते हैं, 22 रहते हैं अभी भी।
Okay, sir. After internal consistency have been exist, and after this, according to SAM hypothesis tested, 7 hypotheses have been tested, and which are significant brand association, brand awareness, and brand personality is a main factor which affect the brand equity on the basis of results. It means brand awareness and brand personality shows a significant relationship with the brand equity, and banks must focus on this. And even predictive relevance has been studied. These are more than the 70. It is shows good criteria. It shows substantial amount, and Q square have been studied. F square, these are also shown above the measurement. And on the finding side, one finding I already studied. On the other side, finding side, if we want to know the all these SRMR multiplanarity issue shows the this model has the predictive relevance. The future predictions can be done. Now next point is on comparison of public and private banks. On the basis of private banks, when did comparison through the PLS MGA. These are two tables related to PLS MGA shows that private banks and public banks, when do comparison, they have they have no effect, no moderator effect. Even in the study of the private banks, brand personality plays a major role as per other study. So findings shows that brand personality out of all construct plays a major role, and limitations, there are a lot of limitations which are very common. Like time constraint is there, future service sector can be added, and more foreign banks can be added here, and sample size can be increased. So what are the various suggestions that banking managers should focus on? Already banks are focused on service quality, but it is a major emerging things that personality should be focused construct in the future. And the future, if banks want to improve the brand equity, it is a major point that brand association, brand awareness, and brand personality is a main criteria which is a need in the future, which would be needed in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Next is Dr. Sushma Gupta.
सर
जी
डॉक्टर सतीश सर।
जी सर।
आपसे और टेक्निकल सेशन के चेयरपर्सन मैम डॉक्टर अनीता गोस्वामी जी से और सभी प्रतिभागियों से मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है कि टाइम बहुत ज्यादा हो चुका है और कम से कम समय लें सभी प्रतिभागी, क्योंकि पेपर प्रेजेंट सबको करना है।
ओके सर।
आईसीआरटी ये बात पहले कह चुका है कि बिना प्रेजेंटेशन के किसी को भी सर्टिफिकेट नहीं दिया जाएगा, इतना तो है बिल्कुल। लेकिन क्योंकि अपनी मीटिंग 3:30 बजे सर शुरू हो चुकी है, 8:30 तक का शेड्यूल है। वैसे 8 बजे खत्म करना था, लेकिन 8:30 तक का है। तो आप अभी सिर्फ एक प्रतिभागी को और मौका दे दें आप प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए। बाकी जितने भी कैंडिडेट बचते हैं वो कल लास्ट सेशन में चले जाएंगे, और लास्ट सेशन में भी कोऑर्डिनेटर आप ही रहोगे डॉक्टर सतीश सर।
ओके सर।
आप ही रहोगे, और मैम अनीता गोस्वामी जी आप ही चेयरपर्सन रहेंगे तब, जो आज कैंडिडेट बचे हैं आपके सेशन में। क्योंकि ये सबसे बड़ी बात है कि कोरोना टाइम में, इस टाइम में जहां पेपर प्रेजेंट करने वाले आते नहीं हैं, और सभी रिसर्च स्कॉलर, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर सभी का इतना प्यार मिला है आईसीआरटी को कि पेपर प्रेजेंट करने वालों की बिल्कुल झड़ी लगी हुई है, मैं ये कहूंगा।
बिल्कुल सर, प्यार से तो आप मोटे होते जा रहे हो।
बिल्कुल 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 सच्चाई है जी ये। लेकिन अभी सिर्फ एक प्रतिभागी को मौका दीजिए 5 मिनट के लिए, उसके बाद चेयरपर्सन मैम आज का कंक्लूड कर देंगे, उसके बाद आज का सेशन यही हम संपन्न कर देंगे।
ओके सर।
कल हमारे 2 सेशन हैं, उन 2 सेशन के बाद जो आज जितने कैंडिडेट बचे हुए हैं वे उसमें पेपर प्रेजेंट करेंगे।
ओके सर, ठीक है
ठीक
सर।
है जी।
जी
अब
सर।
आज का अंतिम प्रतिभागी हो ये प्लीज, कोई भी
ठीक
फील
है।
ना करे इसमें कि मुझे पेपर प्रेजेंट करना था, मैं रेडी था या रेडी थी और मुझे मौका नहीं मिला। मौका सभी को मिलेगा,
बिल्कुल सर,
आईसीआरटी
सबको
सबको
मौका
मौका देगा।
मिलेगा।
जी 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 जी।
गुड इवनिंग सर।
गुड
सर
इवनिंग।
नेक्स्ट इज डॉक्टर सुषमा गुप्ता।
Good evening, sir. Sir, I am Tariq Ahmed.
Yes.
Okay,
Sir, I
Tariq
am
ji.
Tariq Ahmed, sir. I am requesting you to give me today's time, sir.
No, you have time and just explain your title as well as your findings in nutshell.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. But my serial is 213. I am requesting you to give me today's time for presentation.
In brief, you can discuss well. So
Yes,
we are
ma'am.
giving you time and we are eager to listen you. Please carry on.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Good evening to all. I am Tariq Ahmed Bhatt. The title of the topic which I am going to present is a study of socio-emotional competence among adolescents in relation to mental health. Here I skip the introduction of the topic. I move directly to the objectives of the study. The following objectives were undertaken by the researcher in this research work: to study the socio-emotional competence among adolescents studying at standard 11th of secondary schools of Anantnag district, to find out the difference in the socio-emotional competence between male and female adolescents, to study the mental health among adolescents studying at 11th standard of secondary schools of district Anantnag, to find out the difference in mental health between male and female adolescents. The fifth objective is to find out the relationship between socio-emotional competence and mental health. Next, design of the study. In the present study, researcher used a descriptive survey method. The population for the present study were included all the adolescents studying in 11th class of district Anantnag.
लेकिन अपना सम्मान भी करे।
Yes, sir. Stratified random sampling method was used in the study. Total 100 students were selected, and the researcher collects data with the help of tool developed by Dr. Ming Zhou and Jesse. The present study uses the following statistical techniques, that is mean, standard deviation, critical ratio, and correlation. Next, hypothesis of the study. There will be significant difference in socio-emotional competence among adolescents. There will be no significant difference in socio-emotional competence between male and female adolescents. There will be no significant difference in mental health among adolescents.
No voice.
Mental health. Yes, ma'am. Next finding is based on the variables of the study. There is a difference in the levels of socio-emotional competence among adolescents studying in 11th class. In other words, it can be said that adolescents have different levels of socio-emotional competence. There is no significant difference in socio-emotional competence between male and female adolescents. In other words, it can be said male and female secondary school adolescents are equally socio-emotionally competent. The third finding is there is a difference in the mental level of adolescents, or we can say students' mental health is excellent. Some fall in good condition and some have average mental health. Some students fall under a low category of mental health. There is no significant difference in mental health among adolescents with respect to their gender, or we can say mental makeup of both boys and girls are equally similar. There is a significant relationship between socio-emotional competence and mental health among adolescents. In other words, students who are socio-emotionally competent are also good in mental health. Last, I will conclude by this point that socio-emotional competence and mental health are complementary or essential to each other. So development of socio-emotional skills and mental health is vital during adolescence, and this all is possible with the active support and loving behavior of their parents and teachers. Thank you. Thanks to all.
थैंक यू तारिक जी।
Thank you, sir.
और
Sir, will there, I'm Vasumati from Bangalore. Will there be a chance given to another participant? I'm waiting right from 3:30 with my presentation slides and everything. So is it possible today to give you 5 minutes? I'm ready with everything.
Yes. Sir, there's no time, please. Yes.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for
But,
this.
but only 5 minutes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I have prepared my slides. I'm sharing my.
और भी कोई कैंडिडेट यदि पेपर प्रेजेंट करना चाहता है जल्दी से 2-3 मिनट में तो दे दो टाइम.
Yes, you're able to see my screen?
Yeah.
Yes, okay, thank you so much. So my study is between the relationship of parenting styles and the trait emotional intelligence in adolescence. I'm Vasumati, research scholar from Department of Psychology, Garden City University, and my research guide is Dr. Mary Bino. So we all basically, the current thing is we need to know whether our parenting style is helping the emotional intelligence of a child and is there an relationship between that. So my study is an scientific based on a quantitative analysis whether parenting styles help. So if you see without much delay, there are 3 different parenting styles given by Diana Beaumont in the year 1971. So authoritative, permissive, and authoritarian. Authoritative is where it is an interactive parenting where they set clear expectations. Yeah, thank you so much. That a parent who uses reasoning and allows their child to voice their opinion. Okay, they have a perspective as a parent, but they also acknowledge their child's individualistic characters and decision making. They're very supportive, irrespective of the children's failure. So this is an authoritative parenting, which is prevalent now in the current upbringing of kids. The next one is the authoritarian, where we see that extremely strict, protective, and the parent who says my way or no way, and they rely heavily on obedience. The third one is permissive parenting, where they are hands off, actually not involved, gives a lot of freedom, and it can be sometimes neglectful or it can be indulgence also. So these are the 3 main types of parenting styles which I have taken for the study. The next one we are going to see is about the trait emotional intelligence. So what is the difference between trait emotional intelligence and the normal emotional intelligence? See, trait emotional is self-perceptions measured via self-report, whereas the ability or a cognitive emotional intelligence concerns emotion-related cognitive abilities. So that can be measured through performance test. So this was trait emotional intelligence was given by Konstantin Patritis in 2001, and it has been used globally now to understand the emotional trait emotional intelligence of kids. So these are the domains which should be checked under this trait emotional intelligence. So my aim and objectives basically is to assess the emotional intelligence of adolescents, gender-based, whether there is a difference or not between in Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, urban and rural, as well as to assess parenting styles of parents of adolescents and the association between trait emotional and parenting styles in adolescents. So when we see my method is a cross-sectional study, tools used is PPSS, which is Perceived Parental Style Scale, and TEIQ, which is Trait Emotional Intelligence Questionnaire, which I have used as an adolescent short form, which has 30 questions. And age group is between 12 to 19 years, that is 7th to 12th grade. Total sample considered is 105 out of 115, where 10 were not had not completed the questionnaire fully. And the analytical tool is Microsoft Excel and SPSS version 16 I have used. And I have used descriptive analysis and independent t-test and ANOVA test to do my calculations and analysis. Now, the tools used for study, as I have told you already, is PPSS, which has a good reliability and validity scale, which I have shown there, and also the Trait Emotional Intelligence Questionnaire, which has a very good internal consistency, 0.8. Then we move on to the scale, which I'll just move on. I have given the scale details here because most of them would not be aware of such scales. So I'm moving to the next slide where I've given you the results. So out of 105, 65 were females and 40 were males, and the average age of study population was 15.9 with a minimum of 12 age and maximum 19. the correlation of adolescent perceptions of parenting was closer, like father and mother. So I have also taken the combination of parenting styles of mothers and fathers as well. For further analysis. And if you see the internal consistencies, permissiveness was 0.5, authoritarianism was 0.7, which is authoritarianism is the strict parenting and authoritative is the very good type of parenting, which people generally suggest, which is 0.8. 84, and the trait among gender was found to be more or less similar. Male was 24.1 with a standard deviation, with a standard deviation of 24.1, and female was around 24.2. And if you see in this, I have represented that AF is authoritative parenting, that is father and mother, which has a highest of 140, which shows around 140 of emotional intelligence trait, whereas authoritarianism, that is a very strict father and a permissive mother, has shown the least of emotional intelligence. And if you see the discussion part, the main was to find the relationship, and it has shown that there is no gender difference in trait EI, which is consistent with studies done in Shimla, Karnataka and Hyderabad. But many studies are also there which shows there is a significant difference among genders in the case of trait EI. But in my study, it has been proven that there is no difference. In the study, both the fathers and mothers were showcasing, most of the parents were showcasing authoritative parenting style, which is different from a study done in Philippines, where fathers showed affectionless control, that is very dominative control, and mothers showed neglective parenting. This type of parenting, that is authoritative, both father and mother, had a positive effect on the trait of emotional intelligence on adolescent. And also, a combination of parenting styles, as I have explained before, was also taken into consideration. And the main thing is authoritative father, permissive mother had a negative correlation. That is a very dominant father and a neglectful mother had a negative correlation to the trait of the emotional intelligence. Then it shows that if both parents are authoritarian, that is overprotectiveness or carefree, then also it has a very positive correlation. It did not show a negative correlation on the trait of emotional intelligence. And this study resonates with the research done in Delhi and Karnataka, showing that parenting style had a positive impact on the emotional intelligence of adolescents. But there is also a study from rural Karnataka which showed that there is no relation between parental styles and trait EI among adolescents. My limitations and scope. Limitations, if you see, I had used online forms and less participation from the rural population. So this was my limitation for the study. And scope for further study is you can take, I have not considered the employment status of the parents, educational qualification, economic background, single parenting, a diversity or single parenting. I have not taken birth order and the number of children in a family. So with these, we can even further improve this study and have much more clear idea or clarity about the parenting styles. The conclusion is there is a positive correlation between parenting style and the growth of trait emotional intelligence among adolescents. It shows a various parenting style combination also, and it has proven that no gender difference is there between the trait EI among adolescents. And it has shown that authoritative, authoritarian, and permissive, both, if both are exhibiting, then it has a positive effect on the trait EI of the child. But authoritarian father, that is an over-dominating father, and a careless mother, there is a very negative correlation in the trait EI. And there is always a dip in the growth of trait emotional intelligence if the mother shows a permissive parenting style. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
थैंक यू। और अब हमारे पास दो स्पीकर्स हैं और दोनों का नाम ममता है और दोनों 3-3 मिनट मांग रहे हैं।
Sir, I'm also here to waiting for my chance. Just need 2-3 minutes also. I also need.
Miss Mamta, Defense and Strategic Studies, MD Rohtak.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay. Now start.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, my name is Mamta. My entry is on number 156.
Yes, I know very well you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, my topic is digital economy, opportunities and challenges. So keeping in mind time constants, I will take a few seconds. So coming to the topic, digital economy is present days reality. We cannot skip it. It is 21st century and technology is the backbone of this century. Technology is nothing but day by day advancement in methodology, processing, or way of doing something. When we talk about economy, it is what on which every country is dependent. So if we take digital economy as our topic, so I will come to the opportunities. There are benefits of it which we consider fast transactions. We all are aware about it, and this digital technology is allowing us to conduct such kind of conferences in this COVID scenario. Also, it is time saving. That's why there is ease of doing. So in the past decades, we are focusing on door-to-door services, but at the moment we are focusing on finger-to-finger services. This is also paper saving because everything is on electronic media. So trees are saved and thus environment is saved. It is more inclusive because we can access more people in less time. It is effort saving. So these are the opportunities which digital economy is giving to us. But at the same time, there are challenges also because we are using machines. So handwork is reducing and there are also reducing job opportunities in terms of muscular power. There is lack of awareness. So we cannot make it available to all the persons in the country. There is electricity problems also, which we are facing when we come across digital economy. There is network problem, which we are facing. There are security issues. Every now and then we are coming with the news of security frauds, of fictitious transactions. There are informational leaks, which we are very much aware. There are health issues when we talk about technology. Then there is a lot of pressure on eyes and brain. There are also psychological issues. It is costly because we are moving with a very advantageous technology.
Play panta super and positive feedback par ellaru eppadi eluditapar.
And there is a issue of waste also because e-waste is a problem.
Very good. See, excellent presentation.
So concluding, digital economy is there with opportunities and challenges. This is our duty that we cannot move backwards. We have to go on the time scale forward with solving these issues and being in a developed countries list. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mamta.
Thank you, sir.
And next is Miss Mamta.
Sir,
FC College for Women.
Hello.
जी sir, जी ma'am.
Okay. सर इसको भी आपने इनवाइट किया है, बस उन्हें तुरंत इंट्रोडक्शन देने का मौका करिए, अदरवाइज वी आर रनिंग आउट ऑफ टाइम. We should keep other candidates tomorrow.
Just 2 minutes, ma'am.
Okay, please introduce yourself.
ठीक है. Miss Mamta, FC College for Women, Hisar.
हाँ जी, yes sir, I am audible sir.
मैडम सिर्फ 2 मिनट में आप कंक्लूड करके बता दीजिए.
Okay sir, thanks a lot sir. Before that, sir, I am Mamta and Department of Geography. My topic is impact of COVID-19 on environment and society. Our world outbreak of coronavirus disease 2019 is affecting.
Mamta ji, Dr. Yes, Mamta, please don't mind what your findings about your topic.
Okay, ma'am.
Please conclude it.
Okay, ma'am. In this article, comprehensive analysis of energy, environmental pollution, and socio-economic impacts in the context of health emergency events and the global responses to mitigate the effect of these events have been provided. COVID-19 is a worldwide pandemic that puts a stop to economic activity and poses a severe risk to overall well-being. The global socio-economic impacts of COVID-19 includes higher unemployment and poverty rates, lower of oil prices, altered education sectors, changing in the nature of work, lower GDPs, and heightened risk to healthcare workers. The social preparedness as a collaboration between leaders, healthcare workers, and researchers to foster meaningful partnerships and devise strategies to achieve socio-economic prosperity is required to tackle future pandemic-like situations. The impact on the energy sector includes increased residential energy demand due to a reduction in mobility and change in the nature of work. lockdowns across the globe.
Excuse me, Mamta ji.
Yes,
What's your message? What's your message? What's your findings?
मेन माई फाइंडिंग इज एनर्जी सेक्टर पे है, और आपके जो एनवायरनमेंट है, सोशियो इकोनॉमिक जो डेवलपमेंट है, इसमें क्या क्या चेंजेस हुए हैं, और हमारे जो लेकिन एनवायरनमेंट पे हमारे एयर क्वालिटी पे काफ़ी अच्छा इफेक्ट हुआ है इसका, कि मेट्रो सिटीज़ में इसका इफेक्ट काफ़ी अच्छा रहा है।
ओके
ममता जी,
इट्स वी कैन से
हम सुनना चाहते हैं आपको, लेकिन हमारी मजबूरी है कि जूम की मीटिंग जो है वो 8:30 पे ऑटोमेटिक बंद हो जाएगी।
ओके सर, लेकिन
आपकी अटेंडेंस, आपकी प्रेजेंटेशन मान ली गई है, आपकी
ओके।
अटेंडेंस 100 में से 100 है, तो बस मैं सीधा चाहूंगा चेयरपर्सन मैम अपने कमेंट दे और आज की
ओके सर, थैंक यू सो मच सर। पहले मैं सर एफसी कॉलेज की तरफ से थैंक्स बोलना चाहूंगी सर आपको।
जी।
और आपने मुझे टाइम दे दिया, एटलीस्ट 2 मिनट का ही चाहिए।
फ्री हो गई, सर ने कहा थैंक यू एवरीवन।
ओके
and thank you so much, all of you have participated enthusiastically, and the topic, sir, it's not our fault, you have kept so interesting topic कि अगर समय की बाध्यता और ये जूम की ना हो तो हम रात भर इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को चला सकते हो। इतने अच्छे स्पीकर्स आए हैं जिन्होंने जेंडर पर और कितने मल्टीपल डिसिप्लिनरीज पे बोला है। मैं तो इतनी इंटरेस्टेड हुई हूँ सुनने में, अलग अलग डायमेंशंस हमें सुनने को मिले हैं। और अगर हमें कल भी मौका मिलेगा तो सर, सतीश सर और वी आर रेडी टू कंडक्ट इट, एंड इट इज अवर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी। और बहुत ही अच्छा लगा है सर, और सारे जितने पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं मैं सबको तहे दिल से धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ। आपने बहुत ही धैर्य का परिचय दिया है और प्रेजेंटेशन भी बहुत अच्छा रहा है, पीपीटी थ्रू के प्रेजेंटेशन दिया, अपने भी नॉलेज लिया, हमें भी नॉलेज लिया। और जो लोग बच गए हैं तो मैं डॉक्टर संदीप सर से आग्रह करती हूँ, और जैसा सर ने ऑलरेडी बताया है कि वो कल उनको मौका देंगे। और इसी के साथ मैं अपने शब्दों को विराम देना चाहती हूँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद अपने सहयोगी सतीश कुमार सर को, डॉक्टर संदीप कुमार सर को, मैडम को, सारे प्रतिभागियों को, और जो हमारे स्टेट में है, आउट ऑफ स्टेट है, नेशन है, बियॉन्ड नेशन है। जस्ट आई से गुड नाइट एंड आई थैंक्स लॉट ऑफ। थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू मैम, थैंक यू
मैम। कल सभी एक बार फिर मिलते हैं।
सर मैं ये बोलना चाहती हूँ ना कि हम लोग जो लास्ट के बच्चे, प्लीज हमारा कल स्टार्टिंग से स्टार्ट कर दीजिएगा, सो दैट हमें वेट ना करना पड़े। लाइक टुडे वी वर सिटिंग फ्रॉम 3:30 एंड थैंक यू फॉर एक्सटेंडिंग टिल 8।
ओके, कल आपका स्टार्टिंग में कर देंगे।
डोंट वरी, एक्चुअली व्हाट हैपेंड, जब हम किसी भी प्रोग्राम को करते हैं तो इन द बिगिनिंग वी गेट अ सर्टेन प्रॉब्लम, यू कैन फैमिलियर टू इट, बट लेटर ऑन वी विल मैनेज इट एंड वी शैल कीप यू ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ प्रायोरिटी। ओके,
थैंक यू मैम।
हाँ, थैंक यू सो मच। ओके, गुड नाइट। थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू मैम।
थैंक यू जी, थैंक यू
संदीप सर, थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू
सर। हम टाइम के अंदर है, 1 मिनट बचा है।
बहुत अच्छा लगा, बहुत अच्छा लगा। आज कल यहीं से दोबारा शुरू कर देंगे।
बिल्कुल सर,
कल यहीं से दोबारा शुरू कर देंगे। और कल आप दोनों कोऑर्डिनेटर डॉक्टर सतीश जी और आप चेयरपर्सन कल मौजूद रहें।
सर
बिल्कुल सर, आपका हुक्म और हम ना माने ये तो हो ही नहीं सकता।
अरे सर, ये तो आपका बड़प्पन है
सर। पार्टिसिपेंट्स इतने अच्छे और इतने अच्छे से प्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं कि आपको बता नहीं सकते हैं कि उनको सुनने से
कॉन्फ्रेंस। देखिए मैम, कॉन्फ्रेंस की सफलता का अंदाजा इस बात से है कि बहुत सी कॉन्फ्रेंस ऐसी होती है कि यूनिवर्सिटी में भी वहां प्रेजेंट करने वाले नहीं मिलते, और हमारे पास प्रेजेंट करने वाले इतने हैं कि वो खुद रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं कि हम प्रेजेंट करना चाहते हैं,
लेकिन टाइम नहीं है सर।
बिल्कुल, सबसे बड़ी बात है ये।
बिल्कुल सर, और कल हम अपनी स्ट्रेटेजी के हिसाब से सबको टाइम देंगे। और सर, ये जो पीपीटी शो हो रहा है इसको हम टाइटल और फाइंडिंग्स को लेकर चलेंगे तो सारे पार्टिसिपेंट्स को पूरा टाइम मिल जाएगा।
बिल्कुल। और दूसरा, जितना भी अभी टाइम से भी सुन रहे हैं, फीडबैक लिंक चैट बॉक्स में दे दिया गया है पहले दिन का, आप सभी जरूर भरें। सर्टिफिकेट के लिए फीडबैक लिंक बहुत जरूरी है।
For getting your certificate, just fill the feedback form. All of you, those who are listening, dear participants.
थैंक यू सो मच। आपसे भी लीव कर सकते हैं। गुड नाइट।
थैंक यू वेरी मच सर।
जय हिंद सर।
जय हिंद मैम, जय हिंद।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
नमस्ते सर।
नमस्ते।
शुभ रात्रि सभी को।